Time to fly, time to fly. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand after defeat. So fly, time to fly. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
Round one. Fight. Let's go. After it.
Fear my strength.
Have a taste of this.
Don't take this personal. I'll show no mercy.
This is for my fellow hunters.
All riders have to strike out on their own.
Let's do this.
Lock and loaded, it's time for war.
Can't start a show without a star.
This is the path of my destiny.
Come on. Let's turn up the heat. About time to finish this.
See what I'm really made of.
I'll show you.
How do you like this?
It's time for war.
That is the truth of what you must seek.
What is going on, everybody? And we have a very special episode of No Neutral for you today. It's not only the last episode of No Neutral for the 2021 season, it is also the final day of the Capcom Pro Tour season final. I am feeling so excited about all the matches we have coming up today. It's the heavy hitters, and of course, I am Brian F., joined by my guy,
Hollywood.
Let him know.
Rock TV, and I'll
know.
tell you what, I'm feeling amazing right now, Brian. You know, of course, it made me kind of sad to hear you say that it's the last episode of No Neutral for the 2021 season, man. I still remember this was only an idea. I remember us actually coming up with the name for the show, man. Yeah, came from the bottom. So this is really cool, and of course, you can see that right now. Not only is it Big Hollywood, not only is it Brian F., but we do have the GOAT, one of the GOATs, my man Ultra David, and just as importantly, I think we got to go to him first, Jeff Bezos all the way down there on the left. Show my mans.
I appreciate it. I'm glad you didn't call me Budget Dwayne The Rock Johnson. I appreciate that very much so, Rob.
Okay, I mean, you look beautiful. I hate the fact that you didn't tell us that this is what we were doing today.
It's finals day. I literally do this every year. You can ask
showed
Logan
us
Sama.
up.
I do this every single year.
Thanks for the phone call, Jeremy.
Love you guys, man.
Come on, brother. Yeah, but I mean, of course, as far as like today in general, man, we might as well get to the first topic, just recapping yesterday, because it's no secret. As amazing as all of the matches have been, you know, as amazing as all of the players that we have had from all around the world, it's no secret that for the last day, that is where you save the marquee matchups for. And we have so many amazing ones. To start off, I'll give my opinion on. Actually, well, I guess for yesterday, we're going to recap yesterday first. Takamura versus Momi. Bro, this one definitely, I feel like it hurt me some, to be honest, man. I have to be honest.
Agreed.
Because of the fact that it's not like I mind Momi winning. If anything, that's great. You know, Momi is a great guy and a strong player, and he's improved so much. But I just can't express enough the fact that you want to see people bring their best, and Takamura just, you know, because of maybe personal life situations right now, which I, you know, hope he's going, everything is going okay with. I feel like right now he just was not able to bring his best game, and that is not to make an excuse. It's just the truth of the matter. But as far as Momi's play, I mean, I feel like we do need to start looking at him at a different skill level, a different tier than what we were looking at him already, because that neutral game, the whiff punishes, the reads on those V-shifts, that man is elite.
Yeah, someone we don't have to look at too much differently anymore, though, when we move on to Central America West, is Kusanagi. I feel like it's finally time to put the story to rest. Kusanagi, the man who came in second place 3 times in a row since the 2020 season, trying to qualify for the Cup. He finally qualified in the 4th attempt, taking that tournament in pretty dominant fashion, I might add, rocking the very offensive soccer. He went up against Gama, who qualified in the first Central America West over him, and it was a dominant performance. I just feel like finally it's time to move on from Kusanagi with the second place curse to being currently the dominant player in the region. I feel like the narrative has changed. It's now time for Gama to have his revenge arc, I feel like, because like in the previous set, I feel like we didn't see necessarily the full force Gama. There was a lot of situations where it felt like he had games or rounds in the bag. He would drop critical confirms or frame trap conversions. And because of that, he just couldn't close out the rounds. But Kusanagi, he stayed steady. I mean, we know what to expect from him. Explosive offense, ground control, using that Sakura walk speed to walk out of pressure and establish his zone. His anti-air game was on point. Every single jump attempt was either DP'd, air-to-air, crouching fears, whatever option it called for, he had the answer for it. And it was a clean 5-1 for Kusanagi.
And moving on from Central America West all the way to the east, we have the República de Dominicana. It's going to be Meno RD versus Jimmy DR. This one was just as explosive, not only because of the action, but because of the fact that Meno RD switched off into Luke to go up against the Balrog, a character he has in his pocket. And you can see me and Jake Ryan were very, very excited about this for a very good reason, right? This told the story of the seasoned veteran showing the newcomer the ropes properly with a brand new character at that, right? Meno RD not only put in the work with a ton of the characters he has under his pocket, or under his belt, I should say, but has really exemplified what it takes to be a champ. He's gone into the lab, has hit up even Brian F. I remember you talking about it earlier. He hit up Brian F. to get some of these sets in, but it's not to take away from Jimmy DR. I think overall he held his own pretty well from his performance in the CPT, and especially against a Capcom Cup champion, Meno RD. So again, this set went pretty convincingly towards Luke and Meno RD. Pretty bold statement to say about the character, but I will say it has to be navigated or piloted in the right hands, and I think Meno RD did it flawlessly, honestly.
Yes, sir.
And then in Brazil, it was Ronaldinho versus Gust. Match that I myself was very interested in. I may have a rooting interest in this as a Honda player myself, but it's always really cool to watch how other people have, their different takes on the characters. And I feel that Gust's is a little different than many other people's. He does have the offense that, of course, you need to have as a Honda player, but I think a big part of this match, too, was his patience in neutral, his willingness to wait out, his excellent usage of V-Skill 1 to nullify some of Nash's zoning potential. His anti-airs were consistent. And, when he was up close, of course, he had a lot of strength. This match, though, was actually the first one that we had that was tied past just 1-1. Yeah. It was 3-3 for a little bit here. Ronaldinho was making a comeback, and then Gust, of course, made his own comeback to end up taking it 5-3. In doing that, I felt that there were some moments where Ronaldinho, I felt, whether for unfamiliarity or just made the wrong guess in the moment, which certainly is possible. In some of these instances, I felt it didn't quite fight for his positioning and for his frames as much as maybe he could have in some of those, which did allow Gust, I felt, to move forward, to get in, to control up close, to pester. And, you know, shout-outs to Gust. Again, he's beaten Ronaldinho a few times now in tournaments in Brazil, including in BR Kumite.
Yeah, phenomenal performance from Gus there. And I do want to make sure I do give some love to Ronaldinho just because his Nash is so fun.
It was awesome to watch. I love watching Nash as well.
But, you know, I want to make sure I actually walk back something a bit as we look at this next match, Angry Bird versus Big Bird. I said we saved the marquee matches for day 3. Am I insane? It's Big Bird versus Angry Bird. You could easily, that could be a Capcom Cup Grand Finals.
Easily.
Literally. This was one of the most sought after matches throughout this entire throughout the entire billing for the CPT season final. I was a bit surprised to see Angry Bird go with the Rashid. I wasn't surprised to see Big Bird go with the Luke. But the reason, of course, that I'm shocked with Angry Bird is because Big Bird is one of the best Rashid players in the world. Arguably the best. Some people might go Gachikun because he has the Capcom Cup. But as far as current form, I mean, we just saw it just yesterday. There was no way that he was going to let any of those EX Whirlwinds go. He always jabbed them. We even seen some, like, pretty much newer tech where we're like, yo, my man did the light mixer on block, or I mean the light whirlwind on block. He punishes it with the stand jab target combo. And we can't forget when he jumps back and then he goes ahead and V-shifts the eagle spike in the corner. That was absolutely ridiculous. So the level of play that we saw there was beautiful. And the last thing that I'll say on that match was just, I know that those guys don't like to lose to each other.
Oh, yeah. Because
when it's a good friend of yours, like your best, it kind of actually
too much
hits
pride.
Different.
Yeah, it definitely hits different. It adds a little bit of animosity even after the set. I'm sure they ran it back immediately after, but I digress. Going into Asia East, we had NL versus Infiltration. This one actually went down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. And I mean a 5-4, a mean 5-4 at that. We saw a little bit of nerves, I feel like, from NL. There were a couple of significant moments where he had gone into a spiral arrow. He committed to it and got it blocked just straight up. But I will say, I think it's due to the fact that Infiltration did a great job in his movement into thinking NL was safe to buffer at certain ranges. With that in mind, Infiltration, I got to say, his movement options on defense have been superb. NL, we've seen what he could do. He is a machine. His offensive capabilities and reads are, bar none, some of the best we've ever seen. And the way that it went down, it could have easily gone either way. Despite it leading to one victory, it could have easily switched to the other individual getting the W. But again, I feel like this was one of the hottest sets we've had, not only because it went down to the wire, but the constant adaptation from both characters, both players, I should say, was phenomenal and top-notch.
It was great to see a 5-4 final. There was a lot of washes this day. But this next set, it definitely brought the heat. But the player strategy was to put them to sleep. It was the UK and Ireland, the 4 Phils, Rock and the Falk versus Infectious with the Ken. These players were timing out round after round after round. And that was definitely on purpose because we saw Infectious' strategy. It's pretty funny to see in a vacuum, right? He would be lulling you to sleep, and then he'd just go for the jump
mean
cross up. And
yeah.
It makes you just like, if you're in that position as a player, whenever you're forced to block Ken cross up over and over, it just makes you feel silly because you're like, why didn't I see that coming? But that's because the neutral game was so solid between the two that these rounds were like, anytime you're going to see these highlights, there's going to be 30 seconds max on the clock. Going to the time over usually. But whenever he got that cross up, it's a 50-50. Is he going to throw? Is he going to use Ken's jump fierce, which hits extremely low to immediately punish the immediate tech? You cannot tech. You cannot delay tech against Ken. He's going to get that full jump fierce, full combo conversion. Or is he just going to do a cross up straight into EXDP in your grill? The fact that he set up all these mix-ups means you cannot be comfortable at any position. Anytime he gets the plus frame scenario, you know Infectious is willing to take the wild read. And because of that, I feel like he just managed to eke out more damage in any of these instances. Because Falk, you know, she can play the time game, but she's not as explosive in the rushdown.
Yeah.
She gets her damage when she sets up that V skill, gets a big punish, maybe a good air-to-air with the V trigger behind it, but it's not like Ken who can just explode on in a moment there with the jump fierce. Oh my god, when you whiff that throw to that jump fierce, you know it's over.
That's the worst.
And there's no time on the clock at that point for them to make a comeback. So Infectious took that with a very solid 5-2 win. But that said, that was yesterday. And today, before we get into the matches, we've been talking about it all year.
Yes,
and
sir.
I mean, not even all year. This has been a debate in the FGC since its inception. We want to talk about who the hottest regions are right now. Because, you know, the debate used to always be North America versus Japan, but there's another contender in this ring these days. We got to bring Europe into the conversation. North America versus Japan versus Europe. Who is the strongest region right now?
Okay, so for first and foremost, because I know everyone, namely everyone being F-word and Logan, they hate when I give my opinions on this sort of thing. I'm not trying to be a bad guy. I feel like, honestly, Europe is amazing. Not I feel like, I know. Europe is absolutely amazing. I feel like nowadays we actually are getting a better understanding and appreciation for how good they are, because they've always had legends. They've always had these huge players that travel over and do amazing things, winning Evos and things of that nature. But I think that now that we have been stuck having just regional tournaments, it's made it so that we can see how much depth they have.
Right.
There's some players like Four Fields and you know, Rikemansbarnet, and the list is pretty much endless, that maybe weren't traveling so much, so we might not have known their names before, and it turned out, yo, they are absolutely amazing, world-class players. But, you know, now that I'm done giving my flowers, I got to put them on top of the casket, because they are in third place as far as how good they are in comparison to those other two regions. It's not me being disrespectful, David. It's just if we bring up Shaq, Michael Jordan, and LeBron James. If I'm saying you guys are Shaq in third place, you still amazing. You behind LeBron and Michael Jordan. Now I feel like it's easily Japan, then America, and then Europe. Let's make sure we add a structure. Let's say it's 10v10. That's how it would go.
You got to define the structure, because that's what really drives the entire conversation. Because we could easily send a Punk or an Idom to beat anybody, right? Yeah. So to me, like, you're correct. If it's a 10v10 classic style where everybody goes up and one person can dominate the rotation, yeah, maybe North America will take. I mean, let's not forget, we're going to have a Mena, a Kaba in there, maybe a Kusanagi. Yeah. North America's a big place.
That's a little bit kind of like drawing the line a little bit too. I think DR could represent themselves.
They definitely, exactly.
They have been coming up.
The billing says North America, so we're taking them.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
That's
the billing says North America.
But
fine.
If you look at the depth of the field between the players, especially I'm focusing on Europe because Japan free.
Japan is number one.
For sure. We saw with Europe, the four fills taking it in the UK and Ireland. It wasn't Problem X. It wasn't Hurricane. It wasn't even the people we expected. It was the four fills. You're right. The regional tournaments have shown to the people who weren't really in tune to the CPT, who weren't watching every single local, every event, the depth of talent in these regions goes far deeper than you would expect. You know, they're sending over, a lot of the tournaments are on U.S. soil. They're sending over Problem X. Even Hurricane barely gets to travel, right? So we would only see like the top of the top of the top, but they have to sweat to get their wins in their region. So I think it goes to show that it's not that close. If you count like a round robin, I almost would give it up to Europe. But I agree with you in a 10v10 format. We have the peak talent.
I don't like how y'all just saying yes like it's guaranteed.
I
want to hear you. I'm interested.
Let's hear the argument.
I honestly think with the round robin format, it might be a different story. I think the UK's, or excuse me, Europe in general, has been really kind of downloading America just little by little. If it was a 10v10, just elimination, like quick elimination, you lose and you're out, I think North America might have it. But at the same time, if it's the longer set, I think Europe has the strength to take it down.
You Americans with your tenuous grasp on geography. This is, come on, guys, get it together out here. What are we talking about with these regions? Japan is a single country with about 125 million people. We're talking about North America. What do we got? About 400, maybe 450 million people here, depending on how you define that. It's pretty good. Europe has 750 million people. It is very large. It has a lot of different countries. And if we're talking about defining it in that way, I want to talk about the different divisions that we could have. What about East Asia? What about the Americas? Not everybody considers, you Americans, not everybody considers that there is a North America versus a South America as separate continents. For many people, it's the same continent. Everybody?
I tried to separate it just now.
All right.
But, you know.
I don't understand the numbers thing, because the Spartans had 300 people, did they not?
They lost.
They lost.
They went out in style.
It was a beautiful story, but they
What
lost.
about the Philippines, man? Can we get some representation from the Philippines also?
Of course.
I would love to see
but as you guys said before, I do definitely just want to shout out the pound for pound per capita strongest region, talk about country in the world, is the Dominican Republic for sure.
I don't know if we can argue with that.
You can't argue
I don't
with
know if
that.
you
They
can
got about
argue
10
with
million
that.
people, and they have all that talent. I don't think that there's anything to be said about that.
You can. I mean, if you go to the DR to train, I highly recommend every Street Fighter player when we finally can go to the DR to train.
100%.
You'll be getting your ass beat by people you've never even heard of. They're gonna plug into the setup, and then you're gonna be learning some Street Fighter. But that said, this debate is gonna go on forever. There's never a conclusion.
Look,
we
I
finally
hope we
get that
have
10v10
it. We
to
need to
actually
have the
happen.
10v10 at some point.
We need a super team to beat Japan. That's what we need.
You know,
that said,
yeah, team up actually.
let's team
Yeah.
up. We got to get better. That's all I'm saying. But that said, we have the day 3, the finals day of the CPT season final coming up. We have a ton of heavy hitting matchups coming up here. The first one being Rikemansbarnet versus Phenom. Of course, then we're going to a match kind of near and dear to our heart. It's me versus Rob TV after that.
I can't wait.
It's so awkward.
About to be a good one, huh?
So awkward.
Well, we'll see how that one goes. After that, we have Mr. Crimson versus Kilzyou. And we're going back to the USA. Nephew versus Chris CCH, the title of the best in the West right there. Higuchi versus Mago, the 2 qualifiers from Japan in the first 2 events that they had. Then, of course, Punk versus Idom, the conclusion of the 2021 rivalry between those two, and Kawano versus Daigo, some of the biggest names in Street Fighter V coming at you. And there's too many good matches here, but I guess we have to talk about what our favorites are.
Ooh, okay, I'll kick it off. I will say that my favorite right now, of course, I already said Mago versus Higuchi is high up there for me. But honestly, I woke up today definitely feeling that Daigo versus Kawano. That match is going to be amazing. I feel like there's just so many storylines there. First and foremost, I don't care how many times I say it, Daigo is my GOAT of all fighting games. He reminds me of, like, I know not like the political stuff and all that, but I'm talking about like Muhammad Ali. You know how Muhammad Ali is important for what he's done outside of just winning? I feel like that about like Daigo, like being like the first person to really travel over to America and make that connection. I feel like he's an amazing ambassador. And then as far as his actual gameplay, that backs it up just as well. But we have that constant storyline that we've had in Japan this year of the OGs versus the new guard. We do know that Daigo is the heavy favorite in this matchup as far as their head-to-head history, and Guile wins the character matchup. But I actually do have faith in Kawano, just seeing what happened with him versus Tokido at Kimono Michi, where he got absolutely slaughtered and then comes back in the Capcom Pro Tour and actually gets the victory. Prep time Kawano is nice, man.
No, without a doubt. I think with my favorite, I would have to say Nephew versus Chris CCH. You guys have taken my picks earlier before we even went live. But I will say this is one of my favorites, hailing from the West Coast, being from California, right? I get to see some of our best players and be like, yeah, these guys are nice. But other than that, for a shallow reason, I'm going to say, you know, to be honest with you, these guys have both had a very stellar career in Street Fighter V. Prior to whatever past experience they've had in previous iterations of Street Fighter, they've proven their best forms in this version of the game, and they rock it so well. They made such a climb. If you compare their seasons, right? Nephew has had such an explosive season in 2019. Continue to do so and be near unstoppable. Chris CCH, I feel like with a couple of character switches, has really found himself and found his own rhythm and is starting to show it off today. I'm really excited to see who could actually claim to be the best in the West between these two youngins.
Oh, we definitely need to see the conclusion to that saga. But David, I'm wondering what's gonna be your favorite match today?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to go with Mr. Crimson versus Kilzyou.
That's fire.
I love it. I mean, I think that there's a couple different interesting angles here. One is that Crimson is somebody who started off Street Fighter V very, very strong. He won some of the first stuff that we had in Street Fighter V, and then had a period where he was still good, but wasn't quite up to that level again. And over the last year, he's become right back up there. I think he's absolutely one of the best in the world. His Dalsum, even when it's not Dalsum, if it's G or anything else that he's playing, he's got a mastery that I think is incredible. He's able to make great adaptations on the fly. He's very creative. And then on the other side, we have Kilzyou, who is young, who's still on the come up, who has, you know, a training partner in Crimson and a close relationship between the two there as well. When they've played, from what I could find, Crimson beats Kilzyou, but those were in the past, and Kilzyou's progression, I think, has been so incredible that you give him any little bit of time, I think he's going to become even stronger. And so I'm very much looking forward to seeing if he's there now where he can beat Crimson. I wouldn't be surprised.
And I think Kilzyou is actually the youngest person who qualified for the Capcom Cup.
Yeah,
Capcom
I don't know
Pro
if anyone
Tour.
else had any.
No, Chris CCH there was like, you know,
20.
trying to see who was the youngest. He wanted to make sure that no one younger than him qualified. We thought,
how old is he?
He's 20, so he's tied.
He's mad old.
He's tied with the 4 fills, but here is Kilzyou, 19, playing at an elite level. So that's fantastic to see.
Bro.
But
I feel hella old just reading these numbers sometimes. I'm not gonna lie to you. I see these
they're
numbers
doing
on like
work.
the head-to-head. I'm like, man, This is hard.
Yeah, but that said, put all that behind you because you guys know the best match of the evening is obviously going to be Punk versus Idom. We've been waiting for this conclusion, and I can't even say conclusion to be honest, because it's gonna whoever wins, they're gonna be vying for that next run back. And these two have been going head-to-head at so many moments in this season. Punk qualified in the first NA East versus Idom, and one of the most electrifying sets that I have ever seen in Street Fighter V. He was down for the count. It seemed like down 0-2, had to pull the reset, make the comeback, became the definition of clutch. And Idom, you know, he doesn't need that fire, doesn't need that like enemy to go up against. He's just a machine when it comes to Street Fighter V. He is always there, always ready to give Punk a challenge. And I don't even know what character matchups we're going to see, because Punk, we saw in the no neutral 5v5, actually went with the Ken, and that went down to the wire as well, just in the 5v5 final round. So we're already setting up the match here to be an explosive finish, and I cannot wait to see who actually claims this victory.
Yeah,
Look, I am also looking forward to Rob TV versus
Big
Ryan.
same.
I just want to say,
ask
I mean,
you,
yeah.
Should be fun.
Who do you like, actually? Straight up.
Who do
Straight
I
up,
like?
do it.
I like...
Come on, let's hear it.
3, 2, 1, go.
It's Rob TV.
I like Brian.
What?
Okay, all
Don't
right.
ever disrespect.
That's just he's trying to give me a vote of
so?
confidence there. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank you,
well,
thank you.
good luck to everybody.
Yeah, yo, man, just hearing you bring up, like, us saying all of these names, man, Punk, Daigo, all of these legendary players, we have all of them here at the Capcom Pro Tour season final. People who have put their entire livelihood into this, all the blood, sweat, and tears. It all comes to a head now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Capcom Pro Tour season final coming at you right after this break.
Time to fly, time to fly. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand after defeat. So fly, time to fly. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
I guess it's time to start warming up.
The wait is over. You have just tuned into the culmination of years of work.
What in the world? The new guard is here.
You've tuned into the energy, the hype, the electricity that has captivated fans from all across the globe.
It's the tale of the tape. We have to tell the stories here.
You see, nights like these, they were built by our legends, built by our OGs, brick by brick, before there was even a stream to tune into. This was built by every message that a fan has ever dropped in Twitch chat. This was built by every single piece of content that has entertained us or leveled up our scene as a whole. You see, we remember so vividly, so clearly, last year when the lights went out. Well, this year, we look forward to a bright and brand new future. Welcome to the Capcom Pro Tour Season Final.
Hey, and welcome to day number 3 of the CPT 2021 season final. We have even more great matches for you from all across the world after 2 days of already having a lot of great action. My name is Ultra David, and I'll be guiding you through the broadcast today. And with me to start things out, as you can see, it's Smug.
Hey, what's up, guys?
We got Brian F.
What's going on, everybody?
Marine.
Hey guys.
And we got James Chen.
How's everybody going?
So let's talk a little bit about what we're going to see today, starting out with the format. James?
Yep. Look, you guys have better been watching these past 2 days, okay? So you already know it is going to be a best of 9. So first to 5. And, you know, I've been saying all weekend
Yeah, I was going to say, you've been saying that for a while now.
We need to get the 9 games. We got one yesterday, but obviously today we have some great matches going today. So I expect to see some 9 games. Last game, last rounds, let's go.
I'm hoping for that too. That would be fantastic. Marine, which players are we going to see?
Oh my gosh, I can't believe we're here. Like day 3, guys. We are super stoked to have all these matches coming up here. So the first one that we have is Nordic Baltic with Rikemansbarnet versus Phenom. North America Midwest with Rob TV and Brian F. France, Spain, Portugal with Mr. Crimson versus Kilzyou. And we have North America West with Nephew versus Chris CCH. And Smug, who do we have for the rest?
And for Japan, we will have Higuchi versus Mago. And then for America, we will have Punk versus Idom. And then the last match coming from Japan will be Kawano versus Daigo.
Ooh. Whew, man, every single one of those is a killer. Well, maybe 5 out of 6 of those is a killer. Nah, it'll be.
One of them's
it'll
going
go
to be
okay.
guaranteed, so don't worry about
It'll
that.
go okay. Yeah, I'm rooting for you.
Yeah, but that said, we are playing for the big bucks. You know, we're here in the FGC, we're fighting game players. We do not compete for free. That's not what we do. We've never done that in the past. Each one of these first to 5 sets is for a grand total of $5,000 that will go to the victor. So some quick math there, that's about like $2,000 per win according to Smug Math. So that's pretty good money for these players. So keep a lookout for these matches.
Wait, don't play for free. What have I been doing for the past 2 decades, dude?
I don't know what FGC
2 decades.
We play for the big money around these parts.
3 decades? Yeah, no.
I'll see you guys later.
Bye.
All right, that's a little look at what we are going to have here throughout the day. The first match that we'll have up, as Marine said, is Rikemansbarnet versus Phenom. But first, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back with that in just a bit.
Time to fly, time to fly. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand after defeat. So fly, time to fly. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
If I go too far, please forgive me.
All right, and welcome back, everybody. Now we're going to be discussing another exhibition that will be happening in the European region. Next, we're going to the Nordic-Baltic region, which Rikemansbarnet did win that one over Phenom, and that's exactly the exhibition we're going to be talking about next. Now, Rikeman, to me, fantastic player.
I love your pronunciation, by the way. I can tell that you've been working with Veggie and Ove for the last couple of months. You know what I mean? You got that in there. It was clean. I respect it.
I had to do it, man. Day in and day out, I had to get Rikemansbarnet in there. But yeah, listen, best player from Sweden, and we've had him on the show. He's loved his Manat. But it's interesting because when I was talking about this on commentary for the Nordic Baltic CPT, I said the one person Phenom did not want to encounter at a late stage was Rikemansbarnet, and lo and behold, he met him in the grand finals, and it didn't work out.
You know what? Phenom is a mercenary as well. I like it. He is a professional player. He plays for the money. So whichever character is going to do the business for him. I remember when he switched to carrying. Shamelessly switched to carrying.
You know
immediately got those results. The season before, he was using that busted version of Guile as well. He has no... I do not expect to... I mean, seeing him playing Cammy and Luke, perfect sense to me.
But the thing is, for me, like in the past year and a half, I don't know about you, but the past year and a half, because I have been playing him a lot more on CFN, the archetype that's been giving him the most trouble are the zoners, the people with extended long limbs.
Manats, the poisons, the sims.
Right, he's literally gone through about 35%, 40% of the cast to go, I need someone for this answer.
Has he got an answer today? The money's on the line. The title's on the line.
I hope so. Best player in Sweden versus best player in Norway. And again, Phenom's one of the best players in the region. Or best players in the world.
He's one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, I totally wanted to.
He's going to want revenge as well. I'm really hyped for this one, man. It's going to be good.
Listen, revenge couldn't be any sweeter in coming in this exhibition. So please, we got to hand it over to Des. Maybe they might know. Maybe they might know what character he's going to pick. But gents, over to you.
Thank you very much to Jammers and to Logan for introing things for us there. Once again, I'm Ultra David, and I'm back here with Smug and Brian and Marine and James, and we are going to be talking to you about our thoughts on this upcoming match between Rikemansbarnet and Phenom. Smug, can you start things out here? How do you feel about Phenom?
You know, Phenom is a really good friend of mine, so I know he plays a lot of characters. You know, when he streams, he plays like the whole cast. So because of that, you know, he's running up against a Manat, and you know he chose various characters like Cammy, Karen, Nakali, and I'm pretty sure he probably has a pocket Luke. So with that being said, I don't know who he would probably choose. Maybe Karen to start it out, or maybe Luke. But Brian, what do you think?
I'm kind of hoping that Karen, I mean, Luke would be a great pick in the matchup as well. He's a zoner with a projectile that Manat cannot reflect. It's actually a very big break in the way Manat approaches those types of zoning matchups usually. But that said, it's going to be whatever's cheapest for the matchup. Phenom, people forget that he is literally one of the best players to ever touch Street Fighter V, third place at Capcom Cup 2019. He kind of leans into the absurd situations that Street Fighter V comes up. His brand has kind of been getting styled on online in ranked matches on Twitter and laughing about it. So I think people see that and they forget that this guy is nice. But on the other hand, Rikemansbarnet, this CPT showdown was him showing to the world, like, hey, I'm at this elite level. He was kind of a newcomer to the CPT side of things. He never really popped off at any event like that. He was always doing work in the online locals that they had going on. But I think to the wider audience, they didn't know how nice his Minot really was. And if you want to really get that idea, besides seeing him, take the tournament pretty convincingly over Phenom, I love the loser's final set in this tournament where he went up against Low High. He had the guaranteed win with the V-Trigger combo, and instead of just going for the easy peasy V-Trigger 1 into super, he did the most stylish combo, ended it with the Minot taunt while the super and the orb went behind him. It was just too sick to see. So I'm hoping we get to see some of that. I'm hoping it's not just Luke zoning him out. I want to see the stylish Minot combos.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you, Brian. And, just watching the online CPT where Rikemansbarnet was able to reset the bracket, and then Phenom, was trying to inch his way, and he switched to a Necalli. And anytime I think of Necalli, I do think of Phenom and Sherry Genix, which are the only Necalli players, right? but again, I definitely am very interested to see a Minat and Luke matchup, because I genuinely haven't seen a whole lot of Luke, but it'd be a really good learning experience for those of you at home and even here at the analysis desk.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those tough situations here, right, for Rikemansbarnet in particular, because this is the weakness of a character specialist. Phenom knows what to practice against, but Rikemansbarnet has no idea what to practice against, right? Yep. So who's he going to hit up? Is he going to hit up, the Necalli experts? Is he going to hit up the Karin, a Luke expert and such? Phenom, obviously, again, I just have to shout out Phenom. Best reactions I've seen in all of the FGC, by the way. But, he can play so many characters so well. The real question comes down to is how does someone like Rikemansbarnet, prepare for this? Or do you just play your Minot game and just hope that you can just, impose the zoning? And it's going to be a tough one.
I felt in his victory that was almost him capturing lightning in a bottle, the way that he ended up winning, the way that Phenom chose some character matchups that maybe didn't seem like the best call. I don't know. And I think that's going to be a pretty tough slog to make happen again. Marine, how do you feel about somebody who has had that big victory, as you have had, and then continues to play and enter again? How do they recapture that big moment?
It's kind of hard, especially I just think of V-Trigger, because V-Trigger is definitely the comeback factor, and you're just trying to think okay, what are my options? Which roads do I take? Especially with your opponent having a full stick of butter, or just having V-Trigger on deck as well. It's it can go either way. Sometimes it's a little hard because it's oh, I really, really want to do this. I want to do this cool thing, or I just want to play patiently. I don't know. Genuinely, I have to say it's kind of hard to tell in my own opinion.
Okay. Smug, do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, yeah, sometimes when it comes to stuff like that, it can get pressured, and
right.
But I feel you just have to keep your composure, and the better outcome will happen. So that's how I feel. What do you feel about that?
I just feel like Phenom is going to stick with Karin or Luke and do his best, and it's going to be really, really, really hard for Rikemansbarnet, who is definitely fighting above his weight class for that tournament. The insider intel, we talked to Phenom a little bit, is that generally he does win their sets. They play a decent amount, not just in the CPT, but in other tournaments and just in training and sets. So generally Phenom does come out on top, and if Rikemansbarnet wins, it's a close set. So it's rare for him to have a dominant set, which he did have in that grand finals. Winners finals was 3-0 with Karin. So when he reset the bracket, it was, I believe, 3-2 Minot Karin, and then he did Necalli and Cammy, and that was 3-1 for Rikemansbarnet. So I think Phenom lost his steam and confidence in that bracket, and I think if he doesn't have that affect him today, it might be heavily in his favor. But like I said, I'm a Rikemansbarnet fan. I want to see a good match. I want to see some stylish Minot stuff here in Season 5 of Street Fighter V.
I'm definitely rooting for a good match either way. That's absolutely right. Let's go to the commentators. We have Vicious and Tasty Steve.
What's going on, everybody? We're here to get ourselves ready for day 3, the first game of the day. And I got to say, with Rikemansbarnet as well as Phenom, it's been so ambiguous. We couldn't even tell. We've been talking about it literally all day. Who is going to strike first blood in this matchup?
I don't know, man. Rikemansbarnet, or is it Rikemansbarnet? I'm not sure. Jammers threw me a curveball.
I'm saying it the way Jammers is saying it. They're actually experienced when it comes to everything else.
I feel like that might be a jab. But regardless, Rikemansbarnet is honestly, I feel like, lived up to that hype, right? And I know that we're talking about people who have gotten that big win. And the tournament setting is going to be really hard to establish that.
Do you see this?
But a completely new character on board for Phenom with the M. Bison. Wants a lot of the plus frame options. I want to see what the adjustment is going to be for Rikemansbarnet.
This was the Street Fighter V announcement that Capcom was waiting for. They were going to say Phenom has another character under his belt, And it's a big surprise that it's Bison. We haven't seen this. I haven't seen this on the timeline at all.
Oh, dash up. And playing it really close to the heart as well. To the chest, I should say.
No, without a doubt, right? Forcing Rikemansbarnet into V-trigger pretty early, not off of a hit. This is actually very significant. Will not have enough to build another V-gauge, or V-trigger, I should say. So Phenom should be in full control, letting it rip no matter what. Hit or block, it would have been advantageous to Phenom. Getting it blocked would have been plus frames. Getting the hit, even better, getting the first round.
Okay, here we go. Round number 2, and that still went pretty fast. Even though my man M. Bison has this slow, imposing walk speed, still making it a first round a fast round. Knockdown in the corner here. Looking for a crush counter right there in the corner.
Got it from Rikemans instead, yeah. Going for that standing fierce.
I got it now.
Ugh, the Psycho Wax. Watch out for the throw. Baiting it 100%.
Just swinging for the fences right now. There's the stun, and Phenom going good in his first game.
Watch out for the throw again! Phenom utilizing that slow walk speed, making it ever so intimidating. And not only that, the fact that Bison has the biggest throw range, his back throw is phenomenal. So he was still in that range, no pun intended by the way, he was still within that range to have throw as a threat. So of course it was inevitable. Rikemansbarnet had to press the buttons, had to go for that throw tech no matter what.
I mean, I'm wondering how prepared he was for this, because a part of any matchup is filling out what your opponent wants to do. And obviously Phenom has so many characters. We're not sure what the play is. However, I feel like that unfamiliarity is kicking up right now, and it's important in his first game. Let's see what adjustments Rikemansbarnet's going to make in the second game against M. Bison from Phenom.
And will we ever get the consistent pronunciation of this name? Probably not. I'm going to mess it up a couple of times.
I've already messed it up once. I'm going back to Rikemans.
I'm going back to Rikemans too.
All right. Dash up once again. And using these big buttons from Bison kind of pushes him forward, trying to get this Menat to swing, and found the crush counter, but not able to keep that corner in control.
Oh, huge. Okay, does get the recall. Either way, what a side switch too. Just so smart. Good awareness there from Rikemans.
Ooh, just sliding in the home base right here, back to the middle of the stage. V-shift. Oh, V-shift break right there. Calls back to Orb as well, and another slide. So well called for Phenom.
And either way, that could have been into trigger if it was blocked earlier, but Phenom doing very well for himself, catching that slide, very lucky. But here comes
the jump
Rikemans. There's going to be a lot of damage on the board for this one. If he gets a reset, that's a done deal. Or is it going to be enough already?
Spending it all. It has full C8. So that should be, the skeleton is crazy.
Tough, man.
I don't know, because she don't tell. She's dead.
Oh, hella. The last, to be fair, that was the last hit, right? There is minimum damage scaling on the critical art.
Damn.
But at the same time, that could have been like a pixel of life left.
Yeah. No, her CA in the scaling really does. I remember looking at just the fact that once you get the CA at the end, that's why you have these very long combos, because I don't think her CA does that much damage.
Beautifully executed, as expected from Rikemansbarnet. Stuck in this corner yet again, but has done a great job of combating against Phenom in this tight corner, right? Although it's plus frame city for Phenom, Rikemansbarnet has been contesting it every single time. And look at that, perfectly spaced and timed on the drill kick.
He's playing a slow jump back once again. Oh, big crush. Sets up the EX.
Very
good tech in the corner. And instant check, just instant check right there.
Orb is out. Early recall from Rikman.
Going in and out of that range. What a jump in. Phenom, big damage cash out. Has full V trigger, but no meter to do anything with.
That could have been huge. That whiff punish on the throw bait would have been it for Rikemans, but Phenom living to see another day. Raw activation here from the Menat.
Speaking of, goes for the slide activate of his own. M. Bison, Phenom, still in control of this match and just playing the down back game. Gonna make this Menat come to him full screen, about 30 seconds left on the clock. And V trigger on deck for M. Bison.
Oh boy. And still has it locked down. Phenom letting loose.
This is again, this is full screen. Oh, a little shimmy right there. The in and out, that slow walk speed of Bison. That's gonna be the second round. The second game, first round for Phenom. This is a lot of back and forth right now. I don't even know what to say.
Phenom's done that a couple of times, right? In and out, just outside of that range, right? It ain't beef patty, it's definitely moose meat, I'll tell you what. Phenom now locking down Rikemansbarnet again, but the jump backs have been superb. Great call out. The back throw, even more so important, but EX head stop out of there. Or is he still
why
in
would
there?
you check right there, the crouching medium punch? Okay. Oh, big crush right there with the Psycho Axe.
Another crush counter. The stun not quite there, but a throw will do it. And he tried to bait it out, but still gets a nice and easy crouching jab. That is 2 games straight, looking phenomenal.
There's so much back and forth. The round for round ratio that's happening right now is really throwing me off. There's really no clear, decisive person that's keeping control of these rounds the entire time. Lots of in and out of the corner battles. Meter control looking really, really nice as well. It could go either way. Right now, it could actually go either way.
Rikman has done an impressive job of staving away from the corner for like a good amount of time, but even when he gets into the corner, I gotta say his combating skills are so impressive. And also being able to mummy drill or at least drill kick out of the corner at the right time and could kind of confuse Phenom with just a normal jump back heavy punch has been so sick, right? Phenom has not had full control necessarily. It's still only 2 games. Rikman still has a lot more to show. And look at this recall into the orb combo. Another, okay. Excellent V-shift.
Just the jump back, you already talked about it. Crouch short this time, gets clipped by the orb. EX just to keep the pressure. Orb right there by the ankles, calls it back, gets the knockdown with the EX, gets the counter hit drill. Another knockdown fighting back out of this corner.
Can you believe Rikman's is still going in for seconds after that?
Okay, didn't confirm the jump in. Here's the trigger activation.
What a block there from Phenom. Nice and easy. Still trying to contest with a couple of light normals. Here comes a couple of more orbs. 3 on the side of Rikman.
Nice.
Does get the punish against the sweep. We're going to see a trigger activation for Phenom as soon as the orbs aren't a problem.
Crush counter sweep.
Damn, that was meaty.
Oh, the slot and the jump backs are adding up like crazy right now. Rikemansbarnet is really, really trying not to let Phenom get close enough to establish this pressure. The crush counters have been on point. Wow, long distance EX pickup right there.
Stop there, head stop right then and there. I think that might have been Devil's Reverse. I think that was like the fake out.
Yo, just raw scissors right there. And Bison gets crush countered. Manat goes for the fake cross up with the drill. Back throw.
I love that meaty setup with the drill as well. It could lead to so many instances, right? It could have been a back throw.
Tries to go for the slide again, activates, of course. Rikemansbarnet getting a little close to this corner. Big crush counter. Gets a little space. Oh my God, tries to go for the Devil's Reverse to get back in. Getting closer and closer to this corner.
The consistency of Rikemansbarnet's defense has been superb. Right now, it's all active defense. He's pressing so many buttons to deter Phenom from going forward. But is it actually going to stop him? Here comes the implant.
Phenom willing to spin. So, oh my God, the V-shift on the V-trigger.
Disgusting.
Okay, gets the crush. Here comes Phenom. Gets the knockdown mid-screen. Another implant.
Oh, not going to V-shift this one. He wanted to save it for the trigger activation. I respect that. But you can't stave away for so long. That was brilliant. So brilliant from Rikemansbarnet. That was actually insane. The V-shift on the activation of the V-trigger was ridiculous. I lost it.
I've actually never seen that. I actually have never seen that. But we taking a look at the lounge. I saw the pop-off, man. The Good Art Lounge out there. Bro, can you you know it's hype when you instantly cut to the lounge and everybody's already going off. I bet the discussion's going on. I see the discussion. Just the kid is always an instigator when we've been sitting in the lounge. Whether it's the number of glasses, just messing with people, always.
I wonder who Just the Kid actually has in terms of like who he thinks is going to win this set. Just put your hand up if you think it's Phenom, Just the Kid. Word, okay, that's all I need to know. That's all I need to know. I think Range has Rikemansbarnet, am I right? Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Oh, wow. But if you looked at that last set, like they were talking about out there on the analyst table, man, that set was absolutely crazy.
Bonkers,
and I'm telling you right now, and listen to Brian F. when he said check out that loser's final set as well, because it was ridiculous. But here we go.
We're seeing the adaptation here from Rikemansbarnet, too. It's been very steady. It's a steady incline, or steady incline, I guess, is the best way to say it.
Once again, this pressure is still looking really solid, though. And the build-up has really been going in favor of Rikemansbarnet, especially with that 2-game lead, now down to just 1. Oh, wow.
Can we talk about Phenom now adjusting to the jump backs against Rikemansbarnet? He's using a different option to chase down the air-to-air.
And think about that. This is a first to 5. At a game's time, they could do a lot of damage. Almost had to confirm what a block on the overhead.
You gotta be quicker than that.
Oh, gets the crush. The Psycho Axe. Dash up once again, the forward throw. You were talking about the range on Bison's throw. Even though my man is so slow, the dash up throw gets a lot of people from Bison. They don't want to keep getting crush counter. And once again,
subtle walk up, it could have been a roundhouse. He's done that a bunch of times so far in this set. But I think the biggest threat right now is the fact that Phenom still had that trigger, or at least in that last round, he had the fact that he had the trigger ready. It could have led to explosive damage either way. It's so dangerous to tell. There's another throw. He conditioned Rikemansbarnet for the last 3 games that the throw wasn't coming, and look at this.
Once again, back on his offense, uses the EX to get in, and nothing. Perfect distance standing. Heavy punch confirmed to the Flame 2. Dash up,
Another
there's another throw. No matter what character it is,
interrupt.
the Phenom throw game plan always there.
If it's not command throw, it's still a regular throw, right? We've seen how many times he's done that with Nikali before.
Yo, the reflect on the orb, yo, they are playing.
Who gave you that power, child? Technically, he did. By default, right?
I mean technically, yeah. Goes back to this slow-paced neutral. Sets off that orb. I love
close.
this active spacing that we're seeing from Manat.
There we go. Absorb the orb this time.
So just kick to get back in there. Slow the EX out of nowhere to get back to this corner. Tries to go for a shimmy. Orb still there, though. 25 seconds left on the clock. This is a large life bar and the stand medium kick to close out another round. That's 3-1. It's 3-1.
I think, yeah, there was a pretty tough field battle up there for Rikemansbarnet. Didn't have the resources necessary to really amass a comeback. She had to, or Manat had to play that a lot slower than usual rounds, honestly. Again, we've seen how offensive Rikemansbarnet can be with the right resources, but the fact that he was drained out right before the end, it's like there's no way. I feel like there was no way that Phenom was going to allow her, or allow Phenom, or allow Manat to get this comeback.
Take your time.
Excuse me. To allow Manat to amass a comeback.
Well, if you look at what's been happening for the most part, even though Rikemansbarnet has really been contesting a lot that's been happening, Phenom will use meter, just EX raw scissors to get back in to keep that pressure. Just to make sure. We saw once they got to the corner, you saw a bunch of heavy, standing heavy punches from Bison as well, just to keep control of that range. So we know what the game plan is for Phenom. And here's the corner. Gets the crush counter sweep, looking for a throw. And once again, the Phenom rinse, recycle, and repeat.
You can't V-shift that. You cannot V-shift the cycle cut, or excuse me,
the
cycle
axe
like that.
Wild stand light kick this time. Gonna get the EX. They're gonna be able to get a little bit out of this corner. What are you gonna do with it though?
Staying in there, yeah. Very wary of the orb, and Phenom again absorbs it again.
Follow up in the corner.
Disgusting.
Phenom in control. Raw activation.
And orb's got to be coming. Oh, that could have been a bigger punish.
Okay, and just some of the resources here. See, gets the hit.
You're actually dead. No meter necessary.
CA needed. Oh, why would you say that? Why would you say that, Vicious?
He could do it. He could have done it.
Oh,
no. It would have been optimal. You could have finished your combo.
Jeremy, no. Expect an email or a tweet or two. Here we go.
Oh, boy. He could have.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, Jeremy. Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
That's not my fault.
EX this time.
It might have been. Commentator's curse.
Trio. Damn, this, you see what I mean? Phenom is completely willing to get the momentum back by wasting bar in the neutral. Didn't work out this time because a throw came from it. Rikemansbarnet starting to catch on.
I feel like that's exactly what Bison needs, though. Just being able to close the gap in plus frames, that makes it even more of a threat because you could have slower normals that could crush counter you. You could get the throw if you wanted to. So I do believe, going in for the EX scissor kick is a pretty solid game plan with Phenom.
Oh.
No continuation. I think he was stuck in block stun.
Look at that. The scissors just to get in. Moving forward a little bit. Gets the combo on top of it. A lot of life gone. Getting close to stun. Phenom in control. Your trigger on the table. Activation here from Manat. Trying to make something happen.
The block is phenomenal. I love the air-to-air decision from Phenom.
Finally gets the hit. Wasn't able to make anything happen, though. Full CA on the side for Rikemansbarnet right now. Sets up the orb, the EX, one more hit left, and the raw slide that's going to take it to 4. Phenom needs one more.
Either way, that was backed up by a trigger, no matter what.
Yeah.
That sweep would have led to Cycle Crusher, would have been block stun anyway. That was a really smart decision. I do like that from Phenom, right? There was a lot of reluctancy coming in from Rikemansbarnet. Didn't want to press a button, any sort of fierce or anything like that, because of the fact that, Bison's normal just reached so far ahead. But that slide is a lot faster than a Psycho Axe, that's for sure.
I mean, just even catching some of her backdashes in the corner and seeing the V-shift, sniping out the V-shift, using that Psycho Axe as well, like you called out. All things I feel like Phenom was prepared for. I wonder just how prepared Rikemansbarnet was prepared for this in Bison, because it's not looking like he was.
I mean, if you guys disagree, you can just take a look at the score above. 4-1, Phenom in dominant fashion with his Bison.
Gets the crush. Not saying it's not a winning, it's not saying you still can't win, but right now it's just looking like Phenom is in so much control. It's going to take a lot for Rikemansbarnet to run this back.
And it's been tit for tat so far, right?
Yeah.
In terms of the rounds, it's been pound for pound. Rikemansbarnet has fought his way against Phenom a good amount of times. And here comes the mix. Phenom's defense is just superb right now, though. I say it, I spoke too soon, I did it again. No Brittany.
Oh, once again, the block on the overhead. Phenom's defense is ridiculous today.
Oh, close to stun, though.
I'm saying that he's almost stunned.
Yeah, his defense, amazing.
Right?
He's about to get stunned.
He's about to get stunned.
It's fine. He evaded the danger zone. It's going to be just fine. Slightly at the deficit with the trigger on deck. That's going to be very dangerous. Rikemansbarnet. Another crush counter.
Oh, V reversal this time to get out of there. Psycho Crusher sets out the orb, jump back, didn't hit a button that could have been.
Oh,
what a backdash! Didn't get to confirm. Oh my gosh! Phenom, 1 round away. These scrambles are not working out for Minot or Rikemans. Oh man.
Missed the punish. A significant punish at that to set the pace. That's going to do a ton of mental damage. Phenom is looking all green. I'm not talking about the Bison. It means green for go. He has just been going in since then.
I actually want to see Rikman get this under control.
Oh boy.
Man. Phenom is just not letting up. Okay, gets to confirm. Trigger conversion this time. Goes for the reset this time. And CA is right there on table. Probably not going to use it just yet. Goes for a third reset. There's the stun. Wait a minute. Okay.
He has to spend it, right?
CA?
Yeah, he has to spend it. That's going to be the conclusion of it. No doubt in my mind, this is definitely going to
be. Yeah. Okay, all right. Okay. The scaling
I've seen that before. We've seen it this set.
Right? The scaling is so crazy. It really throws me off. But either way, gets the knockout, gets the KO. The CA no longer on the table. Phenom has full trigger, not there yet, excuse me, but the CA just using 1 EX bar so far.
Swipes away. That's a giant buffer, too. That standing heavy punch doing great damage. And already building that bar. That was the meatiest Psycho Axe. Arby's hit a Bison right now. That was actually the meats.
Oh, wow. Tries to go for a cross-up maybe right there. And using the orbs for offense, once again, just raw EX scissors kick from Phenom. And this is looking just about done. Rikemansbarnet, give me something. Boy. But no resources on the table.
You weren't cooking. You weren't joking about them being cooked right now. It's going to be kind of tough to come back up. Rikemansbarnet just running low on resources. Put a fork in them, they're done, baby.
This is almost impossible to run back, and it won't be coming back around this time. Phenom lets you know that it won't be a second time you getting away with it. Brings out the M Bison, gets the 5-1 victory over Rikemansbarnet. And man, it was good to see the Minot, but it obviously not enough to get the job done for. Did anybody see the M Bison coming? Because
I didn't get to see it at all. I mean, I've seen his social media. I've seen the kind of posts that Phenom has been putting on Twitter. I mean, I had no inclination that he was going to pull out this Bison. Personally, I would love to know if anybody from the UK could tag me, like Logan Sama, F-Word Jammers. I would love for them to be
I want to know. I want to be a part of that conversation.
We did this pre-show, but I can tell you right now, we knew all along, Jeremy.
Man, I would love to be a part of that conversation because I love that we have this spotlight to see some of these other players. I know Capcom Cup, typically when we get to the finals, this is supposed to be the best of the best at the end, but I love the fact that we're getting the showcase from these regions because, once again, we don't get to see a lot of these players make it out sometime, whether it be because of travel, whether it be because, just not being able to come to these tournaments, but this is a nice way to show what these regions have to offer. Man, Rikemansbarnet definitely made me a fan from way back when I watched it the first time, but the fact that we have a dedicated Minot from a player like that.
Super impressive, without a doubt. You could see how much of the wheels have been turning inside Rikemansbarnet's head, like constantly adapting to whatever Phenom was trying to do on the battlefield. But at the same time, I feel like there was just a little bit of unfamiliarity with the way that Phenom played that Bison, right? You could have Bison practice, but is there Phenom practice as well? Without a doubt. Now we're going to throw it back to the analysts just to give us their thoughts on this crazy pick, not too crazy, from Phenom.
Yeah, let's talk about it as Phenom takes a 5-1 win over Rikemansbarnet. Smug, how do you feel about how it went?
I actually did not expect the Bison pick, but at the same time, I did expect that he was going to pick a different character, probably if it wasn't Luke, Karen, or Nikali, because again, he can play the whole cast. And remember, he once played Bison in Street Fighter 4, so he was kind of comfortable learning Bison for this matchup, which it clearly showed. He had a huge advantage in the matchup, and it was a lot easier too because he got through the zoning a lot easier compared to where he would have tried it with Karen, Luke, or Nakali. So
right. Yeah, I think it was definitely a great matchup pick, and he's also used M. Bison before in tournament for Street Fighter V. It's kind of like a Season 1 kind of character for him. He mostly retired that character for most matchups, but I think it was a great pick for the matchup. And to quote another Bison aficionado, M. Bison he's the tax man. You know, you got to pay the price to get out of the pressure, and unfortunately for Menat, paying that price using the V meter is not a cost-effective form of her building up the space because of the fact that her V reversal, it doesn't knock down. So when Bison does those big plus frame situations with the fierces, you're incentivized to V reversal to push them off you and get your turn back, but she can't do that because it doesn't knock down, and she needs the V trigger to make the comeback, to make the offense go. And you saw that when Reichsman actually did the V trigger, he had the ideas, but he just did not execute properly. There's so many situations where he was close to landing that amazing V trigger sequence or comeback, but it just didn't work out the way he intended it to, and because of that, it just wasn't enough to get the job done.
Each day we've had replays that we've been able to take a look at, provided by Arby's. Let's take a look at one now with the Arby's meaty moment.
Arby's, we have the meats.
Oh, Phenom definitely is dropping that big meaty deposit towards Rikemansbarnet.
Yo.
Okay, so of course the points that Bryant and Smug made were like on point because, you know, we did see that Phenom literally playing Bison because, yeah, we thought that he would play Luke, you know, Kadian or Nakali, but he definitely dominated against Rikemansbarnet's Menats. But yeah, we see the V-trigger sequences and whatnot, but he was able to block most of it, even like the overheads.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I feel like Phenom did such a good job, too, when he was able to block a couple of those just to kind of build the distance and get that V-trigger to waste away. And I feel like Rikemansbarnet was almost kind of panicking in a lot of those situations, using the orbs in moments that he wasn't supposed to. And, you know, speaking on Phenom, you know, sometimes I feel like players who can use lots of different characters can kind of handicap themselves because they can second guess themselves. We've seen them change when they shouldn't have, but Phenom is just at another level, right? We heard Logan and Jammers talk about Phenom. This guy is a world-class player, and someone like that who can use this many different characters and pick the... Look, the short time that I played Menat, Bison was one of the most painful matches to fight against, and so when I saw that Bison pick, I was just like, oh no, poor Rikemansbarnet. And unfortunately, that's the exact result.
Yeah, I think what stands out to me too is that, as one of you was saying earlier, there's clearly player familiarity here as well. His defense, Phenom's defense, was really, really strong in a lot of these situations. And some of the V-trigger mix-ups that actually worked were actually kind of like weird and not exactly intentional. There was an intended instant overhead that actually just kind of like didn't really hit, and then the orb hit from a funky side that was a little weird. But for all the setups that were a little bit more traditional, Phenom blocked the overheads for the most part. He blocked the lows for the most part. He had excellent defense, even on top of having the really good character pick.
Yeah, the V-Skill 1 usage also I want to highlight from Phenom. The fact that, you know, Menat wants to throw out the orb to control the space, and she'll pull it back to get her extended offensive strings, as well as just zoning options using the orb explode if you try to move forward. She kind of controls the screen with that. Every single time that Rikemansbarnet threw out that orb, it was simply absorbed with Bison's V-Skill 1, which can absorb a projectile, and that gives him a projectile in return, which he can chuck out and then follow behind with the scissors to get the pressure going. So it felt like all of her tools were just perfectly countered, and it just kept the offensive going. And then once he's on the offense, she can't be reversal. She just has to hold the pressure, and she can't get out. So it was a tough situation to be in.
Yeah, and I think that was the smart pick for Phenom because he still wants to rush down. You know, that's the main objective, to try to get past her zoning. And Bison was the perfect character for that. You know, a lot of his characters, like for example, Karen, it's hard to get in to get things started. You know, by the time you get in, you're probably going to have like 10% less health, or you know, even with Nakali, it's still going to be really hard with his tools he has. It's going to be hard to get things started. But with Bison, once you have 1 bar of meter, you know, you do the EX ball,
EX
then
or EX scissors, no neutral, man. That's
right.
No neutral.
You whiff punish with EX scissors all day.
See, this is why it's really good to have multiple characters in your arsenal, because if you stay with one character, you can easily get counterpicked, you know? And the more characters you have, if you have 2 characters, then you can work with what you have against certain players. But when you have multiple characters, or like somebody like Phenom, you can play the whole cast. It's really hard to do your homework on somebody. It's hard to download the opponent because you don't even know what character you're going to pick. See, that's the problem, man. That's what I'm saying. The more characters you have in your arsenal, the better you will do in tournaments.
All right, well, thanks a lot to our sponsors for the event for this whole weekend. One of them is Game Gooder. Whether you're doling out hurricane kicks on screen or shadow boxing dragon punches outside, Game Gooder has you covered with their wide range of sunnies and blue light blocking shades.
And of course, Arby's is a proud sponsor of the Capcom Pro Tour 2021 season final. Connect with Arby's on social and follow them across your favorite social media platforms at Arby's. And sad Rob's not here. Don't want to steal his announcement thunder, but because he likes to roast people and start beef, he's dropping the O out of his name, and he's going to be officially RBTV from now on.
Okay, let's go.
Oh
Hey,
my
you know,
god.
Marine, are you a Dan, are you a Zangief, or are you a Ryu?
What are you talking about? I'm cringing. I'm cringing right here.
Street Fighter Duel, the Capcom authorized mobile game, is now available for download in Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau. Other regions are also coming soon. Follow Ryu, Chun-Li, and others to explore the mysterious organization, experience the classic stories with all your fighters, and recall your memories of the original Street Fighter. It's got an impressive array of fighting elements and innovative multiplayer combos that offer you a new battle experience challenging your strategy and control. A variety of PvP gameplay and tournament with in-game rewards will inspire you to fight. The arcade legend is reborn on the mobile. Download Street Fighter Duel now and join the millions of other players to find out who is the best fighter. Coming up next. Any idea who's
What are you
coming
so
up
excited
next?
about? I don't understand.
Oh, please.
What's going on? Oh, is it me?
It's you, buddy.
Oh,
That's right.
I gotta go play?
You gotta go play
I
now.
play this game, I don't just talk about it?
You do,
Oh,
in
wow.
fact, play this video game. Coming up next is going to be Rob TV versus Brian F.
Woo. That's going to be really good.
Is
I
it?
hope.
Is it?
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to feast. Alright, time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
So, you really want to go through the trouble? Fine. All clear! Easy mode too much? Sucks to be you. I'm always ready for a fight.
Welcome back to the Capcom Pro Tour 2021 season final. And we are going to move into North America, and it is the Midwest. The Midwest, for the first time, got their own representation in the Pro Tour online era. And of course, Mr. Hollywood himself got the business done, to be expected. Brian came through as well, the two strongest players in the area. And they're going to go head-to-head. And this feels like, you know, it's just going to be an episode of No Neutral. I don't even know if Rob is playing anymore. He's vlogging in the gym. You know, Rob is now sponsored by, like, Stringer vests and protein shakes.
What about Brian? What do you call them? Starts with an I. Is he influencer? That's it. He's just one of them. He's one of them people.
Content creator.
How I qualified for the cup by accident.
There you go.
I mean, listen, these guys. I just see it as battle of the content creators, like you said.
All jokes aside, man, these guys are both incredible players still, and I feel like Rob TV, he just cleared out the whole Midwest
easily.
Like, he displayed the levels,
the disparity.
The gap was enormous, you know, and for me, it's almost as enormous as his shoulders, as enormous as his back, as enormous as his biceps.
And his confidence.
The gap, nothing's as enormous as that. Let me tell you, nothing as enormous as that.
Again.
And poor Brian, is he going to be able to hold on? Is he going to be able to pull anything out? Are we going to see Boxer carrying? Are we going to see some Oro?
Do you know, I think at this point, he should probably just hit him with the
Oro's going to get more clippable moments, right, for the YouTube channel. Surely.
He'll do it, man.
Think of the ad revenue.
Whoever pays
Brian.
the bills. Whoever pays the bills.
Well, I mean, it's first to 5. He's got a lot of opportunities. That's at least 10 rounds to get a great Tengu Stone combo in for that clip. Brian, I'm telling you, that's the pick, bro. Let's find out what's going to happen, though. Throw it back to the studio. It is the Midwest region, Rob TV against Brian F. Over to you guys.
We're back. Thanks again to the UK folks for providing that all weekend long. My name is Ultra David, and as you can see, I have a new cast of characters up here. Missing a couple who have been up here most of the time. There's no Brian, there's no Rob, and maybe they're busy. I don't know. Maybe we'll find out shortly. We got Chris CCH, we have Shine, we have Jake Ryan up here now, and we have St. Cola as well. Let's talk about this matchup between Rob TV and Brian F. Chris, what do you think?
Yeah, so I think the story of this match really is all about how dominant Rob has been. I mean, he won both of the CPTs for the Midwest region, and if I'm not mistaken, both times, winners finals, he beat Rob. Grand finals, he beat Rob. I mean, sorry, not beat Rob, beat Brian. Got my names reversed there. And just in extremely dominant fashion. So Rob has just been completely dominating that region. I mean, it's so hard to win both the CPT qualifiers for your region. I think the only other person that did that was Nephew over in the West Coast. Unfortunately, you know, he might have some bad things might have happened to me there, but yeah, you know, extremely impressive. I have to say, you know, when you are that dominant over your region, it kind of just shows like, you know, you are the best player in that region. Like, really convincing. And you know, maybe when we saw in the 5v5 that Nephew kind of destroyed Rob, that, you know, that might say something about the strengths of the, you know, the respective regions, but, you know.
Okay, can we cut his
He can't even defend himself.
He can't even,
you know what? No,
I'm saying,
Chris, you're
but,
right.
you know,
You're right.
Rob, clearly the strongest in his region. That's really what I want to bring up.
What do you got, Shine?
All right. Well, I mean, it can be said a lot that, like, you know, it is a dominating fashion. It was a dominant, like, win.
For sure.
Right, as Chris said. And I think that more so than that, I think there's just a lot of stress on Brian, not just because of the win itself, but the consequences if he loses. Right? Like, this is Rob we're talking about. This is Hollywood. Yeah. Right? So, like, you know, Rob is that guy, right? He's going to talk a lot if he wins. And the odds, you know, statistically, they're in his favor, right? Like, they played a lot, even beyond their CPT region. You know, they play a lot in the online locals, NOBC. So, and normally it is Rob that takes it. So we'll see what happens. We'll see how that goes. But right now, it is heavily in Rob's favor, and the pressure is really on Brian.
Yeah, and I want to see how that pressure really comes into play, because we have seen the Oro come out a lot more from Brian now, and maybe that's that extra push that is going to push him over the edge, because, you know, maybe the character matchup experience isn't there as much, and also Brian feels good playing the character. Like when you hit the Tango Stones, I know we made a funny joke about the clips coming out. Those combos feel really good to hit, and it can have your opponent guessing, especially with the variability of how the Tango Stones work. I think, you know, the real implications of this match, though, is no matter who wins, they still come second to Nephew and, you know, the best coach.
Oh,
absolutely. You know, I mean, it's okay. You know, you become the bridesmaid no matter what.
Absolutely.
Y'all, first of all, let's correct some things. It's mid-best, okay? Do you understand? It's mid-best. You hear me? Also, I do think, oh my God, get out of here.
I don't know about that.
These West Coast people.
That's right, Chris.
First of all, y'all ain't got any good fries out here. Second of all, your players are second. But let me get to my original point. Let me get to my original point. My original point is that Rob did not prepare originally for Oro. Like, this was only like, you know, a couple weeks before I saw he was like, dang, I gotta learn this character. And I'm so curious to see what strategy he has to come at the table, because like there's not that many good Oro players. There's some Oro players that know some Tengu Stones. They watch Brian F's content and they're like, I get little funny combos. But when it comes to neutral, that's gonna be super important. There's a certain aspect of getting to the Tengu Stones without, you know, having enough health or diminishing their health enough so that the match isn't a wash like that. And also, I think there's some pressure on Rob, despite the fact that he loves this kind of pressure. There's pressure on him to get that win. If he loses to Brian, can you imagine? Can you imagine the heat?
We're going to call him DVD TV. He's not Hollywood anymore. He went straight to home video.
Television? Anybody still watch television?
I don't think so.
No.
He went straight to home video. Got the VHS tapes. We're going to have to go back a little bit because he's not ready for the big screen. If he loses here, I'm just saying.
Chris,
that's big mean.
How do you feel if it is Oro versus presumably Karen? How do you feel about how that goes? Any idea?
Yeah, so I know Tango Stone got brought up a lot, and of course, no matter what the matchup is, Tango Stone is always going to come into play. That V-trigger is phenomenal. Also, Karen doesn't have a lot of health. Definitely going to be a problem for her to deal with. But when it comes to neutral, it's going to be really hard for Oro. And I know Rob has been preparing a lot for that matchup. Rob is the type of player, very analytical. He loves breaking down matchups. I think he's going to be really prepared for it. And I don't think he's going to get hit by any unexpected things from kind of an unusual character like Oro. I'm expecting to see Rob really prepared no matter whether it's Balrog or Oro.
I think it can be said that, like, if Karen doesn't really use her V-trigger, so when it comes to the Tengu Stone, she's always going to have defensive options ready that Brian has to consider anyway. So I think she wins before Tengu Stones it comes into play, and she has options for when it's available as well.
Right, like it's not as bad for her as it is for other characters. Yeah, I can see that. Well, we of course did see in the no neutral 5v5 earlier this week when Brian did play that character. He played Oro, and he beat Smug. He beat Smug 3-0 in fact.
Convincing.
He did. He sure did. I don't know if it's going to be Oro or if it's going to be Boxer or what, but to help us call the action, we are going to go over to the commentators where James Chan's doing something, and there's Marine as well.
All right, all right, all right.
That's very nice. I like it.
Thank you.
Guys, we are here with the CPT Mid-Best with Rob TV and Brian F. I am joined here with Mr. James Chen.
From the Best Coast.
Really? I literally said mid-best. We're talking about the mid-best, Midwest here.
We're talking, yeah, exactly. We're focusing on the Midwest here, of course, with Rob TV and Brian F. And, you know, I mean, look, we heard all the analysts talking about this. I mean, it sounds like Brian is up for an uphill battle here.
Yes, no kidding. Yeah, because I did hear that Chris and, like, you know, the other analysis has said that, like, you know, Brian might go with the Oro or, you know, maybe Balrog, but we'll see what he's confident with. And, of course, Rob TV playing Karin. I'm super excited because, like, I did play Rob TV multiple times. So strong. Brian F is also strong.
But it is going to be the Oro. Let's go.
Let's go.
Brand new character here. Now, obviously, you are from the Midwest region here. So, I mean, how excited are you to see all these players here representing?
Yeah, of course. You know, I'm very excited to see these players, you know, repping the Midwest because, again, Midwest is definitely a big gem that you cannot miss. And, of course, Brian F starting out really strong, keeping Rob TV in the corner with Rob TV. Having all those utilities, like those footsies, it's so good.
Yep, and you know, I understand why Brian F had some choice words about Karin as a character, but I mean, this is what you're seeing right here. You see these sweeps and then just running in there with the Rasenha, and yeah, look at this, Rob already feeling himself.
Yeah, and of course having Critical Art on deck too, he is definitely up ahead against Brian F. Brian F just, you know, throwing off footsies here, trying to keep Karin out, and you definitely want to do that.
Yeah, okay, here we go. Crush counter here. Gonna have an opportunity for a little bit of a combo extension. Nicely done. I love
Ooh, that was
combos.
unsanitary. I like that.
Look at this, into another one, he gets the stun. Now, it's gonna be a ton of scaling on this, so unless he, no, I'm not sure what he was
Oh
trying
no,
to go
I think
for
he
there.
tried to do the jump cancel because I
Oh,
did play Brian
yeah.
F earlier today. He did the jump cancel on me, and he's like, whoa, like I usually drop that. I can't believe that worked. I was like, yeah, it worked on me. What did you, come on, man.
Yeah, I know, and he can't, the practice this morning was not paying off for him, so maybe feeling a little bit of the nerves right here. Because, I mean, again, this is, you know, they said it, right? There's a lot on the line. If he loses this, Rob is never going to let him off the hook.
Yeah, no kidding.
Rob will be talking endless hours of smack.
Hey,
Smack
that's
talk.
why I call him Hollywood Rob TV. He is the talk of the town all the time. But with the talk of the town, we got the V-trigger activation. That is a lot of damage. Are we going to see a critical art just to do the major damage? No, we're just going to go with the EX bar. Totally fine. Smart option coming from Brian.
Oh, but then the wake up EX. Look at this Rob busting out of there. Brian not expecting that. If he had baited that out, probably would have been the end, but instead, gonna get caught by the crouching medium kick, and there it goes.
It's that medium kick. You know, again, like I mentioned, how Karin just has all these really good utilities that she can just throw out there, and then it's like, what do I do? Do I just use a reversal? But it's like she's that good.
Dude, it's you know, I mean, honestly, you know, it's crazy to me because, you know, previous to this, obviously there are exceptions with like Chun's crouching medium kick and third strike, etc., etc. But the one button hit confirm that Punk really started proliferating with that Karin really has spread into pretty much like all the, like I almost feel like you can't be a top Karin player unless you have that skill in there, and Rob definitely has picked that up as well, and it's crazy to me how much Punk has, you know, changed the expectations of a Karin player.
And I feel like she's just been so strong since season 1 too. And as of that, the crush counter combo into the corner and just one more hit to stun. And that is working for a perfect Rob too. You see him? Yeah. Yeah, let's go. All right. He about it. He about it.
I like it. I like seeing him pump himself up. Pumping himself up here as Hollywood Rob TV would do.
Yeah, he always pumping himself in the gym too. You know, that's why he's so swole.
Dude, one of those scenes was like a while ago, and Rob actually looked like thinner, you know?
Oh yeah, baby Rob.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, and what a whip punish coming from Rob TV, and of course out of the corner, that's really good. And then the V-trigger activation, it's gonna do a lot of damage, considering that critical art is on deck if Brian wants to use it, but he'll definitely use a bar because we did see this before.
Right, he doesn't want to spend it just yet. Okay, goes for the overhead setup, and there's that V reversal. I think it was Shine who was mentioning that. Oh no, he drops the combo!
No!
Brian!
Yes, sir, I won it.
Yes, sir.
Oh man. I see Brian's probably gonna try to he's like, where's the volume switch? Can I turn up my headsets a little bit? I need are these noise canceling headsets, headphones over here?
And then Brian's like, yo, shut up. I'm trying to focus here. But again, like I said, you know, Hollywood Rob TV, he is so funny. Like, you know, he's always talking loud. He's a lovable person. And of course, seeing Brian F just switching with the oral pick too. Like, we usually see him play a lot of Balrog, right? But he has been you know, working with Oro so long where it's like looking really good.
Oh, okay. You know, we had a little bit of a little pause in there. I thought it might have been Brian trying to change characters, but no. And see, there it is again, that single hit confirmed, 17 frames. And in fact, it's become such a expectation of high-level players that, oh God.
Oh, goes for the back throw for the stun. And look at that. Of course, trying to also work for that perfect, but it doesn't matter. Rob TV still golden as ever. Brian F still trying to formulate a plan, trying to think of what he needs to do.
Is Rob trying to pump up Brian F now? Come on, let's get some work here.
Hey, both of them are like on the no neutral, so of course they know each other best.
That's true. But yeah, I mean, even as I was saying about like the one-hit cancel expectation, we've even seen that in some of the patch notes that characters will just get their window of cancellation extended from 16 to 17. But yeah, right now, Brian with some crucial drops, and here comes Rob.
Oh, no! Those were the shimmy, but really close to stun. Brian has feature activation, does activate it. We got all the rocks on deck. I remember that he was telling me that the Game Boys are like RNG with the V-Trigger does more damage, but unfortunately it is not here.
I wonder if whoever wins this for next season, do they get to be the official host and the other person has to be the co-host? Is that what's on the line here? Oh, the chip damage!
Oh,
but he
no,
just
but
got it! Okay, he just got it, but it doesn't matter. Just jumping in there with the Rasenha. It's 3.
Dude, we literally hear him in our headsets and literally
Rob, oh man. Dude, we're gonna see the analyst desk here, and you know, this is why I don't enter tournaments at events I commentate. Everybody knows how salty I get when I lose, and I will jump on the mic, and I'm just gonna be like, let's see if maybe if this keeps going the way it's going. Let's hope Brian can still provide some analysis, you know, without talking about how broken Karin is.
Yeah, you know, like, of course, it definitely takes some time because we did see that Brian kind of, like, pause there, get a little bit of breathing room and whatnot. And it's all fun and games because you can learn from your mistakes and see what you can apply better. So we are going, like, 3-0 coming from Rob TV. Goes for the back throw to start out.
Yeah, let's see if Brian can get on the board here. Because at least you don't want to go. I know the first time they played in CPT, Rob basically 6-0'd Brian in winner's side and on loser's side, and in grand finals, if I'm not mistaken. You know, I feel like at this point in time, Brian might even just be playing for pride.
Oh, definitely. And of course, you know, you're just hearing like Rob TV just shout next to him. But it is looking kind of grim coming from Brian. Ow!
Oh my God!
Yeah, you hear him?
Let me play. Yeah, of course, these guys do get to play offline on the optimized Arturo Sanchez trademark monitors here.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
Refresh rates.
He's been great, helping us like be very optimal with our setups and of course helping with each other. But critical art on deck coming from Brian F, and then Rob TV just kind of backing things out, just fishing for things that he can try to punish right there, but it doesn't work out.
Oh,
there it is!
Punish again! This neutral! Why are they on a show called No Neutral? Rob TV needs to change the name of the show to All Neutral because he is dominating this neutral game right now. Oh.
And of course, Brian is still alive in this, tries to go for the neutral jump, but Rob TV not taking the bait.
Yeah, and no Tengu Stone anymore. The comeback potential for Oro without the Tengu Stone, not particularly good. And so this is looking like a wash right now. This is looking like a wash right now.
Yeah, we're taking the trip to the laundromat because, yeah, it is a certified wash right now. But, hey, we can't count Brian F just yet. We might see a bull rock switch. Like, you know, like, of course, like, just trying to think of, like, okay, maybe I want to go with my heart.
Right.
Go with ball rock. And, of course, Rob TV, Brian F, you know, they've played so many times. And, of course, being partners on No Neutral, like, they know each other best. So we'll see if he does switch or keep going with Oro.
I mean, again, the boxer didn't do so well before. I'm sure he spent a lot of time using Oro against a lot of the Karins around North America to practice. And sure enough, he's going to stick with the Oro. Come on, Brian, get a game on the board. Get a game on the board. Otherwise, you know, if I pass him in the halls, I'm going to have to just be like, what's up? You know, just kind of walk and not bother him.
Yo, and look at the life lead here, James. Like, super close to stun.
Dude, he has not been able to get him with that overhead. And Oro does have one of the unfortunate overheads on that. Actually, I don't even think that's an overhead.
No, it is not an overhead.
Yeah, never mind, actually. It's just a nice plus frame move.
Right, yeah, you definitely don't want to press a button there. That's why we've been seeing Rob TV do V-reversal all the time.
Rob dropping, but turning it into a reset. Gets the throw. Crush counter. Here we go. Let's go. Brian F.
I want Brian F to say something. He's like, yeah, I got that round. I got it.
That's right. Pump yourself up. Oh, gosh. Never mind. Actually, never mind.
Oh, yeah, a little shimmy of the grab. But Rob TV coming here with the reactions. Brian F really close to stun. Oh, here we go. Stun depleting now.
Rob really trying to solidify his claim that he's not just the best in the Midwest, but one of the best in the United States.
Yeah, that's gotta hurt. Match point coming for Rob TV. It's looking pretty close here, but Brian F. gotta think of something quick here.
Come on. Oh no, this is not a good start, but too far away for the heavy punch to connect for Rob. So a little bit of luck for fortune right there for Brian F.
Yeah, but of course, just starting phase one, but the low forward catches him on a dash.
And there we go, the throw towards the corner now. Pressure situation. Did not check that forward dash using the double jump to bait out.
He got hops.
Yeah, but unfortunately can't punish the whiff that way. Okay, here we go, crush counter side switch.
Yeah, that's really good for the side switch because Brian, he does not want to let Rob TV out of his sights. But again, Rob TV is so good with those V-reversal answers.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly, I think it was Shine or Chrissy CH, one of those saying, like, Karin doesn't need to use her V trigger. So all of those bars are just there for V reversals, which is perfect for fighting Tengu Stone.
Oh no, that could have been a lot of damage.
Yeah,
but
that could have been it. So Brian, again, twice now, he's been kind of given a little extra life in this round. He just has to avoid not getting hit by that crouching medium kick. Oh, the crouching!
Is that going to be it? Especially in the corner? It's in the corner! Rob TV!
I'm Rob TV!
Yeah!
I'm here too. Anybody here want to win that? Let me know. I promise you. And I'm that like honest and evil.
He has his phone.
Everything that I say. I'm that guy. Hating.
Oh my god. Oh.
I don't know if I have anything to say. I think Rob said it all right there.
Yeah, he's literally the commentator for both of us. He said it all. He was there. He literally 5-0'd Brian F with his aura. We hear him.
Pop it up. Oh, well, look, Rob TV, like I said, clearly at this point, the strongest in the Midwest. But, there was a question on Twitter a while ago that was like, name your top 5 U.S. players. And in my list, Rob TV was there. I mean, I saw it like first season of Street Fighter League, on all of the tournaments, you could see it on the way that Rob TV was playing. He was not going to be the kind of player that was going to stay at that kind of gatekeeper level. He was going to rise to the top. And I really feel like Rob TV right now is one of the biggest threats that we have in Street Fighter V here for North America.
Yeah, it's crazy to see that like Rob TV is just so consistent over so many years, especially in like the Street Fighter V community. Like everyone, like including me, you, and everyone else here, like we're scared of Rob TV. But again, like he's a super awesome guy, lovable guy, and like I'm super glad that he's part of like such a strong scene, Midwest. Well, it has been fun, James. It has been super fun commentating both Rob TV and Brian F's match. Yeah. But let's say we're gonna hand it over to the analyst desk. We'll check you guys later.
Wow, it was a big 5-0. 5-0, Karen versus Honda. And not even just that, but not that many rounds for Brian F either. Thanks to the guys for commentating up there. Marine and James, nice work. Chris, let's talk about this match. How do you think it went?
Yeah, so I said Rob is the best player in the Midwest right now. And, what better way to prove it than just 5-0 Brian F. He was extremely dominant and played extraordinarily well. I mean, those whiff punishes, my God, like, just phenomenal play in neutral. And something I noticed is, like, after he won the first game was actually a little bit close. It looked like it might be a bit of a close set, but I think Rob TV really started to smell maybe Brian's fear or just his lack of preparation, something. Maybe just the gap in skill, and he started to go in. He was becoming extremely aggressive, just dashing in, doing all sorts of stuff. He pulled out both of Rob TV specials. He did the Rasenha on his wake up to do a throw bait. He did EX shoulder and a stand light kick reset. Not entirely sure why he does either of those things, but what I do know is that he's been doing them since the first day I ever met him. So those are his specialties. He pulled those out, played extremely aggressive, played extremely well. Phenomenal footsies. I mean, I can't deny any of what he was doing there. It was amazing. So good stuff to Rob TV.
Yeah, I mean, what else did I say? It was an execution, right? Like it was. There's no other nice way to put it.
That poor old man.
Yeah, I mean, but Brian F is a really talented player, right? Like you didn't get to see it much there, but he is really talented. He plays multiple characters, and I thought that he was going to actually play. I thought he was going to play Oro, but I think on paper the best pick probably would have been G. I don't think he's been playing much G, but I think G definitely does the best against Karen out of all his characters, and I think Oro actually does the worst on paper. So I'm a little curious as to why he picked Oro. I think it's just more of a comfort thing. He's been playing mostly Oro, but I do think G was the best pick on paper. And I think he probably should have went with G, but
Yeah, he told me a couple of days ago that he's basically only been playing Oro. That he's not even really playing Boxer or anybody else anymore. I'm being told that we're supposed to go to the replay. Is there any way that we can avoid giving Rob TV even more shine?
Oh God.
Is there any way that we're contractually obligated? Okay, well, all right, we got to do it, I guess. Let's go to the Arby's meeting moment, unfortunately.
Arby's, we have the meats.
A man like Rob TV, he had to stream the execution live to over an audience of 40,000 people, and I wouldn't have had anything less from him. You see just the fantastic play, and even though the first game looked incredibly close, like we can see here, very back and forth for Rob and Brian. As soon as Rob, he smelled the meat was cooking, he had to put a little cheddar on there. The taste was present, and I don't think Brian was ready. I don't think Brian was ready for that kind of heat.
He said, keep the meat off the street, bro. Not on mine, all right? You wish you could, but you're not in my hood. The thing about Rob is that y'all talking about, he's best in the Midwest. Top 5 in the U.S. He been smoking cats like that, all right? It don't matter where they from, he gonna smoke them. And I like the fact that he had game plans against his character. Not a lot of people lie about Oro. I'm gonna be real with you. He did, as we saw, the Rasenal get the fireball and things like that. The whip punches coming through, and it was a gradual progression too. So once again, Rob getting that win. No offense to Brian, but I knew it was going to happen like that in the end.
Yeah, the work that he put in really was the meat and potatoes behind everything. It was very important that he was composed. He had the matchup down on lock, and a little bit of character inexperience wasn't going to stop Mr. Hollywood. Okay, he read the screenplay. He read the screenplay.
You gotta say it right. We gotta say it right because he did win. Hollywood! Rob TV.
Here's what I'm interested in too. How are you guys gonna handle walking out of here on break and seeing Rob TV out there? What's your game plan? I'm curious about what your game plan is.
I mean, I'm already trained for this. I'm used to it. I'm immune. I'm good. Chris, I got some things to worry about, but if you need any tips, I'm here for you.
Yeah, I might need some tips because I might have said some things earlier that I don't think Rob's gonna appreciate. So hopefully,
well, that's
nervous, huh?
That's just something you gotta deal with.
That might be something I have to deal with on my own.
I can't help you with that.
Yeah,
I'm worried for us. I'm worried for us.
Yeah,
we were talking about the West Coast, and I mean, with the Saints over here, I think we might get sandwiched. I'm kind of worried.
Yeah, if I didn't have to play Nephew later, I might just walk out of here.
We gotta get out of here, man.
Yeah, it's not safe here.
David, I'm sorry, you're stuck here for the rest of the day.
I am. Yeah,
Rob's gonna be on the desk.
He's gonna be here. He's gonna be right next to me at some point.
I'm
it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be a tough one, definitely. Yeah. Anyway, look, congrats for real to Rob TV for taking it. He is a very good player. Let's stop talking about him for a while. Your favorite Street Fighter characters are now available as Magic the Gathering cards at secretlair.wizards.com. We saw these yesterday morning. We got all sorts of characters. You can see some of them up there. Chun, Ryu, Ken, Zangief, Dalsim, Honda, Blanca, and etc. Please check them out again, secretlair.wizards.com.
And if you want to check out more Street Fighter V action on the streets themselves, we're going to have the Japan Open Tournament coming through on March 12th and 13th. It's a 1v1 tournament, and you can see some of the sick players already seated right there. Mago, Higuchi, Daigo, and Kawano, and your boy's going to be on the mic, so get with it, all right?
We've also got some news about a dream collab between Street Fighter V and the mobile game King of Fighters All-Star. The collaboration will go live around the end of March. It's got all sorts of popular characters from Street Fighter V joining King of Fighters All-Star as special fighters. Look forward to an exclusive dungeon where Street Fighter V characters fight against KOF characters, exclusive battle cards, in-game events, and so much more. Ryu, Chun, and again, many more characters are being prepped for the collab content. Additional info will be revealed through the official KOF social media. Look forward to that. Coming up next, we're going to have a match that I am very much looking forward to. It was the one that I identified as the one that I was most looking forward to for today. That's going to be Mr. Crimson versus Kilzyou.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to feast on fight. Time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight.
Welcome back to the CPT season final, day number 3. My name is Ultra David, and as you can see, we have even new folks up here. Yet again, we have Sabin, aka NYC Furby. We have Rob TV, we got James Chen, and we have Ringe. What's going on, everybody? Did any of us just play a match, or are we all good? Are we just hanging out up here? Everybody's just commentating today and analyzing today? Or is anybody...
Well, I definitely have a few things to say after that match. My adrenaline's up a whole lot right now. Coming off of that, I had to come up out of the hoodie. But what I want to make sure I get across is what the hell Hollywood Rob TV stands for. There's a whole lot of people, 99% of people love me. I have a lot of support and I understand that. But just like with anybody else, there's always going to be that 1% who likes to hate, who likes to detract. Why is he this? Why is he so loud? Why is he so cocky? Well, what you don't understand is what I stand for is actually those miles that I had to put on my weak 1990-something car years ago when I was struggling trying to pursue this dream. That's what I stand for. I was just going around the Midwest when no one knew my name, before any Capcom hit me up, before any team ever hit me up, before I ever had a fan, and before any of that. And what I have to make sure I clarify, there's people in my ear right now. What I have to make sure I clarify is I'm not about negativity or anything of that nature. I'm a beacon to show what other people can achieve without worrying about everybody else. Be unabashedly yourself, and I promise you going to win. I promise you you're lucky as well that you did not have Capcom Cup, because I would have eaten wherever you from, whatever country. Talk to him, Rob. Talk to him, boy.
Congratulations, brother.
I'm
terrified. By the way.
Thanks. Not enough. I wish I had more games to play. I wish I had more games to play.
That's what I'm talking about.
A lot of people like to talk in Twitch chats and all that, but I tell you what, I like to put money down on it. So anybody talking Twitch chat, whoever don't like what I just said, I'm too cocky, I'm too arrogant, I look better than you, I'm buffer than you, I dress better than that.
Okay.
Put money on it then if you don't like it.
All right, man. Look, you played great, for real.
You don't dress better.
Yeah. No, don't turn me down.
You played.
Yeah, I know I played great. Don't turn me down.
All right. Congratulations. Let's talk about the next one we got coming up here, which is going to be France, Spain, Portugal. For that, we got F Word with a regional spotlight.
It is rare to see such moments in the FGC, where villains are vanquished, and yet in 2021, a hero emerged to silence the punks.
No, he's still alive! No!
And established himself as one of, if not the best player in the world at that time.
Oh, he was about to the swim! Activation, not looking at what? Oh, he didn't!
It started at Red Bull Kumite London, where the world expected Japanese and American players to travel to the United Kingdom and take home the top prizes, free.
What was going to get from Crimson? Escape from Gachi.
No one could have predicted what would happen next. Despite the constant trash talk and bickering and disagreements between the regions, Mr. Crimson shocked the world by making quick work of Punk, someone who he'd clashed with multiple times that week at the Red Bull Kumite London event. He then went on to defeat an EVO champion in his fellow countryman, Luffy.
Mr. Crimson!
And finally, in what's got to be described as one of the most exciting grand final sets in Street Fighter history, he took out Idom, the former Capcom Cup champion.
Your champion, Mr. Crimson! Allez!
For the average player, Red Bull Kumite would definitely be the peak of your year. You need aim no higher. But Mr. Crimson was just getting started. Just a few months later, Monsieur Crimson, as I like to call him, went on to take the France, Spain and Portugal Capcom Pro Tour event online. Once again, taking on Luffy in one of the closest sets we've seen for the entire season. Mr. Crimson fought from the losers bracket to reset the grand finals and take the victory over Luffy and confirm his victory in this Capcom Pro Tour qualifying event. He then traveled to the US to participate in the Street Fighter League, to lead the Vodafone Giants to a dominant start and an exciting finish, taking out household names every week along the way. And so here we are, the CPT 2021 season finals. And one of the most exciting years we've seen for any player in the Street Fighter V era. We've arrived at Monsieur Crimson versus Kilzyou in this 1-5 set.
Sorry about that French accent right there. Believe it or not, his English accent is actually even worse. It's true. Ask him to do an English accent.
Bro, I hate when he does his French accent.
The first time I went to dinner with him, he put it on thick for the
Right?
week. Oh my!
You talking about in Poland?
I'm
No,
telling you,
okay.
it's not great. Anyway, but really good package yet again. I love these things that F-Word has been doing. Those have been super interesting, very well done. Let's talk about this match, which of course, again, will be Mr. Crimson versus Kilzyou.
Yeah, so before I get into Crimson's praises, let's talk about Kilzyou for a bit. You know, Kilzyou, we've seen them at the Salt Mine League. We've seen at the CBTs doing his thing. Like, he did qualify, so that's why he's here. He's definitely like an underrated Karen, like one of the best in the region, one of the best in the world with that character. And of course, Crimson, of course, you know, he is the representation of this character right now at the highest level. Should bring up a Street Fighter 2 reference. Street Fighter 2, we had a video from the Japanese scene called 100 Killing Arts of Yoga. Well, for Street Fighter 5, we have like 100 killing arts of yoga with Dhalsim in this game, and he has seen it every step of the way. So what you're about to see is Dhalsim play at the highest level, all the setups on lock. True mastery of the character right there. But I think it'll be a close fight. Like, I don't know who's going to win, actually, although Crimson is favored. I think the matchup is going to come down to Karen versus Dhalsim. It's a war of control. Like, you know, Dhalsim wants to space out and he has limb control, but Karen, if she gets one crush counter, the tables turn. What do you think, Rob?
I mean, you know, of course, this is a matchup that me and you play all the time in these online events like NLBC. But as far as speaking on these two guys specifically, I would say individually, what's interesting about Kilzyou is he is actually the youngest player to have qualified for Cup. You know, there's a few old 20-year-olds and whatnot. This guy's only 19. Yeah, Chris CCH. This guy's only 19 years old. He's still a young buck. And this is not the only game that he's a professional in. He's also a pro in sports games as well. So it's just really cool and shows how talented that he is. And as far as Mr. Crimson, right now, I would say that just within this last year, he has crossed that barrier from just an amazing player to the elite of the elite, like a threat to even win something like Capcom Cup. The last thing that I'll bring up before this match, as far as my point, is the fact that these guys' relationship is so deep that Mr. Crimson actually paid for Kilzyou to go to his first ever major event when he was 17 years old.
What?
Yeah, literally.
Bringing out the next generation. You love to see it, man. You know, I've been in this game for 35 years, so it's been really cool to see 6 generations of Street Fighter, to say the least.
Yeah.
Wow.
And now I guess we're going to have an opportunity here to see if the student can defeat the master then at this point in time. But, you know, one of the things I want to talk about is kind of the journey. And, of course, we have 2 players here who could probably speak about this even more. But the journey of the Dalsum, the character, right? I mean, this is a character that, you know, for a while there was questions of how strong he was. And I feel like in this season here, especially with the addition of that V-shift mechanic, has really just kind of propelled Dalsum into this upper echelon where some people are talking maybe top 5 character in the game. I mean, we have definitely been seeing success, not even just from Mr. Crimson, but from Arturo Sanchez here as well. Once the season was going underway, he was dominating a lot of NLBCs, a lot of you know, tournaments all over the North America.
Yeah.
And so this character has really come up, and it's funny too, because traditionally a zoning character, I mean, now it's like a meme now. Now it's like a
zoning,
meme that he's a zoner.
Yeah, he zones.
Right? I mean, they did make some significant changes to his V-triggers mid-season. You know, Trigger 1 got the buff where you can burn from half screen now.
Oh, yeah.
It can't be reversal.
Yeah.
And V-Trigger 2, you can actually cancel into a V-Trigger 2 after Gale activation or anything. So, like, he has more offensive options than he did before, and combined with the V-shift, you know, like, he's really a terror in this version of the game. You love to see it, though.
Look at range.
Yeah, and both of these players play each other a lot. I believe Kilzyou lost to Crimson 3-2 in the CBT that Crimson qualified in the top 8, so it was a very close set. And in reviewing that set, I think I have some keys to victory here for both players. I think Kilzyou, he's very V-skill reliant on trying to close the distance up against Dalsum, so I want to see a little bit more stand heavy punch, stand medium punch in that type of range. And in general, I like the stand medium punch EX10 go from long distance. It's a classic Karen strategy. I felt like he wasn't looking for that much. And of course, offensive V reversal, I think that's a hallmark in the matchup of Punk, of yourself. Everybody that plays Karen up against Dalsum, you got to knock him down and start your pressure on. Crimson, on the other hand, I want to see more Yoga Galen pressure, be a little bit more greedy. But most importantly, I think he needs to cycle through his defensive options, which he's so good at, and maintain pressure after anti-airs and air-to-airs. When I was reviewing the tapes, it looked like a lot of the time when he anti-aired and went for the meaty drills, Kilzyou was ready for that and jumped up and ended up taking his turn back himself. So hopefully he avoids that, and he'll be good to go if that's the case.
Well, Mr. Crimson won Salt Mine League actually today.
Yeah, he did.
Today's.
Wow.
And that
with
was
Luke.
That's right, with Luke. But he's also won 5 of the last 9 Salt Mines. Like, he's killing it out there right now. Kilzyou got third. Kilzyou got third today. Like, it's not like he's any slouch, right? He's consistently doing well out there as well. But I do agree with what you said, Rob, that Crimson has vaulted himself into that high up echelon.
Yeah, he's absolutely elite right now, bro. I mean, we've seen him, of course, first at Red Bull Kumite. And another thing to bring up with that is the fact that Crimson says himself, like that big grudge match that he had with, you know, a brother of mine, Punk the God, that big grudge match that they had out there, he wouldn't have won that match if it wasn't for his training that he had with Kilzyou in that Karen matchup. But we've seen how strong he played there. We've seen what he did at Red Bull Kumite, at Street Fighter League. I feel like outside of just actual in-game skill and the X's and O's, what may be the determining factor of this match is just the experience and high level in high pressure situations. It's interesting to see if Kilzyou can handle it at 19 years old.
Okay, well, let's head out to the commentators for this. We have Vicious and Jake Ryan, and I'm excited because I know you two are going to take Dalsum very seriously. You're not going to rag on him at all. You're going to treat him like the very legitimate and reasonable Street Fighter V character that he is.
Not one bit, David, but I like you trying. I appreciate it.
Right?
No, all jokes aside, I mean, I've had a lot of talks with there are 2 of the main Dalsum players from the West Coast, Commander Jesse and Danka Diaz, man. They talked about this character for a good time, and they've made me a firm believer. I don't know about you, Jake Ryan, but I think Dalsum is a legitimate character and has been for quite some time.
It's a bit of a stretch, Jeremy, but I'm going to have to agree with you, especially after talking to Danka Diaz.
You got me.
it had to be done. And, you know, we have some of the best Dhalsim. We have one of the best Dhalsims in the world in the building right now as well. So
yeah,
I think the argument for the top 5, it's out there. I mean, not the traditional style that we see Dhalsim play anymore. You know, he likes to get in the zone, right up close and personal. The rush down is present, and we're already seeing that too. Great. They can't write this. It writes itself. It writes itself.
Kilzyou wants to play in a range that is what? Mid-range to closer? I mean, obviously, CQC when it comes to Karin is her strong suit. But at the same time, Dhalsim has been developed so well to the point where he can actually contest in that range without any flaws. I feel like he can deal out so much damage and get out if he needs to. Karin, maybe not as much or not as easily.
Yeah, Karin having a harder time to escape.
Oh my God!
Throw whip? What do you mean? What? All right, goes for the TK Gale once again. Goes for the side switch, and now in the corner. This is so incredibly close. Great block on the cross-up, and now this is where Karin can just shine. What a back throw! You're kidding me!
To Mr. Crimson, yeah. Having the patience. Wait a minute. Yeah, just clearing the space. Excellent choice there from Mr. Crimson. A little bit of a dab there from the jump jab. But no, sir, no punish on it. Another jump jab for the snipe. Kilzyou actually was on Mr. Crimson's tail. That could have been it for the Karin player, but just in time for the jump back jab to connect 3 times over. Crush counter into the sweep, get the knockdown.
Yeah, the jump recovery was so important there. And even if the chase down came out, Kilzyou just wasn't coming in time. And Dhalsim is just smothering Karin, but no, not able to connect right there. The quick get up after the jump reset, and now...
Yeah, I love that from Kilzyou.
Yeah, so
just
smart.
the defensive option just to jump out of that string was so superb. But again, the counter hit there from the drill. We wanted to see him maybe neutral jump to counter it, or even a light kick. I think Kilzyou went for the light kick option and got stuffed out. But either way, Mr. Crimson with a hefty life lead activation, this is going to be pretty tough. If Mr. Crimson just sits there and takes a throw, he'll definitely do that. Oh, but he doesn't have to. That's the thing. There's just so much control from the roundhouse. Mr. Crimson taking it flawlessly 2 rounds straight against Kilzyou.
Yeah, didn't really have to hold anything, and something that was brought up by the analyst that's really important to note is that as Karin, you want to be able to use those offensive V reversals to keep Dhalsim locked down. We saw the V trigger activation late in the round because he just wasn't able to approach in an effective way. Didn't even really get to use the V skill like was mentioned too, and it felt like everything was coming out Crimson in the close range and then at a distance, and that's it's so hard to like even say anything that he could have done better there because Crimson was just playing so well.
No, I think you're absolutely on the money for that one. I think there's going to be a little bit of a development from Kilzyou to kind of notice some of these trends, or at least notice some of the offensive options that Mr. Crimson has taken, or at least within neutral, right, to kind of close the gap. But so far, he's been trying to slowly creep up, utilizing the walk speed of Karin as a way to open up for offense. For the most part, right? It hasn't been anything too risky yet, but we'll see how it plays out. Kilzyou already at the deficit, but still putting Mr. Crimson in the corner, and he's going to be just fine. Man, you tried to stop the teleport. That was in the same spot, too. Anticipating Mr. Crimson to possibly teleport in front of Kilzyou's face, but not the case. And I like that, just going for the crouch medium punch into the Tenko confirmed, because I think the low forward would have been too far out to actually go through with it. But Kilzyou, great awareness so far.
Yeah, and this is exactly where Kilzyou wants to be. Feels confident in the combo. Yup, there's the V skill we were talking about. Checking, what a great low forward. Are you going to spend out? No. I didn't build the meter for the critical art, but the throw comes out afterwards. There's just so much that Kilzyou had on the table and goes for the back throw, optimal meter build as well. Now feeling comfortable here, but Crimson still with the great checks. That's such a good call out on the tackle forward. I can't believe it.
To be fair, that was a really great move from Mr. Crimson in anticipation for something like that, because he stopped him. Oh, wait a minute. All that for naught, though? That was one whole sequence. That's very Karin-like.
The shimmy comes out again, very Karin-like indeed. Continues to try to put forward, and the V reversal, and the V reversal, that's exactly what you wanted to see. The offensive V reversal, the offensive lockdown, and now just slowly poking out of the corner. But no, this is a big confirm. Not going to be able to kill.
This is going to be great. You actually can't use trigger at this point for Mr. Crimson because the V reversal is on deck. He's so reluctant to do it. Okay,
there it is.
From that far, I like that idea.
Yeah, try to dash where you're dead! Wow, what a critical art! Cancel afterwards, knew that he had to get out of the carpet, knew you had to stop the gray life, but Crimson, one step ahead of the Padawan, all right? I've seen through the smoke and mirrors. No Jedi mind tricks today.
I have the high ground.
I have the high ground, Kilzyou. I've always hated you, Crimson.
Dang, that actually is the lore today. Now that I think about it. You are like a brother, Kilzyou.
You were supposed to bring balance back to the yoga, not leave it in shambles.
This is tough, man.
I'm sorry.
This is heartbreaking.
Yeah, I mean, you have to defeat your sensei, and right now he said, nah, not today. I do have the high ground. I have the advantage. The fire is burning. But Karin has other ideas, all right? The Kanzaki family, Doesn't go down without
and
swinging.
Mr. Crimson, I gotta say, he is not one bit shy on
was
this
that?
defensive pressure. He was just sitting there, letting the V-trigger just rock. He is not flinching for a minute. He's gone through the ringer when it comes to playing the Karen matchup, without a doubt, right? He's played against one of the greatest to ever do it with Punk's Karen.
Exactly.
It's like, are you gonna be flinching against your own student, the one that's kind of like brought you into the ring?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's kind of tough.
It's definitely when he's teaching him how to move like water. He's like, I am the water.
I-
All right, you have to learn to move like me. And I played the best of the best. And if you're not playing to that, I'm not impressed.
For American standards, it's the Rocky versus Tommy Gun.
Yeah, exactly,
I feel like
exactly.
that's what it is,
I
but-
feel like Dolph is on the screen right now. Mr. Crimson just shows up all buff and imposing. And there's nothing Kilzyou can do.
And it's really tough right now. I gotta say, Kilzyou is slowly starting to figure out the options here. But Mr. Crimson, again, you've said it numerous times, is just a step ahead every part of the match.
Now it's looking like Kilzyou is turning it on, finding all these great pokes. Ooh, maybe looking for, not sure, maybe a jump, but not gonna get what they're looking for. Nice, goes for the back turn. Now one more touch sequence will go. Are you gonna take the throw? No, you're not.
And what an interruption on the drill, very important.
There it is,
That's
the
the
V-reversal.
reversal we wanted to see from the trigger activation.
Oh!
No, he's gonna be cooking up so much after that. The meaty slide, and even worse, cooked up.
That's the second time we've seen that exact same situation. Before it wasn't the V reversal, but Kilzyou getting so angsty when the carpet's on the ground, all right? You can't do it. It's a trick. The glasses are all gonna stay there. You cannot try to deceive him, okay? He's gonna pull the carpet right out and everything's gonna pay off for him. And now Crimson, he might just go to a 3-0 right now. This is, I'm sorry, student, you should have showed up to more classes. Extracurriculars right now are necessary. What a back throw.
The options that Kilzyou is presented in terms of trying to close the gap have been null and void majority of the times because of the fact that Mr. Crimson has changed up the normal usage, right? Medium kick, and then the roundhouse immediately after. Was that I couldn't tell if that was a sample. Was that a command dash coming in from Kilzyou? All right, we'll take that.
All right, goes for the V-trigger activation here, and this is where the party can get started. Not gonna have any V-reversals, and you're dead again! Just another confident slide comes out. He's not afraid to continue the approach. He's not afraid when the V-trigger's active. He knows that his student isn't ready.
All the Dawson lovers in the Gooder Lounge, they can't believe that the games are so short. You could tell, look, they're very upset. They have the thumbs down. They're like, we want to see more games of
Let's
Dawson.
go, Dawson.
I get it. I totally get it.
Dawson.
Yeah, no, these guys, again, they're booing because they think the games have gone too fast. And it's been the trend all weekend long. We haven't seen a full-on set other than the East Asia set. But I got to say, man, all those fans of Dawson, they're ecstatic.
They're eating it up right now. They're eating it up. It's definitely a moment where, you know, I feel like Dankadias, the man from the hometown, he's feeling really good. He's like, yeah, you know, this character is pretty good. It's pretty good. You know, I'm pretty good, but this character's all right. This character's pretty nice. And that's what we're seeing right now. Mr. Crimson putting on a clinic against, you know, Karin, who's been a top character for the entire lifespan of Street Fighter V, and I believe will continue to be that way. So the fact that Dawson has slowly inched forward and, you know, now reaching for the top.
Making it look really tough in this matchup in general, right?
Exactly.
This is like a very blatant Karen stopper, right? I think it's just Mr. Crimson specifically,
Yes.
but I'm slowly starting to think it's Dawson. I don't know, it's just the way that he's piloting this character is a notch above the rest.
Yeah, feeling the notches coming up even further. It's a mix of fire and ice, slowing down the approach of Kilzyou while also just continuing to burn him up. And well, that, okay, now getting the great confirm right there.
That was sick, by the way,
Yeah.
that medium kick, or medium punch. For not, really.
Yeah.
Mr. Crimson still being able to get the drill into a full sequence, looking very, very clean in the suit. Again, Mr. Crimson has just done so much work in this neutral to really think or give Kilzyou false hope into moving in. Look at this. If he wants to play offense, he can. Dawson is just so powerful right now.
Yeah, Dawson is Devin. What a cancel on the V-reversal. Not afraid to go for the grab and the chase down. That's what's so crazy about Mr. Crimson. He's not afraid to
Dawson
approach.
chasing Karen right now?
That's not fair.
Why is Dawson the one chasing Karen right now?
Rushdown character right here, all right? No, traditional zoner. No, Dawson is Rushdown. Dawson, you know what? Honorary SoCal, you can come down here, Mr. Crimson.
SoCal.
Honorary SoCal, Rushdown legend.
I think Brooklyn might have claimed him first.
Oh, really?
I feel like.
Man.
Maybe. They've gotten Problem X. So.
That's true, that's true. You know, I think there was a great point made earlier, too, about Mr. Crimson, you know, paying for the first tournament that Kilzyou was ever able to go to. It's a really roundabout way of just increasing your own winnings.
That's actually true. It's true. Yeah, you actually raised somebody up to be a part of this exhibition. He's like, oh well, I get my my dividends now.
I met you pay the $30 once for the tournament entry, $5,000 in pocket. That's a really good investment right now. And Mr. Crimson is trying to run away with that. And Dalsum,
it makes sense.
Pure
it all
balance.
Makes sense now.
It's a grandmaster scheme. All right, listen. In 5 easy steps, Mr. Crimson. Back to the match, as you can see here, and Kilzyou.
Man, he went from a yoga class to a finance class.
It's true, all right?
Crimson.
Just crunch the numbers.
Ugh. Kilzyou off to a great start. Actually, no, he's at a deficit. I was going to say, he has Mr. Crimson in the corner, but Dalsum could just get out. I mean, as simple, as much as I'm simplifying it, it's not even close to that way, but the way Mr. Crimson plays it, it makes me say it that way. He's just so much better right now, just so clean.
Yeah, on paper, he's making this matchup look heavily Dalsum favored and making Karine look like her limbs don't matter, her typical pokes aren't as potent, like her hit confirms.
Oh, I like that.
That was really smart.
Very smart idea from Kilzyou, but can he keep the momentum against Mr. Crimson? Just running into the crush counter again, just a little preemptive from Mr. Crimson, throwing it out there.
And it feels like there's these moments of hesitation from Kilzyou not feeling confident. And again, okay, this is huge, has the activation here. Now
we're gonna see, we might see the trigger activation soon.
Oh, might not even get the opportunity. One more touch will do it. Great throw tech. He is not afraid. He's not taking these throws at all.
Oh, he's cooking up. He's going to be cooking up soon. He's getting the recipe ready.
Ooh, not
that
dead.
Could have been it.
There it is. Here, this is huge.
This is tough. If
One
Mr.
touch.
Crimson gets this opening, Kilzyou is actually dead.
This is a one touch. Wow, what a confident jab after the land. Knew the carpet was there. And any hit from Mr. Crimson was a kill confirm, a set confirm. And Kilzyou says, "You've taught me well, master. I know what you're trying to do here."
Another day. Very unfortunate, too, that last sequence just now, a little bit too far out for the EX Tenko to hit. No conversion off of the struggle from the crush counter. You have to make every hit count. V-shift out of the Yoga Gale scenario.
Nice, the drill comes out once again. And yeah, Kilzyou has been getting these great hits, wonderful crush counters, but not really, it's not paying off. The dividends aren't there. And now Mr. Crimson, again, so comfortable in this corner and not really getting stuck there. So smart. Ooh,
that's actually going to be so much damage. Look at that, continuing the combo.
Dead.
You have another Yoga Fire. You are actually dead. Cooked up. I thought it was just going to be like, he might score a knockdown with the slide, but he had 2 bars. He had 2 bars.
The fact that he's able to do
Damn, this character does hella damage.
There was a lot of comments earlier in the seasons that, oh, Dalsum doesn't have great hit confirms, doesn't get a lot of damage off of combos. I want you to take that clip and tell me he doesn't have damage. That was almost 50% on Karine. That's not fair. All right, you know what? I agree with the crowd. Boo! Mr. Crimson, #1. One of the best players in the whole world.
Jesus,
I can't believe it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm not going to do that. Hey, but we got to see the 2 best players, the France, really duke it out here on the stage, and I love to see it personally. I would love to see Kilzyou come back from this kind of beating, to be honest with you. I mean, it was a clean sweep. I got to say it how it is. 5-0, Mr. Crimson, showing exactly why he is truly the man of the hour for France. And again, very impressive either way. I'd love to see more of that. Karen, just sharpen up just a little bit more. It's definitely not going to be the last we see of Kilzyou.
And the thing about Kilzyou, too, is like Mr. Crimson is a huge proponent of Kilzyou. And one of the best ways to learn is to lose, especially against your teacher. And that shows that Mr. Crimson didn't hold anything back, wanted Kilzyou. Like, Kilzyou had to earn that, especially if you were able to prepare Mr. Crimson for one of the best, I'd say the best Karen in the world. The best Karen in the world, Punk to God, and help him get to that point. You know that your Karen, it's got to be at a high level. It might not be there yet, but getting closer every single day. There was a lot of rounds that looked like one split decision would have gotten him that victory, but that's somehow it crumbles. You have that top of the top where they're not going to let those decisions slip by, and that's why Mr. Crimson was able to get the 5-0, because Kilzyou, a couple more decisions, and maybe it would have been like a 5-1, 5-2. But I think it was Crimson all the way, no matter what.
I think it was kind of wild, too, the way that they were swinging right out the gate, and the fact that Mr. Crimson happened to suppress Karen's offense with his own offense. Imagine that, the zoner, being able to suppress one of the heaviest hitters in the game. That was super impressive. We got to throw it back to the analyst to give us that full breakdown, because it was ridiculous.
Thanks very much for the commentary, folks. Yeah, again, very, very impressive performance by Mr. Crimson with a fantastic 5-0 victory in that set. We have the Dalsum player on my side over here. Arturo, how do you feel how that went?
Man, that was rough. Well, shouts to Mr. Crimson, of course. Like, he was on his game. Like, you see, like, the offense and the execution and the spacing and the counter pokes and everything. It was just perfect, super on point. Kilzyou had some answers, but we can even see, like, when Crimson got his offense started, he started to V-shift. Mr. Crimson's Gale, and you couldn't even get a punish. So it's just impressive all around pretty much. Well, what do you think you could have done? What do you think you could have done different, Rob?
Oh, there's so many things, man. And, first and foremost, of course, I am proud of the young man. But because of that, I have to make sure that I give him my honest critique. As far as that matchup, the main thing that I want to harp on is timing. Again, me and Art, play this matchup all the time. And the biggest thing I would say is that against Dawson, people feel like they need to get in, right? It goes without saying he has these far, long-range normals, controls the whole screen. Because of that, you may feel pressure to hurry up and jump right now or dash forward. If you go back and look at that, I promise you, you're going to notice that at almost all times, Kilzyou is moving forward. So what should he do instead? Sometimes what you want to do is actually wait. Sometimes you wait a whole lot just so that he doesn't know when you're going to do it. So even if he doesn't, the Dawson doesn't know exactly if you're going to dash, if you're going to press a button, if you're going to jump, if you're going to Risenha even if he doesn't know what it is, if he knows when it's going to come, that's already half the battle. So I think he should slow down a whole lot, and I will also recommend throwing in a lot more stand light kick. So that's the main things I would say, and I do think Mr. Crimson was just a stronger player because when he did get in, he almost never made the right read. Dawson does not have the tools to stop Karen from destroying him after she's in.
Yeah. Well, in honor of that delicious artisan roasted white meat, let's go to the Arby's meaty moment.
Arby's, we have the meats.
Yeah, I mean, look, as a person who has, grappler player fighting Dawsons my whole entire life, a lot of the times, like Rob was saying, when he gets you into that middle range and starts pesting you with those normals, I have had many times where I have purposely jumped backwards and get myself to a full screen, reset the situation.
Reset your mind and everything.
Right, and the more frustrated you get, the more you try to push in there. If you're just trying to barrel forward, and you saw Mr. Crimson, he confirmed that standing medium punch into the super based off of seeing Karin move forward, right? That's normally not just a hit confirmable cancel, but he was able to just confirm off of that forward dash. And so, I feel like maybe Kilzyou was coming in maybe a little cold. I mean, obviously he got to grand finals in the CPT.
Oh my God, the fireball loop. You saw that fireball loop, James? Oh my goodness.
But, the thing is, when you're playing in CPT, you had multiple rounds in a row of, playing against and being in that tournament mindset. I'm sure Kilzyou played a bunch of matches before this exhibition started, but it's just not the same kind of thing. So maybe a little bit of that youth, the inexperience got to him.
I think we just caught him on a bad day, to be honest with you. Like,
really?
Yeah.
For real?
Honestly, I feel like he slept wrong. He didn't have a good meal beforehand.
Wrong side of the bed.
Bro, when I saw them play in CPT, he played it so much more patient, so much better. The stand like that you were talking about, he was doing that. It was 3-2 in CPT. This was a 5-0 wash. Not to say that I agree with y'all that Crimson has really elevated himself into an upper echelon, but man, Kilzyou being his main sparring partner, I was expecting a closer set. Big ups to Kilzyou as usual. He is a phenomenal Karen. And the only thing that I have to praise Crimson about, besides running his game as usual, was that he did fix the air-to-air thing. We saw the air-to-air stand medium punch and immediately going into Gale rather than drill to keep that pressure up. So I mean, phenomenal stuff. He didn't have much to work on, and he still fixed that.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that that is to say, Mr. Crimson's play was in part about how well he knows Kilzyou.
Yeah.
I mean, they know each other so well. They are sparring partners. They have so much experience against each other. And if you are, as we were talking about earlier, the person in that pairing who has the more experience, has the bigger results, that kind of stuff, this kind of thing where you are playing against somebody else over and over again is going to be more in your favor, I think.
100%. And I would also add that when you play against certain players in high-pressure situations, like Mr. Crimson playing against Punk, the result, throw that out the window. It doesn't even matter him winning or losing. There's certain things that you can't get away with. Like, that's something that happened when I started training with Duo a whole lot. So when I play against him, it's like, man, I can't whiff this. If I miss one jump, it's this, so on and so forth. It's harder to read you. It's harder to open you up. So when you play those matchups and then you play against someone who may be good, but they aren't at that tier, it feels like the other person is playing with ankle weights on. If you remember, there's actually something that I had, I haven't played Crimson myself, but I remember watching that Punk versus Crimson match and seeing how Punk would actually whiff punish stand medium punch with stand fierce in the EX shoulder. And I actually do that now. After I stole that quick. That's a pro tip right there. Make sure I steal any good stuff that you see. But definitely, I feel like the experience that Mr. Crimson has had playing against players like that, and outside of just the character matchup, even playing against the Idoms of the world and everyone at Street Fighter League, you know, a lot of these other guys can just feel like they are at like a, you know, a lower level. So even though Kilzyou is getting the experience, with the valuable experience of playing against Crimson, I think he still needs to get outside a bit more so that he can level up to his level.
Have you been stuck inside for nearly 2 years? Maybe. For any reason? I don't know. Maybe things have been going on. I'm not so sure. Have you been using screens as poor replacements for human interaction? If so, your eyes may be suffering for that. And for your indoor digital forays into events like that, Game Gooders Blue Mirage Sunnies will protect you from the alleged evils of blue light with their blue light blocking technology.
Beautiful stuff. And of course, Arby's has been a proud sponsor of the Capcom Pro Tour 2021 season finals. So be sure to visit Arby's.com to order ahead at participating locations. You don't want to wait, my man. You know, already got the sun blockers on, making sure your eyes are healthy. Make sure you don't waste your time either and treat yourself right.
The Capcom authorized mobile game Street Fighter Duel is now available for download in Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau. Other regions are also coming soon. Keep a lookout for more news on the global release and get ready to join the journey with millions of players to find out who is the best fighter in the world. Well, we have been traveling all over the world throughout this weekend, seeing tons of great matches from a bunch of different players. We have many more to come. Coming up next, we are going to stay on the West Coast where we currently are, and we're going to look at Nephew versus Chris CCH.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand up turn to feast. So fight, time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
Fear my strength. Have a taste of this. Don't take this personal. I'll show no mercy. This is for my fellow hunters.
All riders have to strike out on their own.
Let's do this.
Lock and loaded, it's time for war.
Can't start a show without the star.
This is the path of my destiny.
Come on, let's turn up the heat. About time to finish this.
See what I'm really made of.
I'll show you.
How do you like this? It's time for war. That is the truth of what you must seek.
The exhibitions have been absolutely fantastic, and you know what? We got to do another prediction. And for me, who is the best player in the West Coast? The #1 versus #2, Afro Samurai style. Nephew versus Chris CCH. I mean, these two go back and forth when it comes to, I like to call it a results rivalry. They just go back and forth. The CPTs, the Intel World Opens, coming back to the CPTs as well. And then Chris CCH had an amazing showcase at the Red Bull Kumite Vegas, coming third. Only losing to NL and Problem X.
A really big breakout year for Chris. Chris is a young player that obviously, you know, he's on the West Coast, but he's not a California-based player, and that's very important to remember because a lot of the shine and focus on that West Coast is always directed on California. I've been watching Wednesday Night Fights, and let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, his Luke is an absolute terror. He won 3 in a row.
Well, look, I mean, last year's exhibitions for the season for 2020, Nephew beat Samurai in that. Maybe he can uphold his exhibition win streak by beating Chris CCH here. Or again, Chris CCH can just stamp his foot down and say, listen, respect me, put some respect on my name, and let you know what's up happening in this exhibition. But you know what? Again, Nephew versus Chris CCH, I think at this point we might have to call it a West Coast classic album or something, a timeless classic, because these guys never fail to deliver.
All right, then, let's get into it. It is time. The West Coast is stepping up, and it is going to be Nephew, who I guess we considers the old guard now, up against the young buck, Chris CCH. Let's throw it back to the studio. Over to you guys.
Thanks again to Jammers and to Logan for profiling these players here we have on the West Coast. It's going to be Nephew and Chris CCH. Joining me, as you can see, it's a whole gaggle of new folks. We got Punk up here, we have Rob TV back, we have St. Cola, and we have Vicious as well. Let's start by going to Punk. Punk, can you talk to me about how you're feeling about the match between these two players?
Well, first and foremost, you know, I want to say that I'm very happy that I get to talk about the West Coast because this is a region I feel like in America is not celebrated as much, and I think they are very strong. And, you know, I'm going to give myself a little credit here. I did live there for a year, and I will say I watched the progression of both these players. Nephew, of course, I lived with for a year, and then Chris, you know, I used to play him in Wednesday Night Fights a lot, and, you know, back then I feel like he definitely improved so much now that it's actually crazy. It's like looking at a whole new player, and he's just so good. And, you know, Nephew and Chris, I feel like they have a lot of back and forth, and is a bit of a rivalry there. Nephew beat Chris and I think both of the CPTs, but then Chris beat Nephew in the Evo tournament. So, you know, there's a back and forth here, but now you have a new character coming into play here. The new character, which will be Luke. And when you talk about Luke versus Colleen, Luke is very favored in that matchup. I would say it's very hard for Colleen to, you know, just even get started, even with having V-trigger and all that stuff. Yeah, it's just very hard for her to get around just the fireball in general. And then once you get around the fireballs, he probably does have better buttons than her in general. So it's just so much to look out for. And, you know, I expect to see maybe a one-sided match, to be honest with you. I don't know what Nephew can do much. And I love Nephew, but yeah, I feel like Chris, his Luke is amazing, and then the matchup is just so bad that I would say that Chris is going to take this convincing.
Wow. What do you got, Rob?
You know, honestly, I feel like Chris CCH and Nephew, they mirror each other in so many ways. I think that both of them are on meteoric rises right now, but they're just in different parts of their journey, even though they both have the same trajectory. Nephew, of course, is at a spot right now where I would say that he is trying to. He's already like where would I put it? I think me and Neff are like similar skill levels, to be honest. I mean, of course, my man Chris CCH is already talking trash. I heard about that, talking about Nephew beat me in the exhibition match and all that. But obviously, that means that my man is dead nice. But I think the big difference between them is that Nephew is more solidified, and that may be the deciding factor in this match. Nephew has already been on Street Fighter League for multiple seasons, you know, working with Panda Global, who he actually just recently departed with. And my man Chris CCH, I would say that his big break just happened at Red Bull Kumite when he put on that amazing and inspiring performance. So I think that these guys definitely both want to get this win outside of just the financial side of things because of the rivalry that Punk brought up and because of the fact that they are both knocking on the door to what I would say is greatness. And the last thing that I would say is region-wise, just again, because Chris was talking crazy on this desk. I cannot wait for us to finally lock in. I think that Punk exaggerated a little bit about the West Coast. They're good, but they are the, last place out of all three of these.
Are you going to forget the fact that, Chris CCH had a wonderful performance over at the Intel World Open? Or he's going to skip over that fact? You're going to talk about the breakthrough year from Chris CCH?
Right.
He's been dominating even years before that. When he was at the Geico tournament, he took down every single top hitter in a wide array of West Coast players. I got to say, man, I think, honestly, Chris CCH saying that he's had a breakthrough performance this year is an understatement. I think he's one of the hottest cats right now in the West Coast with his character, and the fact that he's moved on to an even stronger character with Luke, I bet you will take down everyone at this desk.
What do you think, Saint?
Well, what I think is, I'll let Rob, answer that question a little bit later on. But what I will say is that despite having pretty similar paths to greatness, their play styles are so different. Nephew likes to hang back like that, get a little lame with it. Chris ECH is a wild child, but he knows when to reel it in to get that win. He knows how to not take those risks. I feel like that the beginning of his play, like last year and the year before that, he used to be really risky with it a little bit more than he needed to, and now he's really tamed it down, and that makes those explosive moments even more dangerous. Same with Nephew. He's got these sides of bursts here and there, but I can't wait to see the fight between the two of the different clashes, the different play styles. And I also can't wait to see if Chris ECH, pulls something from, behind the desk and just rips up the name of the paper or whatever. If y'all remember that from Red Bull Kumite, that was the meanest thing I've ever seen.
I would like to thank Filipino Man for that one.
Yeah.
That was the person
brilliant
that did it?
planning from the West Coast congregation there. That was really well done.
There's something right there.
With you talking about like the bit of the differences in their play style, one more thing I would say that mirrors each other that people might not think about is the fact that they were both more so people who were in their shell a bit early on, I would say. More quiet guys, you know what I mean? Maybe even you could say a bit shy. And, Nephew and the dark Neff character that's come about, him becoming the undisputed king of TikTok. I'm pretty sure he has the most followers in the world on TikTok outside of like Beyonce and Jake Paul. So
both of them combined.
Yeah, my man has actually, Nephew has popped out of his shell a whole lot. And then now seeing Chris CCH come out here and, do commentary or doing this analyst work. He streams, we're seeing him work with orgs, and then with St. Cola referenced right there. Not a lot of guys will have the confidence, even though Anton thought of that. Chris executed it very well. Like we all know, man like Drake has ghostwriters, but Drake had to go out there and do it in the end of the day.
The thing.
Chris CCH is kind of like, he might be the sixth guy.
Same thing.
How's it? How's it not?
I think what he's trying to say that he has to actually execute it for the most part, right? The planning can be done and everything, but he actually has to go out there and execute it.
Yeah.
But I think the point you made also with Nephew, I think a large proponent with that was being roommates with Punk. Punk, I gotta say, since Nephew has actually leveled up or played against you, there's been a significant difference, and I think, I gotta be honest, I think you're responsible for a good amount of that.
Yeah, I mean, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't like to take credit from people because, even if I can help him, it all boils down to if he can actually do it himself, so I can't really get on this, or I can't, talk to him and be like, yo, you can whiff punish this button, but he has to actually do it, right? I can only help him so much until he has to execute it. So, I feel like me living on the West Coast in general, which is maybe lit a fire in them. I feel like before I moved there, everyone was kind of lazy. They didn't really care to.
Damn!
I think
I feel you though.
It had the same kind of effect when Justin Wong moved from New York to California during the Street Fighter 4 era. Everybody had a fire lit under them, and we were just like, he came to invade, and we have to step it up. I think it had the same kind of effect. Once Punk hit the floor with Wednesday Night Fights, we had to step it up. We were forced to.
It's interesting that Punk, you brought up their kind of back and forth match results. It's actually more than that. I checked it out on fgcombo.com, and actually the last 5 of the 6 times that they've played, Chris has taken it. So it's becoming a little bit. I mean, hard to say that's no longer back and forth, but it is more one-sided at this point. If you're Nephew, do you have any specific? I mean, you play Colleen a little bit yourself. Do you have any specific ideas for how to approach this matchup?
The biggest thing I could say is if you can somehow manage to get the health lead early on, then you can try to lay back a lot more and you can play with your V trigger a bit more. But honestly, and if you can't get the health lead at the start, which is most likely not the case most of the time, the matchup it's just really tricky. If I'm Nephew here, I'm not playing Colleen. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Okay.
I would pick another character. I don't think that's in Nephew's thing. We did see him play the Rose against Samurai, I think at one of the CPTs, but I don't think Rose is even enough to get the job done against Luke. So Good luck, Nephew.
All right, all right. Well, we will see. Let's head out to James and Ringe for the commentary.
West to West, y'all, we have arrived at the Capcom season final. You know I got a lot of regional pride, James.
Oh, yeah,
Home of the
course,
championship Rams and all that, but actually, neither of these players are from SoCal. Nephew from NorCal by way of somewhere on the East Coast. I'm not exactly sure. And Chris CCH, I think there's a slight misconception that he spent some time in California. No, that man is Seattle through and through.
Yes.
Put some respect on the West Coast up there, the North. No Vince Staples, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's so interesting to see these two players go up against each other. I mean, you know, all of us have been hanging out here this weekend. You cannot find two of the more soft-spoken, quiet guys over here, and these two are going to be going up against each other. Can we expect any Rob TV-like pop-offs?
Oh, nah. Don't let their game do their talking for sure, but you always got to watch out for the quiet ones, James. That's something I learned very early on in life. And both of these players, once you get to know them, once they get out of their show a little bit, as our analyst alluded to, there's some funny guys, and they definitely got some spice to them. So we're going to see that in the gameplay as well. You know, we were talking about that Colleen versus the Luke. It's going to be tough for Colleen to get past those fireballs, and she just in general gets bullied by projectiles a lot. So every EX vanity step is going to be huge, right? Using that to try to get through some of these fireballs, hard call it out. It's going to be big. I also think he needs to stay at that stand heavy punch range. That will be his most effective button, to me at least.
Yeah, and it's really cool to hear Punk, you know, talk about the West Coast here. You know, for a while, I've even kind of believed that West Coast was kind of falling off a little bit, and that hurts me to see even admit that.
I understand.
But I remember when Chris CCH, when we interviewed him at the CPT, he was saying that, nah, West Coast is as strong as ever, and this is their chance to show this right here. We get this Best Coast exhibition going right now.
And oh my goodness, you see all these back heavy kicks, and Nephew said the most pure thing I've ever heard a fighting game player say this weekend. He said, when I'm in back heavy kick range, I hit back heavy kick.
Right.
There's no, you know, some type of a complicated formula to it. If I'm in range, I hit the button.
Right.
Ooh, speaking of being in range, though, the whip punish from Chris CCH, and that's a key in this matchup. You can't whiff against Luke. He just gets such a high reward.
Yeah, again, one of the things that makes Luke so strong, and a lot of players right now feeling like he's one of the strongest characters in the game, it's just got all those forward advancing normals, and it's, you know, in a game where, you know, reputedly, like a lot of characters have stubby buttons except for that back heavy kick.
Yeah.
But when you have stubby buttons, having those kind of forward moving buttons that Luke has is very, very powerful.
And you heard one of the things Punk said was the key to victory was getting that life lead early and then being able to make Luke come to him, but already cornered up and then interrupted with that stand medium punch so strong.
And now here's the throw. That's plus afterwards. It's such a nice option to have.
Incredible. Ooh, just letting the V-trigger rock now. Yeah, utilizing the V-skill as well, get that charge up.
And here we
That's
go.
Plus.
Here's the frame, I mean, the life advantage for Chris CCH now. So this is where Punk was saying that this gets kind of hard.
Yeah, man. And you can see why Chris CCH is backing
Too
off.
far.
Unfortunate. And then again, yeah, we'll see if Chris kind of tries to stay back on the crouch medium kicks, not always cancel into the fireball so he doesn't get advantage step through. But Nephew hasn't been looking for it so far. Does get an STO.
Yeah, he's also been getting frame trapped by that crouching medium kick into the fireball a couple of times. Just trying to do something in between that. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Trying to tie it up. Oh my God!
If still
Wasn't
anybody's
coming.
game, no counter hit, unfortunately.
Oh, that standing medium kick from Luke, it looks like it's short range, but the way that Luke pivots on that front leg, it's so deceptive of how far that button actually hits. It's such a good button.
You just can talk about every single button with Luke, right? Like, it's like, oh man, the jab is so good. The stand medium punch, the back medium punch, the forward fierce, the stand fierce. And then all those buttons are not even the stand medium kick, which we just saw is one of his best tools. And it's one of those things that Luke players really look for when they have that V-trigger to cancel into. That's how good it is, man. It's very fast, great range as well. So once again, it's going to be tough for Nephew. That's what our analysts predicted, and it's looking like it so far.
Yeah, and yesterday was kind of like the day of Luke, right? Like, I think Luke won every, and you know, in the lounge, a lot of the players in the lounge are like, man, Luke is so good. He's so cheap. And you just see Chris CCH just sitting to the side like, so.
Yeah, definitely earlier today, Chris CCH and Nephew were talking about the merits of their characters and how strong each was. And Chris was doing his best to make it sound like Luke was, you know, comparable to Colleen. But right now, on display is this character strength. You see the low forward confirmation.
And which is crazy, too, because obviously Colleen is such a good character as well, you know. But we'll see how this plays out here. Again, just can't get this life lead early on. This might help, and this will also be a lot of corner carry. We get the, oh no, going for the hail instead of the dashing forward. No anti-air.
Unfortunate, yeah. I thought he backed up the Q and locked in the corner, but he does have that.
All right, so here we go. You can see Neff right now trying to play a little bit more of a careful hit and run kind of game. Close to stun, baits out the DP, and here we go. Back throw for the most meter for the kill.
Yeah, I mean, when you test these high-level players, when their life's on the line, especially early on in the set, they like to let that EXDP rip. Good stuff from Nephew.
It's what I always call the desperation uppercut. If you're about to be stunned or if you're about to be killed, they always go for that EX uppercut. One of the easier EX uppercuts to read for players.
Nasty buffer from Chris CCH, yeah. The EX just actually challenged right after, too. You can see Nephew willing to press these buttons in negative frame scenarios.
Oh, what a challenge by Chris CCH. Ooh. And now back to the corner, and here we go. Ooh, what a backdash to avoid the throw. Nicely done by Neff.
Such a clutch backdash. Buys him so much real estate now, but you can see challenging from Chris CCH again. Ooh, EX vanning him off the activation.
What was he trying to go for? Was he trying to go for a reset into a throw or something? Not sure.
And now Chris CCH back to that bully game, even getting a V skill in here. Ooh, interrupts though. That is Colleen's way in, of course, that V-trigger movement. Willing to take the throw at this point, doesn't want to eat more damage, very smart, and another beautiful challenge from Chris CCH.
Again, it's the situation where he wants to get in there. Nephew does. He wants to get in there and try to apply some pressure. And, you know, similar to the last match where we saw where Kilzyou was trying too hard to push in, kind of makes the forward movement a little bit easier to read.
Yeah, you see that instead heavy punch whiffing goes with the back heavy kick. He knows that one's not going to whiff. Fireball again here. You see just checking with the crouch medium kick. And because the V-skill installed, it's going to be so much more damage. Yeah, look at that, getting the DP follow-up off that.
Charges up, yeah, gonna punish. He saw the startup of the V-skill animation, so he knew he had the free punish. And here we go, here comes Nephew, trying to tie it up 1-1.
It's so important. You can't let this man out, but it activates. Close frames here, and then the slam blast. He's keeping himself safe.
Out of V-triggers, you saw the punch, losing the little extra icicle range.
Yeah, man, Luke, he's just gonna sit on this V-trigger now, starting to build back up.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you're at that range, you're always micro-stepping to block that fireball, and so Chris read that, dashed forward, and threw him. Oh, here we go! What a confirm!
That's what I'm talking about from Nephew. Back heavy kick into the C8.
Oh, no!
Luke living on a magic pixel.
Oh, no.
How much magic you got in this, bruh?
Oh, no, where's the super?
No good for him off the sandblast, so I'm not sure if that works or not, to be honest with you. V-skill installed. Spinning some of that EX meter. Still anybody's game at this point. Ooh, gets in there. V-trigger is active once again.
Plus.
Installed. Oh, double KO on the draw game. You're kidding me. But it's the draw. That is each round for both sides.
That's a zero. That
that
doesn't count at all.
That's L's
that doesn't
everywhere.
count at all.
Yeah, we only handed L's, no W's. We replay in that game. That don't go on the W for either side.
Oh my God. All right. Well, you know what?
Wow.
I've been saying all weekend I wanted to see 9 games. Let's see 10 games. Let's do it. Let's do it.
I love this, man. Nephew's out here. He's willing to slug it out in these clutch situations. Pressing buttons up against Chris CCH. Not scared whatsoever. I like the way he's playing it so far.
Yeah.
He's still down 1-0 in the overall set, but you can see, despite him kind of fighting from a deficit early just in the character matchup, he's doing it well, and he's showing that he's got a lot of heart.
Yeah, exactly. And so, you know, I almost kind of feel like for Nephew, that was almost kind of a win kind of a situation.
Right, it was morale.
Yeah, exactly. So not going down here. So let's keep going and see if he can tie this up 1-1.
Yeah, so unfortunate. And that CA was just a pixel away too. Ooh, this was something that I've seen Chris do in their sets before at Wednesday Night Fights. Really snipes out that double jump very effectively. Wow,
there
just
he goes,
challenging
yeah.
after the Parabellum on hit. Called him a wild child. He just knows. He knows numbers are only a part of the tails.
Because that's the thing, right? That's the whole thing. As much as it's, you know, reading frame data, noting whose turn it is, it's about stealing those future turns. And if you can call out when players do that, that is the key right there. Oh, can he make it? Yo, he was able to block the hail in time.
Now, oh, no one just back-to-back with the Sandblast. He's getting the V-skill installed as well. Spins the rest of that V-trigger, but he's all good.
All All right, chipping it. Oh, and there's the anti-air. But he went for the throw, and Chris with a micro walk backwards might have just walked himself outside of the range, but beautiful reaction to punish the whiff throw and take that round.
Oh, speaking of punishing, wow, catching the double jump for a full conversion. Chris is so good.
Yeah, you don't need half your life. You know, you're gonna. Oh, maybe you don't need any of your life. Is this gonna be a perp? No, actually, he doesn't have enough resources.
Oh, but lets him drop early, gets the throw reset. That's +1 again.
God, it's so good.
All right, the EX pick up. This is a long road for Nephew to travel on.
Oh, waking up with buttons. Chris not scared at all. Maybe ready for Neff to try to go for the shimmy in that situation. Just woke up with a crouching light kick. Caught Nephew walking backwards. Chris CCH 2-0 now.
Yeah, and you know, you talked about how maybe that last game where it ended up being a tie could be a slight W for Nephew just because it wasn't an L. But when you're when you're playing the side of a matchup that struggles and you get so close to winning and then it gets snatched away from you, it's like all that mental energy that you had to expend, it just feels so wasted. And I feel like Nephew kind of let himself get a little tilted that last round. It was just tough to come back from.
Yeah, there's one thing that I always, talk about is the mental stamina of these kind of sets here. You know, when you'll always see it, like for the players, and I'm sure a lot of people at home who play can experience this themselves. The longer a set goes, the worse decisions you start making towards the end because you just don't feel like you can play a whole game like, don't ever try to tech a throw because I don't want to get shimmied. And then by the end, you're like, oh, whatever,
Yeah,
So,
sure.
It's a dangerous situation. So you're right. After that round, I mean, all that work for Nephew not to get the win on the board might actually be more of an L for him.
Right now, yeah, just kind of annoying him with the parabellum pressure and push him towards the corner. Oh, yes, punish stack. Good stuff from Nephew. Chris CCA just slightly missing that whip punish. He committed to it heavily.
Oh, no.
Speaking of commitment.
And see, those are kind of the good times to go for those EX uppercuts there when you're not about to die or not about to be stunned because it's less obvious, less telegraphed. And you just want to stop that momentum as well.
Yeah, with that V-trigger active, he's trying to get froggy with that stand heavy punch. He's pressed about 4 times since the V-trigger's been active.
How many times has... Oh, okay, here we go. Big jump in. All right, this is going to give him the life lead here and a corner position. Gets the hail just outside of the range. Nice throw tech by Chris. And this time, the shimmy is going to pay off. Oh, wait. No.
Not like this, bro. So close to getting another W and snatched away. Chris waking up with the crouch medium kick. You going to try to shimmy me? Nah, he's showing no fear.
We were talking about this in the back room. If you're going to call out a shimmy, go for it. Yeah. Go for it with your chest. Throw out that crouching medium kick and get your damage. And that's the way it is. And again, that's part of the Street Fighter, I always call it the RPS, the rock, paper, scissors. If you think the opponent's going to shimmy, that is how you punish them the most, is with those wake-up lows.
Oh my goodness, and then throwing him out of the EX parry. That was the first one that Nephew had shown this whole set. Gets countered immediately. Nephew just seems so far ahead.
And then checking the forward movement as well. You're stuck in the corner.
We are not steps ahead, we are streets ahead right now.
Oh yeah, just spend that V-shift to be safe. You have such a no, Captain. No. When things are going good, everything goes good. It's just one of those situations.
All right, Nephew though, trying to find some good fortune of his own. Right to the corner, just waiting out the EX, tries to call out with a vanity step, but at least he's in close.
Yeah, he needs to get the sequence. Oh my, the buttons. The buttons. Again, look, Colleen's crouching medium kick, what a nice button, right? Great range, plus on block, but it can't be canceled.
No.
Luke, he's like, yeah, I'm just going to cancel the Sandblaster. Why not? Let's just do it. And yeah, Chris CCH, Punk said it. He feels like it might be pretty high in favor of Chris CCH, and it's looking that way.
It's hard. It really feels like if you're Colleen in the matchup that you have to play perfect once you get in. And Chris CCH is just so good. We've seen a couple of EXDPs working out, and he's just one of those players that you see he's willing to risk his whole life to put some fear in your heart.
Yeah.
Whether it be with the EXDP on wake up, whether it be with the crouch medium kick. I love his confidence in his defensive choices because he's not just doing something that puts him back in neutral. It's something that gives him the whole momentum swing of the game.
And it's crazy too because this is Colleen we're talking. It's so weird to talk about how, like, her from like a disadvantaged standpoint, because I feel like this character is so strong, you know. Nephew has had so much success with this character. We see Punk using this character every once in a while. Kawano with the...
Oh, no. Again, yeah, sniping out that double jump so you get the follow-up. Oh, tries for the overhead. Not going to happen, but it's so far away that the button Nephew puts out just gets whiff punished. You see a couple of whiff jabs for style points. My man Chris CCH is out here.
Chris CCH now. And, you know, sometimes you throw those little things like that, you know, the style points out there. Why do you do that? You're just trying to get into your opponent's head, man. It's just like, I'm winning so easily, I can just have a little fun.
Exactly. Whether it be frame kill, style points, it don't matter. It's sending a message. Ooh, great interruption on the flash double, though. You can't let yourself get bullied by that.
Okay, here we go. Can we get a good offensive sequence here for Nephew? All right. Oh, there we go. That's going to be the round here for Nephew. And again, Nephew is the kind of player, look, a very, very strong player. Again, Punk doesn't want to take the credit for his rise in strength, but he has become potentially the best player on the West Coast right now. If he could make this comeback.
And that was a clean whip punish. Ooh, he's going to be able to combo off the hell here. Wait a minute. Dark Neff growing. He can feel the power flowing through the veins. Never mind. Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
What a read!
Then he stepped straight through the V-trigger one. Now you got to guess for game after this. Oh!
Caught the backdash with that. And now here we go. Chris CCH still with an opportunity. Sitting on that V-trigger. Remember, that builds up as he does. In case people don't, I mean, good stuff to Nephew right there, taking that game. But in case people aren't aware, Luke's V-trigger does act differently than everybody else's. It doesn't automatically drain. In fact, if he's not doing anything, it automatically goes up.
Indeed.
And it goes down as he uses the powered up Sandblaster or as he gets hit. So when he has that active, he kind of pressures the opponent to come in on him. It's almost like an anti-defensive mechanic.
Yeah, it definitely encourages the opponents to kind of be a little bit more aggressive than they feel comfortable being. Oh yeah, he's gonna get a combo again, catching the double jump.
Remember, that's one of the changes recently, that certain air movements like that cause you to get a hard knockdown from any button.
Great job recognizing that, not the charge flash knuckle, nor did he have V-skill installed.
And that's the thing too. I feel like Nephew, that's big punish, big punish. Okay. Whenever Nephew has had the chance to put Chris CCH in the mix-up. Okay, there we go. Gets the throw. This is important here. I was about to say, yeah.
And stand fierce. Oh, that's a big combo, but EX hell. He's still just going to hold that for now. Chris, immediate challenge. Stand fierce is punished, but not heavily.
Oh, very fortunate. And again, reading that, but he wasn't able to juggle. But he's going to get the throw. And Chris CCH going up one round.
That was so unfortunate, man. Nephew had an opportunity right there on that stand heavy punch punish, but couldn't make the most out of it. Again, that's just the inexperience with playing up against Luke right now. We're just not that used to it. He's the newest character in the game.
Oh, no. I'm not sure what Nephew was trying there. You saw the counter hit on Chris CCH's side.
Yeah, I might have thought Chris would have got cheeky and maybe he tried to walk a throw or something, steal a turn back, but no, Chris has been keeping it real tight, taking his turns in solid ways.
What a reaction. What a decision by Chris CCH to go for a V-shift in that situation.
Very smart. Has the option of V-break as well. We've seen him just do the V-shift into the EX. Oh no, you had the V-skill charged up. Okay, at least he whips. Another chance at life. Wait a minute.
Okay. But I mean, before that super, you could kind of see it, like I said, the difference between the crouching medium kicks. Colleen lands hers, but she can't do anything off of it.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then again, that stand medium kick, you highlighted that earlier, right? With all the buttons that we talk about with Luke, that stand medium kick is a great round ender. It's great when he has V-trigger on deck. So fast, and again, just stuffing wherever Colleen wants to be.
Such a great checking tool. Yeah. You just throw it out there. Hard to whiff punish. And, oh man, again, like you said, every button of Luke's is so good.
And I love him picking that stand medium kick in that situation just because you have to pull a wall up at that point, right? Your opponent has to come in. They have a pixel of life left. Just put up those fast, quick buttons that are going to make it hell for them to do so. And that's exactly what happens. So great stuff. Colleen, she has a pretty good mix once she gets in, but doing so has just been at the cost of so much life that once Nephew has gotten there, he just hasn't really had the time to execute W's.
And, you know, one of my favorite things about, you know, having the players playing offline here like this is, you know, we can see their expressions. And I don't know, Nephew looked a little
discouraged, a little
yes,
defeated.
Yes,
for sure.
there you go. And so this is a tough one now. But Chris CCH, as they've been mentioning, been having just such a meteoric rise this year.
You can't whiff against this character, man. Ooh, that's what you could kind of trick them into thinking you're whiffing.
Ooh, he was still in hit stun, so the throw's not going to connect, but Nephew's still going to get the hit here. Here he goes. He's going to set the hail. No, this time actually dashes forward, gets the activation, and now the pressure in the corner.
Make something happen, bro. Make him pay for this. It's the EX response that actually hit, so he combos with the shoulder. That's Oki as well.
Chris's defense has been amazing. He's been so patient, and I almost feel like Nephew needs to start trying to go for some more throws, but even when he did, Chris CCH has been teching a lot of them as well.
And I love Chris. Oh no, the forward Fierce Crush counter tries to press his turn.
Check, you go back step into the Parabellum, get the nice non-quick rise, but that's gonna give Neff the chance for a throw. Making the comeback here.
Blocking both hits. Oh, and then the stand medium punch. You ain't doing nothing. Chris CCH on set point.
Didn't even need to spend a single bar for that kill. He's coming in here with full resources.
I just want to say, I've been loving Chris CCH's defensive fireball game. Like, when he's been bullied by Colleen and he gets outside of the range of all his great normals, he's been picking such good spots to use that fireball.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm sure a lot of people would be, you know, agree with this. He might have one of the best, like, fireball games, you know, with the from crouching medium kick into fireball, you know, in the game right now.
And look at that. You condition your opponent to respect that range so much, then you get the dash up throw. Chris just playing this textbook.
Oh, no. No confirming the super there. Might be too far away, actually.
All right, now Chris on the verge.
Oh, a trade. That's very fortunate for Nephew, but Chris CCH, one good hit. What?
Wow, the throw. He's just always ready. I'll hit our block.
Oh,
the EX comes out on the flash knuckle. Wait a minute.
Okay, no, the cross-up doesn't land. He drops the combo.
Yeah, unfortunate. Now Chris gonna raw activate here, looking to close it out, and he does. 5-1. Chris CCH, a monster. Pacific Northwest, I want to hear y'all. Stand up for your boy. He is Seattle, Washington through and through. Never a stint in California, never a stint anywhere else. That boy is born and raised up there, and he is putting it down.
Yeah, and you know, Chris CCH, like I said, talking to him, he said that, you know, the West Coast's demise is highly exaggerated. And if, you know, who is better to say that than the strongest potentially in the West Coast right now? Chris CCH, as David mentioned, has been winning most of the matchups with Nephew recently. And so at this point in time, I mean, he's a young kid, but can we anoint him as the king of West Coast right now?
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah,
I would
okay.
say so. Chris CCH has been on the grind. He's been entering every single thing he could possibly enter, the Wednesday night fights online, whatever is available to him. This man has been putting in his work. And, you know, it's funny because Jammers and Logan refer to him as the young buck, right? Because he is 20 years old. But we've known about Chris CCH since he was, what, 14, 13, 15? This man is a veteran in this community. That's why you see his skills shine through time and time again, and why he's doing it on this level as well. He's used to this tournament environment at 20 years old. That's nuts.
Right, exactly. I mean, what you said there, he's entering every tournament every week. And we have been seeing this just throughout the fighting game community. Those of us who have been playing in the weeklies, these online weeklies during this pandemic every week and just practicing every week, they are the ones who are starting to dominate. They are the ones who are starting to shine. And I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, we get back to offline majors everywhere, that these are the consistent players to continue to shine.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't have said it better myself. I want to hear what the analysts of the desk have to say. Back over to y'all.
Well, in this celebration of the players here in the CPT season final, as far as the West Coast version goes, you saw the results right there. A very convincing 5-1 victory for Chris CCH. Let's talk with the folks here on the panel about it. Punk, how do you feel that went?
Well, I'm going to go off and say, you know, right away, I'm going to take words from my man Idom. That was destruction, right? You know, that was kind of free, but, you know, I told y'all that's what I expected, honestly. And the reason so is Chris CCH showed the matchup perfectly. He just zoned Nephew out. He just shot the sandblasters, and you know, Nephew didn't really have a strategy for those, which is just really nothing you can do but try to make good reads over them with jump-ins. And, you know, Nephew tried to make some good reads with the jump-in, and my man Chris had the big answer.
Oh,
When I'm
yeah.
talking
Oh,
about
yeah.
big, he had the big answer. And boy,
Yeah.
I
My
feel
man did
for
like
Nephew.
40%.
Yeah, 3
trying to
special
double
moves
jump.
in one combo. I'm like, yeah. I mean, he studied the matchup. I mean, maybe Nephew studied the matchup, but I don't think you can study it too much when you got things like that going on. Chris played phenomenal. Even think Nephew played as good as he could in the matchup, but Chris was not. He wasn't having it, bro.
So, you know, one, I know exactly what punish you're talking about. That was actually ridiculous. I don't know what game Luke was
He did a
playing
few
right
of
there.
them.
Yeah, those
more than
times.
once.
But what I actually want to point out here is the fact that if you go back to the no neutral 5v5, I talked up Chris CCH a lot, but I also said that I feel like Nephew was actually currently the best in the West Coast, but I picked Chris CCH. And I think that this set shows why. Of course, a part of it is because of the fact that he's using Luke, and I feel like Luke is extremely strong right now, but that's not actually what I want to focus on. What I want to focus on here is the fact that I think that Chris CCH has something very important. He has that dog in him. You know what I'm saying? I'm serious about that. I do think that with a lot of players in the world, they get, and I'm not saying this about Nephew, but just in general, a lot of players get comfortable knowing that so-and-so is better than them. They feel like they're supposed to lose to certain people. Oh, I just lost to, you know, Punk. Oh, well, that's Punk. You can't feel that way. Oh, well, that's Idom. Oh, well, that's so-and-so. No, I don't think Chris feels that way at all. He shows a lot of regional pride with the West Coast and things like that. So I know when someone is that driven and they take things personal instead of letting things roll off of their back, that is what gets them in training mode. That's what gets them grinding. So I think it was only a matter of time before he usurped that throne.
Do you guys mind if I pull off the road for a second?
Oh,
Is that
no,
cool?
no,
I
you good,
I just saw a drive-through, and I can't resist pulling in to this Arby's meaty moment.
Arby's, we have the meat.
Boy, oh boy, was there a lot of damage being done. And I'm not talking about like little tiny bits, I'm talking about big, beefy damage coming from Chris CCH. He had the kind of damage that would do your taxes. And all that came from being optimal with it. In fact, I've heard him case on a lot of Luke players, and I'm going to call you out, case on a lot of Luke players throughout this entire week saying this, they should be doing this and that. And he showed it in his gameplay. He was sick with it. He was nice with it. And he also had, as Punk and them had pointed out, character-specific punishes, and so it's more than just having a strong character, right? You got to be more, labbing these things out. Can't just strong character win.
I think there was a ton of intricacies here. I mean, we've talked about how the matchup went prior and exactly went down with Chris CCH. That's like him getting ready to order some sides with his roast beef and cheddar, right? He knows exactly what he wants with his meal. He's prepped for it thoroughly, and guess what? He's going to enjoy that entire meal thoroughly because, again, he was so studied against Nephew. It was just so specific in some of the punishes and approaches that Nephew had. You could tell very well that Chris CCH was 1,000% prepared for this matchup.
Yeah, so I want to know, Punk, your opinion on this. Me and Brian debate about this a lot. How do you judge who is currently better, right? Like, because of the fact that, yes, of course, we know Nephew won the CPTs, but right now, Chris is, he kind of got his foot in an unfortunate place for Nephew as of late. So, if it comes down to like a character thing, I think the same thing happens with, in my opinion, with you and Idom. I think you're both elite players, but I think that sometimes, like me personally, I don't really want to give you no credit while you're right here. I'm just gonna skip over that part, but you get the gist of what I'm getting at here, right? Like, how much do you factor in?
Just say it. Just say it, Rob.
No, I get what you're saying, but I honestly think it just really comes down to who's beating more people. Maybe Chris beat Nephew 100 times to 0, but do it really matter if Chris goes to or plays in a tournament, then loses to someone else and don't make it to Nephew that tournament? You can say that Chris is better, but he didn't get that far, right? So, I honestly think is way to prove if someone is the better is if you can beat more people. If you beaten more people,
they haven't had the opportunity yet, though, have
But
they?
that's the thing. They had the whole stage of the CPT to get through each and every one of those battles for them to meet each other, right? So again, they're leaving a trail of bodies in their wake to get to that.
And now the fact that
platform in the
he's
first
beating
place.
them,
Yeah,
Luke,
it attributes to what
Yeah.
Punk was just saying. He left a trail of bodies in CPT and in like a handful of tournaments as well. So even in the IWO, Chris CCH took it over Nephew.
true.
He had to do the
Good
same
point.
exact thing. So I think not only is it like the current placement or who the victor was for this exhibition, and I think Punk is totally correct. It's like a trail of bodies. How many people you've actually beaten in your career? Both these players have done that consistently.
Yeah, and again, this is an exhibition. This is a celebration of the players, right? Not necessarily the goal to be like who's the individual greatest, right?
I think
but
not
it is,
all of them,
it's
but
it's
yeah.
different, you know. Tournaments, exhibitions. It's as we were talking about on No Neutral pre-show. It is just kind of a different skill set in some ways. First to 5 is a different skill set than a first to 2, than a first to 3, right? You play a little differently. You have little different options that you use. So obviously in this specific set, it was 5-1. I mean, pretty dominantly in Chris's favor. But I'm totally open to the idea that in the future, Nephew comes back maybe with a different character, maybe with different strategies, and makes it happen again for himself.
I want to give a little bit of love to Chris CCH. He has been a demon in Wednesday night fights for the past couple of months, to be honest.
For sure.
If we're looking at the bias and the wake, the past couple of weeks have definitely been in his favor. So
Yeah.
got to give him a little bit of
He's
benefit
winning
right there.
every week.
Yeah, he's
Yeah, I
winning damn
mean-
near every week.
If I had to say, you know, I would definitely give Chris CCH the edge right now and being the best player in the West Coast. You know, I watch the region quite often because I think they have a lot of strong players even outside of Nephew and Chris. And right now, I think Chris has found his character and he's found his way in Street Fighter V, honestly, and he's just growing into a great player. You know, hopefully we get to see him play against more areas of players, you know, outside of the West Coast, and we can really see his skill shine.
Hey, man, I appreciate that. Yeah, I think that's very well said. Let's talk about Magic the Gathering and about Secret Lair x Street Fighter. Head over to secretlair.wizards.com because for the first time, characters like Chun, Ryu, Ken, Zangief, Dalsum, Honda, Blanca, and Dan is on that card, on the Blanca card, I want to point out. Dan's on there. That's right, my man's on there. Please check it out. It's at secretlair.wizards.com.
And as you guys are both enjoying some of the Street Fighter V action and possibly playing some games yourselves, just to let you all know that for your indoor digital forays into street fighting, Game Gooders Blue Mirage Sunnies will protect you from the alleged evils of blue light with their blue light blocking technology. Unfortunately, they can't save you from the likes of Luke and all those sandblasters if they happen to hit your eye.
We've got some news about a dream collaboration between Street Fighter V and the mobile game King of Fighters All-Star. The collaboration will go live around the end of March, and a bunch of characters, including Ryu, Chun-Li, and more, are joining King of Fighters All-Star as special fighters. Look forward to an exclusive dungeon where Street Fighter V characters fight against KOF characters, exclusive battle cards, in-game events, and so much more. Again, many characters are being prepped for the collab. Additional info will be revealed through the official KOF social media, so look forward to that. Coming up next after this break, we are going to have Mago versus Higuchi. It's a match that I'm very much looking forward
That's
to.
gonna be wow. That's
It's going to be a good one. You won't want to miss that.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to feast. So fight, time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are Street Fighters.
I guess it's time to start warming up.
Welcome back. I know that this is one that many of us are looking forward to. We're going to Japan, where we will have Mago versus Higuchi. And to introduce that, let's go to F-Word with the regional spotlight.
It feels like an absolute lifetime ago. We kicked off the Capcom Pro Tour 2021 season with the Japan 1 online event.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the Capcom Pro Tour to begin.
An event that saw September Mago clutch it out to earn his new nickname, All Day Mago, to start an incredible season of Street Fighter V play.
Just like this, and Mago is your first qualifier for Japan for the Capcom Pro Tour.
At the CPT Japan 2 event, we saw Sako send Higuchi to losers.
Higuchi, I feel for you, man.
Only to watch Higuchi fight his way to grand finals, defeating Momochi and Bonchan along the way to get his run back against the veteran.
Higuchi getting all of the comebacks.
A young talent like this could walk away in second place proudly, but that would not be enough for Higuchi.
He's gonna live!
Only for a moment.
Higuchi reset the bracket against Sako 3-1.
Why is he so good?
He then turned around and defeated him 3-0 in one of the most lopsided beatdowns we've ever seen in Street Fighter V history.
Oh my God!
It's over! Higuchi qualifies for Capcom Cup!
With this win, Higuchi perfectly represented the results seen nearly every weekend throughout the 2021 season. Event after event, grand finals after grand finals, we saw new players defeat old players. We watched up-and-comers defeat established pros. We saw the hard work of these dedicated rookies, many of them grinding it out week after week in locals and online tournaments, pay off massively. Winning a CPT qualifier in Japan is an achievement in its own right. But we all know that one win is never enough.
Come on!
To rise to the ranks and to be considered one of the greats, you have to continue to win even when the stakes get higher and higher.
Can we just talk about Higuchi's mental fortitude?
Can Higuchi take out a veteran gatekeeper in Mago and continue his emphatic rise? Can September Mago perform at the finals and hang on to the newly minted name of All Day Mago?
Dang, look at the ring!
Which one will it be? The old, the young, the veteran, the up-and-comer. This is Mago versus Higuchi.
I love that setup. I think that's a a good way to put that. Joining me, as you can see, on the right there, we got Idom, we got Brian F. On the other side here, we have James Chen, we have Ringe. Very interesting that this is a match between somebody who is a relative upstart versus somebody who's been doing it for 20 years. Idom, talk to me about how you're feeling about it.
So Mago is the veteran in this, and Higuchi is the new guard, which is actually pretty interesting because both the Japan exhibitions are veteran versus new guard. So it should be pretty interesting. Higuchi's actually younger than me, which is kind of nuts to say because I feel like I'm one of the up-and-comers too. But
yeah, Capcom Cup champion up and
yeah, I know, yeah.
Absolutely.
Got a bright future. But it says Mago's main is Cammy, but I do feel like he will go Karen in this matchup because I do feel like Karen does a lot better versus Guile than Cammy, and I don't think Higuchi plays anyone else, so it should be an interesting matchup going ahead, and I do think Karen possesses the tool to beat Guile. But in Japan, they all do think Guile is still very strong, unlike all the other regions. So it might be because of Daigo, it might be because of Higuchi, but Guile's a very good character, and it should be pretty interesting to see how this set goes.
So look, before I even talk about this match, I'll address the elephant in the room. Yes, I am still alive after that set with Rob TV, here to talk about one of the most exciting matches coming up. Higuchi, yeah, I think he might officially be the youngest person in this tournament. I know Chris CCH was trying to be the youngest, but they're both 20. Mago's been playing as long as Higuchi has been alive. That is huge. But we saw one of his big runs this year. Higuchi was getting third in Topanga League, the event that Kawano actually won, and it was determined in the final set between those two. The way the tiebreakers and scores worked out, the winner of that set would have won the event. So he's had a great year, taking a lot of big names along the way. You know, in that event, he won 7-4 for Tokido, 7-0 versus Itabashi Zangief. But since then, I feel like what we've seen mostly is the Street Fighter League action, and there's been some issues along the way. Higuchi's been losing sets to a number of both Kami and Karen players, and so Mago, those are like the two characters he's most known for. So I feel like either way, he's been shown to be a little bit shaky in those matchups recently. So I think it might be Karen instead of the Kami, but I can't really call it. But either way, I think Mago has a good shot to take it, but I'd love to see Higuchi prove me wrong.
Yeah, I mean, Mago has he's not bashful. He's going to pick whoever's the strongest character. Maybe he'll bust out a Luke. I don't know. We'll see what
yeah,
happens.
that actually wouldn't be surprising.
But, I mean, you know, kind of to piggyback off of what Idom was talking about, I kind of want to talk a little bit about the storyline coming into this, about Japan, about the youth coming up against the veterans, because unlike the U.S., where we have up-and-comer Idom, you know, trying to find his place in this game, you know, Japan has been kind of having a shortage of the young players coming in here and dominating. In fact, for the longest of time, the veterans were winning all the big events. Yes, the youth were coming in and doing some work, but there's a reason why Momochi and Chocoblanca have the Shinobism school, why Bonchan is doing the Red Bull journeys around the country to promote esports. And in fact, Nauman winning Evo Japan 2019 was the first time that a lot of the players were like, oh my gosh, one of the young players have won a big one, and this is such a, and then the pandemic happened, right? And it's just like, it's been hard to see since then. But seeing this fact that we have Higuchi going up against Mago, and of course Kawano going against Daigo, Higuchi and Kawano being the premier young players that Japan has been talking about, it's just like, I can't have written the story better to have those two matches play out.
It's a beautiful thing, right? Considering how legendary Mago and Daigo are, and it just to see the new generation come up and give them a fight worth, you know, actually tuning in for is something beautiful to see. And yeah, I think Mago, I agree with our panel so far that we'll go with Karen. I scoured the tapes. I hadn't really seen these two play each other in a high stakes tournament before. So all I really found was like a 60 view YouTube channel of them playing online, you know what I'm saying? And Mago did wipe the floor.
The official.
Yeah, of course. And Mago was wiping the floor with Higuchi a little bit on that Karen Guile matchup. So we got to be careful. I think for Higuchi, he got to make sure he doesn't whiff. We all know how much reward Karen gets off whiff punishing. Be willing to jump forward a little bit. He did do that in the set that I watched and caught Karen off guard. Obviously, Guiles don't really do that as much because they want charge for boom. And just in general, I think he needs to challenge with quicker buttons. A lot of the time, people want to challenge Karen, like doing crouch medium punch, because she'll walk forward a little bit and kind of toy with you in the mind game. And sometimes he'll try to challenge with like a big crouch medium punch, and that just opens the door for Mago to walk back and whiff punish it. And he does that pretty consistently. So I'd say watch that. As far as Mago goes, just keep meter on deck for EX Tenko to go straight through the booms all day.
Yeah, you know, I think these guys had a bit of a different arc throughout this year, where if you look back at Mago's, it's a little bit early heavy. He did well at, of course, the Japan one, which he won. He took FAV Cup online, which, you know, also early in the year. And by the end of the year, for example, at Evo Japan, he got 97th. Right, so whereas on the other side, you have Higuchi, who didn't start out so well at CPT 1, but then 9th at Evo Online, then obviously 1st at CPT Japan 2. He had the good result that you were talking about earlier, Brian. So there are kind of different arcs for them this year.
Yeah, that's very true. See, one of the weird things about winning the CPT earlier, the very first event, we haven't seen Mago in a normal tournament bracket in quite some time. They've both been competing in Street Fighter League, so they've had a lot of competitive reps put in. But I don't know, I feel like that's different when you're in a league format where you're not immediately eliminated. So I feel like this is a one-time, one-shot. You need to win right now to get this set. So I want to see how they perform. Mago qualified early. He changed the narrative from September Mago to all-day Mago. But is it still all-day Mago? We have to see today.
I mean, even when we interviewed him, we asked him, how are you going to spend the rest of it? He was like, I'm going to chill. So I think that's kind of what he's been doing.
What a blessing to qualify in the first event like that.
Sounds nice, yeah. And to have the call, let's go over to the commentators for this event. There you can see him. It's going to be Vicious and St. Cola.
I don't know about chilling, to be quite honest with you, because St. Cola and I have had the honor and the privilege to cast a lot of these Street Fighter League Pro Japan matches, and Mago did the exact opposite, actually. He's been thrown in the ringer pretty much every single day for his team with Team Gyogun. We've had a lot of experience with this matchup in general. We've seen the kind of tribulations that Higuchi has gone through outside of the CPT, and most of it through the ways of getting over the obstacle of Cammy. If you looked at Higuchi's matchup ratings, he actually fell to a lot of the Cammys. Most notably, he lost to Matsumo's Cammy, Akira's Cammy as well, but he never actually faced off against Mago in a head-to-head set throughout the entirety of Street Fighter League.
That's something I was looking back and I was like, man, what would happen if they had to fight? But we're going to stay all right, people.
Oh,
this
no.
is the Japan CPT. Get that on your Mago going up with another Luke on the deck.
It's not even Cammy.
It's not even Cammy.
Well, it's going to be very interesting regardless, because Mago, again, another player taking the helm of Luke. I do like that. I love to see how some of the top Japanese players pilot this character. We've seen it through ways of Momochi. Also, we've seen Sakonoko do the same.
Yes.
And now Mago has been catching on to the trend.
I mean, this guy, he's always about whatever is at the top spot, the cheapest.
That's
It's
true.
a 2D guy for a reason.
That's
Let's see
fair.
some seasoning right here. Higuchi with the throw. Puts him in the corner of the EX. And this is one of those characters where I feel like it can fight Luke. I don't know about beat Luke, but he can keep up.
I agree. I think he does a really solid job of getting rid of the main strategy, which is like the Sonic Booms, right? Being able to test with Sandblaster. But at the same time, right now, Higuchi is not making it look easy whatsoever.
Now, looking a little fresh right here. Higuchi backing away with one touch and play. The EX connects. Puts the knuckles on him. But Higuchi still in the lead. Oh no, the whip DP.
And one of the things I just noticed is the fact that Mago is the only one utilizing V-Skill 2 from the set, being able to be invulnerable to some of the throws, like being able to back up too. That's going to be pretty important, I think, but I think a lot of the folks have preferred V-Skill 1 just because it's so powerful, being able to power up that flash knuckle. But again, Higuchi doesn't even care about any of your V-set.
No, that stun's rising right here. Look at that one touch. Now is it winding down, but still Mago taking a lot of damage. Does have V-Trigger 1 on the deck to fight back against some of the fireball sequences too as well. But Higuchi with a fat lead, 4 fears, fist to face. And that target combo put him in his place.
This is going to be pretty important now. Mago, if he gets a solid hit into V-Trigger 1, I think he might be able to get into a critical art, but I'm not sure if it's going to matter right now. Higuchi with a baby boom, V, bazooka. Even if he wasn't dead, you already know critical art was coming no matter what. I think Higuchi controlled the matchup exactly as we expected it to be. I think, Mago wasn't just ready. He just wasn't ready for the Gala matchup.
I think it's one of those things where, once again, the players, if you pick up a new character, right, it takes a while to get going with it. And, Higuchi's been playing Gala for so many years right now.
Yeah, that's
he's really putting
the
the character. Yeah, you've been putting the character on the map like that. So, Mago looks a little bit new, and we've seen some other players throughout this this entire weekend who have maybe not been so new with the character. Develop strategies, things like that. We just saw Chrissy CH have particular strategy against Colleen. We're not seeing that so far with Mago. However, he does have a lot of characters. We've seen the Cammy, we've seen the Karen, and we've also seen the Akira if need be. But I think it'd definitely be the Cammy.
Statistically, I think Cammy would be the best choice, not even just from a Street Fighter League standpoint, but overall in Capcom Pro Tour, right?
True.
He's won with that character. I mean, there was Karen also in the rafters, but at the same time, I think Cammy was his strongest character at that point and continues to be so. If you look at his stats thoroughly, I think Mago going into the character selection screen would be highly advised. I think him going into Cammy would be perfect for the matchup against Guile, because we've seen statistically from Higuchi, he has not had a lot of success against that character. Sure, he may have, he might have fought against one in the final, or not, excuse me, the playoffs and had a W, but there's so many different ways to play Cammy. As weird as that sounds,
yeah, there is.
I promise you, there are so many different ways. Even Fujimura had a Cammy that was different.
The buffer god. That's the buffer god right there. I don't care what nobody says on Twitter. You definitely can tell the difference between this Cammy right here and any other one. Mago is aggressive with it. We're definitely using buttons way differently. Put the DP on him. The sun's rising. Trying to find the fadeaway with the fireball in play. Push him back like that. And this is what you want to see until the punish. Unfortunately, not finally confirmed. It's a lot of damage on the deck.
Yeah, Mago had a false confirm. He thought he had it, but it wasn't even close. Higuchi now on the rise. The stun is definitely there from Mago. I expected the baby booms to kind of suppress that, but now Mago spinning that V reversal. It's been all Mago so far. A throw would have been it. Higuchi knew it. The backdash was there. Forward throw of his own. Trigger, we have one more boom left at least.
And the bar at the bottom to cook with too, to seal it. Fierce. Oh, there we go. The crouch meaning kick in the spiral arrow seals it. Mago looking a lot more prepared with this character. And we're talking about how, especially you, talking about how Higuchi has feared this character, has been a big pain point. this might be some PTSD. Like, dang, it's Cammy up on the screen.
Possibly.
Help!
I mean, there's a significant difference, right? This is a first of 5 after all. Higuchi might have a couple of things in the long run, but as it stands right now, he's been struggling in the short run against Cammy. Mago getting the confirm, very important now. Forward throw, he gets another Oki situation because of the corner situation.
EX, upside down kick. It's difficult. You gotta get outside the corner. You don't want to be caught up with as a 4-framer. Not against Cammy.
Checking with the low forward, trying to check the movement against Higuchi. Higuchi doing the same, but still susceptible to the dive kicks now. Mago trying to harass away with some of the mediums. What an escape option from Higuchi. Nothing, no back brainless in sight.
The wait right there. Oh, the fadeaway in play and the throw to do it though. Higuchi stay a little bit more solid. I think one of the things that I've watched over in his play is some of these, wild child kind of things that kind of, put him in bad situations. And we slowly see, as throughout Street Fighter League, and then now, him back up on those kind of situations. Not really, going for flash kicks and things like that. Really deliberate with his game plan.
I mean, it's kind of tough, right? You have the threat of the EX flash kick coming out. Higuchi taking it a step further and beyond. It's like, all right, well, I'm going to make you kind of fear this, and I'm going to show off my option of just jumping out of the corner.
Right.
We've seen Daigo do that a handful of times, and when he needs to bust out EX flash kick, he will, which I think Higuchi will as well. But right now, Mago is the one in trouble, currently stuck in this corner. Just the amount of control Higuchi has from the Sonic Booms. A big activation here from Mago.
It's a knockdown side switch with it, too. Real lucky with it. Gets a throw. A lot of bar on both sides. Any confirm could do it. Higuchi looking for that hit to do it. Crush me to kick in the super. Activation on the block. Baby Boomer's on the decks to connect. It's a parade.
Yeah, he still has one more left. Another set coming in. Forward throw. He actually can be in... Okay, wait a minute.
Dash up? This man's got a full bar and you dash up in front of his face like he needs toothpaste? Big jump in!
No,
he
didn't finish it!
What's going on?
That was a very important jump in. Mago was not able to clear his plate. He thought he had more than enough time to get these jabs going, but still Higuchi clutching it out. 2 games. Even Chris CCH can't believe it. He was sitting back in his seat. Punk is like, man, I can't believe it. Everybody in the Gooder Lounge couldn't believe it.
You gotta finish your plate. There are starving scrubs all around the world that love to be in your position in that one-touch situation. You gotta finish your plate.
What was that? That was a jumping roundhouse, stand jab twice. But why?
But why?
But why? Just swing.
Just do it. Just finish it. But
it'd be like that sometimes. That's how it is.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's literally how it is.
I'm sure Mago is laughing it off. I'm pretty sure he has like a huge smirk on his face. Maybe not. But either way, that should not have happened. 100% shouldn't have happened.
That's true. Someone even that is a 2D god will have drops. We talk about, you see all talk about execution stuff like that, but in a high pressure situation, even if you're a top level player, you might have drops like that. It may not even matter. You can make things simple or hard. It may not matter. When it's a first of 5 with a lot of money, prize and pride on the line, it's hard to stay fine. Anti right there. Nice and easy, Higuchi.
That's actual truth right there. No matter what stage you're on, no matter how good you are, eventually there's going to be some times where you do crack under pressure. We just see it right now. Even with the best of the best, it happens.
It's knockdown, dash up, staying meaty with it, no thinking.
Do you see the amount of mental damage that took from Mago? Right after that one significant drop, Higuchi just had an explosive W after that. I think Mago was just a little shook to his core slightly. He's got to shake out of it now.
I like that because that's confidence right there for Higuchi. I feel like he really plays well when he feels really confident. He's a young guard right there. He plays confident, and the more confidence you give him, the more you're going to get that win. But push in the corner, I was going to get out.
Yes.
Fist to face and put him in his place with the crush. Got to find a way all the way out, though.
That's a little bit suspicious there, putting himself into the corner now, and Higuchi making the right call to use that V-shift break to avoid that cross-up.
Oki time, gets the meaty, going in once again to get that win, but the crouching medium punch, still blocked by Higuchi. What he tried to do there.
I was going to say it wasn't bad taking it, going airborne, but it did set him up for that 50-50 on the ground, more than enough damage. Yes, sir. Mago having to spend that EX bar to tie it all up here in the 3rd game, but Higuchi looking pretty good. 2.5 bars down below? I think that's going to be an excellent resource to control the match even further. Mago has to be a little weary about his approach more so than ever.
That's actually a really good point because as a Gao player right now, you can spend that EX bar, get the knockdown some damage, or a flash kick like that, and still have enough for the finish. And we've seen Higuchi go right into it. The CA! That's a big amount of damage in play right here.
Perfectly called there by Senkola. Again, the amount of matches that we've seen lead to big damage is because of the fact that we had those bars just locked and loaded, right? Mago now at a huge deficit, even furthering that gap. Okay.
Side switch with it. Still bar at the bottom to cook with V-trigger and EX. But Higuchi staying solid. B-shift. Get away from me. You're a stranger. Out of that danger.
Man.
Oh, no.
Okay, we're starting to see the sun rise here for Mago. Can he continue it throughout the day? Another throw. This is going to be really, really tough for Higuchi.
Oh!
You knew it was coming. You knew it was coming. We saw it. He conditioned him. Throw after throw after throw. Everybody in the Gooder Lounge was popping off after that one.
That was so sick.
Knew it.
Hey, it's all day Mago. All day Mago. It don't matter the month. It's all day Mago.
Nobody in that lounge nobody in that lounge would have stopped themselves from teching, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Everybody
of course.
there teched. I know Chasey Steve, he teched. I know Just a Kid, he definitely teched. Jake Ryan, he teched before the match even started. I'm telling you, man.
That's crazy.
Chris CCH, maybe he would have teched.
Yeah,
Probably.
yeah.
Rob TV, maybe. Maybe. But I'm telling you, man, that was a lot of conditioning. That was one of the best comebacks we could have seen from Mago to get himself out of that mental rut. And I think, going forward, Mago's going to be playing as confident as ever. Especially after that, he's like, oh, I got you reaching a handful of times. It's my time to teach you what's good.
I think a lot of people right here, I've been seeing a lot of stupid stuff on Twitter. Oh, I don't know who's playing this. I can look at this match right here. You can eliminate the names. I can tell you right here, this is Mago. That confident style right there, that aggression that they've got, you would never do it, but I'm going to do it anyway. That's what makes him a 2D god. Can Higuchi slay a god? Can he make them bleed?
Maybe he could induct himself into the new generation as one of these solidified soldiers of Japan in Street Fighter. Again, he's been putting in that work for the youth, really. The newer generation has been super strong lately. And again, what better way to see it than with Higuchi? But right now, the biggest test of time is against Mago, the 2D god. We've seen him come back from this deficit before.
That's true.
He has a trigger to make it happen, too. We might see a stun into a KO scenario.
And being a 4-frame character in the corner, hard to press. EXDP right back at him. Got the light touch infinity in the activation. A little bit more bar.
He's going to throw him.
Oh, the V-shift is
I meant Higuchi was going to throw him.
You meant Higuchi.
That's what I meant, and it happened.
That's true. That's facts.
Thank you for the save, St. Cola. Higuchi getting the first round of game number 4 with that throw. Mago putting himself in the corner yet again in that situation. Higuchi using that V-shift so effectively.
He's been using that quite a bit to not get jumped in on. Resetting back to neutral, which I think is a fantastic idea. You want that control. As Guile, you need to have control. Once that wrestle away, you don't get to play.
No confirms there on the low forward. Did get the counter hit as well. Mago now with the forward throw, slowly pushing Higuchi towards the corner, exactly where he wants to make his magic happen. This is going to be significant. Again, another drop from Mago. How does that keep happening?
Maybe he's just
another misconfirm.
That could have been so much more in store. You see the bar at the bottom could have been a super and more damage. Don't matter what it is. Higuchi blocking it out.
So smart from Higuchi to just jump back away from danger. Does not want to eat any sort of frame trap, not even a throw. I like that, diffusing the situation. The counter hit just too far out for Mago to get the back medium.
But the super! What a reaction right there against a fireball. This should, of course, seal it and put Mago up around to go down. But that was an expensive win.
Oh, I totally agree. I mean, just to tie it up, that's got to be really, really detrimental to going in the third round just without any sort of resources, right? Another familiar situation for Higuchi. Going in with this many bars, we've seen the results as to what happens with that W from, the last game.
That's true.
He might be able to repeat those results.
One fantastic thing you can do right here is land that super situation, have a clear
Oh,
lead,
God.
and be
Oh,
triggered to
God.
pop up the knockdown with a flash kick. So you a clown for jumping.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. They say you can't do damage. I don't
Oh,
know about
God.
that. Back this, check my wrist is
You're
icy,
dead.
and the super in the ceiling. Higuchi! That's a perfect KO with the Gucci on it. That's why his name's Higuchi.
I feel
with
like
the Gucci on it.
You made it sound like Higuchi was the name of the fireball, like Higuchi,
Higuchi,
like
Higuchi,
Higuchi. That was pretty good. I do appreciate that. But no, I mean, it's a very similar situation earlier, right? Higuchi happened to take it to the third round with a good amount of bar down below, and as soon as he gets it confirmed, it made it so much scarier for Mago to even consider going in because of the fact that there's going to be EX Sonic Booms on the deck, even an EX Flash Kick if he gets the knockdown. There's just so many resources there for Mago to fear. It just led to so many options of demise, and Higuchi picking it in a pretty optimal way, right? He saved his bar to keep the intimidation factor there and then spend it once he knew he was in that kill position.
All about that control. And one more thing for Cammy, not having the EX bar to scoot step through the fireballs makes that neutral a lot better for Guile. No anti right there. Actually got clipped on the incoming, the dive kick. EXDP almost got the stun and done. Important tech, but the still hit.
I mean, there is a stun, but I don't know if it's going to be one and done yet. Back throw will do it, though. And you know, Higuchi bet it all on that one. We don't blame him. That was a guess for game scenario.
Wasn't one of his team members during Super Fighter League Japan talking about how, you have to calm down if you're Higuchi. Like, you get too emotional sometimes. I might be mistaken, but some of these moments, I feel like these bust outs are like, you know, just like that. I need to get out of these situations immediately, and that's being really easily read by Mago. He's got to calm it down a bit so he doesn't get got, but he sees flash kicks.
Yeah.
Might have to check the tapes on that.
The threat of the flash kick might be there, but right now Mago is not going to be in fear of it. He has too much life to even consider it. If he gets knocked back, so what? He has critical
life. Oh, just back there, super!
Exactly for that moment as well. Mago was not really going to back down. He was going to force the error from Higuchi and get himself the W. That was clean, that was precision, and that was just well played for Mago, reading the situation correctly.
Ooh, clean mean, no lean, especially on that damage situation. I'll tell you one thing. That backdash super, I've seen it so many times from Cammy players. You know, you see it from Hurricane and stuff like that, but you never expect it. It's so tight. And
yeah,
now,
they're just buffering it as soon as the backdash happens. No matter what, I feel like that's going to be the scenario. So again, Mago really utilizing that strength of being able to use his reactions to see that Sonic Boom, because that thing barely came out and he was already
like,
in there. Yeah,
like barely in the animation.
Yeah,
suck.
It froze.
Suck.
But either way, Mago making the most of it. Honestly, 3-2.
No blowouts, baby. Let's go. Let's get some
on
more games.
On the heels of Higuchi right now.
I'm glad we're going to see some close games right here, some close sets. Can Mago bring it to 3-3, tie it up?
Yeah, I would love to see a full set.
Yes, I would. Final game
that,
on the round. Give me that. No
blowouts.
That would be
great. Oh. Could have been a little bit dicey there. Higuchi still sitting on a perfect with a lot of control here in the mid space. Mago is looking for a low medium kick to confirm with first, but Higuchi is beating him to the punch, quite literally. There's a lot of Sonic Booms coming in to stop Mago from pressing on. And if it's not the Sonic Boom, it might be just the Fierce. There's the confirm Mago was looking for.
The party starter. Time to make money in the corner. Flash kick coming through. Not a bad time when he had a lot of health just in case. And now, the shimmy space, the crouching meaty kick.
Oh, man. Woo. Playing that surgically. This guy is putting on a clinic against Mago. Higuchi has given the lesson in spacing 101. This guy is a masterclass guile.
He knows how to get shots. Oh, man. He's in there. Spiral arrow with the Oki. But now, Higuchi is getting better with the defense. Checks it. Nice and easy, not relying upon just flash kick and things like that.
Ooh. I do appreciate the interruption there from Mago. Crouching medium punch, checking the advance of Higuchi. A counter hit was there, but it wasn't going to be enough time to continue the combo. This is so dangerous.
Speedy with it with the medium punch. Flash kick too, so the baby boomers to lock down the neutral. Hold down the neutral, my boys.
Yeah, punish him. You're actually dead. Very smart from Higuchi. A little dicey, even more so for Mago than Higuchi, I gotta say. Again, once those baby booms have come out, his sequence actually changed up a little bit. He was waiting behind that first set of booms and anticipated the airborne approach from Mago. He stopped then and there. And then once the pressure was too much for Mago, he thought to himself, maybe I can get a position, a better position with this reversal. The fact of the matter is, it wasn't in time to hit anything. If it's blocked, pretty much dead.
Man, Higuchi's control, bringing it back a little bit, you know, not being so emotional and not going for such obvious things for defense. We see the crouching light kick to check the walk-ins and things like that. Obviously,
even the crouching jab, too.
Yeah,
he's checked it so many times. There's interruptions there with the Sonic Boom and going into the sweep. That's a huge momentum shift.
You have to be able to confirm that. It's really difficult to go right into Sonic Boom sweep every single time, but it's Higuchi staying fine as he is on game point against the 2D god himself, Mago.
You got to get with the times, old man. We're going 2.5D.
Future is now, old man.
Yeah. You mean to tell me Street Fighter games aren't in sprites anymore?
Oh.
What year is it?
What year is it? Rubble still skin. No. Oh, the finesse and bless. About to put him to rest. He's saving that bar for a bit.
Yeah, Higuchi knew it. He absolutely was ready for the tech. You know, I say that, and then Mago just walked up into his face and threw him again.
That aggression, that confidence from Mago, while you can't count him out just yet as he staves off set point for a little bit.
I blame the walks.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. It's pretty good. Pretty good.
It's solid, yeah.
All right, trying to find a heavy kick. Here's a fireball to deny that aerial approach and the EX again, threatening that walk-in situation. You're trying to walk in, I got that EX to stop you.
Oh. Wow, just walking out of that throw range just barely. Higuchi trying to switch it up. That was what I was waiting for. Yeah, it was eventually going to come out. But still, Higuchi regaining that momentum, just getting a backdoor against Mago on wake up.
He's so smart about putting the control back in his favor. I like that kind of flavor, to be honest. I'm going to be real with you. Staying away from this character is so smart with it. Sweep off the feet once again with the boom.
This is looking all Higuchi right now in terms of the life lead. The jump in, very significant for Mago. Are we going to see a trigger activation? Maybe after this throw. He's going to do it again. Maybe not. It's going to be it. The demise. Higuchi now on exhibition point against Mago. That could have been it. We were looking for that activation. Mago actually tried to do it off the medium kick, but Higuchi just one step ahead for defense, and now just one round away for the W.
A lot of bar on the side of Mago, so never mind. I was going to say about the EX. Don't matter, though. I'm just going to jump in. I'm going to save my bar so I can go far. So I get the walk-in throw denied. Damage applied. Trying to get that stun. Trying to get it done.
Stun no longer a factor, I think. Yes, sir. Higuchi catching down below, forcing Mago to move away. Get away from the booms. I like that. He was checking the movement. Mago definitely on point with the defense that time. The movement pays off this time. Backs up just enough to get the whiff punish. Not again!
EX knockdown. That fierce that he had could have been in the super situation, could have sealed it. Don't let men like Higuchi come back like that. Mago.
Jesus.
Situation. Interruption on the EX activation. No DP!
No way!
No DP, Higuchi!
He jumped in on him again! He jumped in on him again! Mago wasn't ready with any back brainless. He wasn't ready with any uppercuts. He just took the damage to the grill. And that's got to be a mighty statement coming in from Higuchi to intimidate the 2D god, bringing him back to Earth, making him a mortal, a mere mortal again.
Even gods bleed. You come at me sideways, I'm going to leave you parallel. Higuchi, and I mean Gucci in the name, takes it. That's a lot of money.
What happened? What was it that was so intimidating about Higuchi's approach? Was it the pressure? It's like he had so much of a life lead and he let it drop.
He had the hit from off the fierce. That could have been in the super to seal it right there.
Right.
Dropped it, and then that was just how things steamrolled.
Even beforehand, he had a hit confirm off the medium kick, and it was crouching. He could have done medium kick into feed triggers. He could have done it off that. We've seen him do it so many times in Street Fighter League. Why was it so different today?
I feel like that control, that pressure that Higuchi put on him, made even a 2D god break down today.
Man.
Higuchi, though, definitely in the pantheons of the champions, solidifying his name. And listen, I want to see what the CSI department got to say about this one. Dissect that like that, all right? This was tight.
Woo, all right, what a match right there as Higuchi takes it 5-2 over Mago. Lots to say about this one, I think. Let's start with Idom. What was your view?
All right, I would say qualifying for the first CPT has to be a blessing and a curse because that looked like rust. Mago did not look like he was in shape at all. Like, not to like down on Mago, but like it looked like he was just missing like simple confirm, anti-air, all like the little things that he needed in that set was just like not there. Higuchi played really good with the V-shift. I'm an avid V-shift hater, so I very rarely compliment people's V-shifts, but Higuchi did use the V-shift mechanic really well, and he was able to escape a lot of Mago's pressure with the V-shift.
Yeah, he definitely was. It definitely felt like Mago was going in here freestyling a little bit, whereas Higuchi felt like he was prepared for every single situation. He had the matchup-specific tech down. He was on point. He was sharp. This was prime-time Higuchi, and, you know, we talked about all-day Mago. I don't know. We might have to retire the title after that one. It did not look like he was in shape at all. You mentioned it, that he dropped the confirms. He dropped the crush counter combos. He dropped the hit confirms. He didn't know his combo routes when he landed normal sequences. It looked very unusual that he dropped that confirm at the end. It let Higuchi make the comeback. It was very unusual to see, and meanwhile, Higuchi doing stuff like neutral medium kick over Cammy crouch medium kick into V-trigger cancel. Like, he was prepared for the matchup, and Mago was not prepared to play.
That was beautiful. I definitely agree. That's something I absolutely wanted to point out. Let's take another look at this with the Arby's meeting moment.
Arby's, we have the meat.
Yeah, absolutely. Higuchi definitely, probably, you know, coming as the younger player here, taking this very seriously, coming here super prepared. I mean, Mago did try the Luke. That did not work at all. And Higuchi really showing his mettle here right now, taking this match. And then Mago showing his own mettle, but that one was full of rust. And he definitely did not come out here and perform to the level that I feel like we're accustomed to seeing from Mago. Again, a veteran, it's really strange to see him. And that game right there where he made that ridiculous comeback, it took that ridiculous comeback to take that. So honestly, this should have been a 5-1.
Could have been.
Yeah, I mean, you could ask all these fellas on the analyst desk. I was screaming for the Karen throughout the entire set. I don't know where it was. It was just MIA. And the last time I saw these two play each other, Mago was using the Karen. It doesn't really make much sense to me unless he truly is that rusty where he wanted someone that's maybe less execution demanding than Karen. That's really the only thing that makes sense to me. As far as Higuchi did, I thought he did very well, as the panel mentioned. Pretty much ready for every scenario, matchup-specific stuff. He was spacing his normals perfectly. He even used them to low crush, like with the stand medium kick. And he was willing to jump forward at the end, right? People don't expect that from Giles. Using that to kind of disrupt Mago's already kind of shooken gameplay from the Rust. So I really love Higuchi just looking super polished.
Yeah, I thought that, I mean, even if Mago had played up to like his maximum potential, I still feel like that would have been a tough one, just the way that Higuchi had prepared. He was obviously, I mean, the matchup specific stuff that you guys have all been talking about, the V-shift usage, all the other parts of his game I thought were just firing on all cylinders. So even if Mago was doing great, it would have been tough. But he was, I mean, we saw in that replay right there, he missed some easy combos. He missed at the end. I'm not even sure what he tried to anti-air with that got hit, as he just got hit after the backdash and thereby lost the set. It was not max level Mago, that's for sure.
He jumped over a sonic boom and then he followed up with the stand light punch.
Yes.
Like,
Right.
I'm not even sure like what situation that like stand medium punch, even if he blocked it, like I feel like is the right choice.
That's not the route. It felt like he wasn't mentally in the game, but I don't want the narrative to just be Mago playing bad, like you mentioned. Higuchi played almost as close to perfect as you can expect. I mean, the spacing he had, his dashes even, I loved when he turned up the offense because he was playing that perfect spacing boom game in normals, but when he dashed in, it was constantly getting counter hits, and he had that frame perfect charge. There was one moment he dashed in, jab, counter hit, crouch strong, sonic boom super. That is a tight charge window. Like, he had that all maximized and ready to go, so any opportunity he got, he capitalized on it and got the momentum from that. And yeah, I mean, his defensive options, Idom was seeing right every single time V-shift showed up on the screen. He knew to keep mashing throw tag whenever Mago got in, or V-shift. He kind of reduced it to this simple 50-50, and Mago really couldn't get the momentum going, especially mid-screen. It wasn't until he got into that corner one time when he just ran the throw gambit in the corner where V-shift is not as effective, where Mago actually got good offense. But man, Higuchi was firing on all cylinders today. I am thoroughly impressed, and I'm looking forward to seeing him dominate more in the future with Street Fighter.
It doesn't surprise me at all that Mago tried Luke. He has historically been somebody who goes straight to the top of the tiers. I mean, that's always been, almost always been his MO. So not a surprise, but it just didn't seem prepared, right? I mean, even less so than the Cammy.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we caught him on a bad day as well. I really,
could be.
I'm not sure, because we're so used to seeing Mago look clean, and there was not even situations where it was difficult stuff to pull off, right? Just stuff that you would expect someone of his caliber to do in their sleep, and it was just not there today. So unfortunate, right? It is the any given Sunday aspect of competition, and some days it's just not your day. And Higuchi, as everyone was saying, played so damn well from a start to finish. It was incredible. Just defensive booms choices, just V-shifting, everything that you could do right on Guile, he did. And even then, it was some unorthodox strategies, willing to get offensive with the dashes, the jump-ins, just kind of made Mago super uncomfortable, and when he was already looking uncomfortable.
Yeah, very, very well played. I love it. Nice job again to Higuchi. Hey, have you been stuck inside for almost 2 years? Are you starting to come out of your house just now, like you are coming out of Plato's cave, seeing the real world for the first time after nothing but shadows for your entire life, and your eyes can't handle it? If so, Game Gooder knows that gamers go outside too. Channel your inner Chun-Li and kick some style butt outside while enjoying fun, functional, fashionable, and affordable Gooder sunnies that offer 100% UV protection and polarized lenses in a lightweight frame that won't slip or bounce.
Yes, and big shouts to Arby's. They've been holding us down consistently throughout the Capcom season finals. Big sponsor of 2021. Again, you can go to Arby's.com to check out locations that are currently delivering, so you even got to leave your house. But if you do, make sure you get them Gooder glasses on too. Don't get it twisted.
Hey, I see you out there. Matthew, that's right. There you are out there. You forgot to shut off your webcam. I can see you right now, and I can see that you have the phone just next to you right there. It's not even being used. There's your mobile phone. Nothing's on it. I'll tell you what should be on it, Matthew. Should be Capcom authorized mobile game Street Fighter Duel. It's now available for download in Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau. I see you out there. Other regions are also coming soon. Keep a lookout for more news on the global release and get ready to join the journey with millions of players to find out who is the best fighter in the world. I think the next one we have coming up is... James, please stop looking at me like that. Matthew. The next one we have coming up, Punk versus Idom, I think is maybe a chance to decide who is the best fighter in the world. I think there's a
Punk versus up and coming.
Up and coming.
It's a big chance to prove yourself here.
All right, everybody, make sure you don't miss that. Math.
Time to fly, time to fly. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to feast. So fly, time to fly. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
If I go too far, please forgive me.
Again, this is a big one. We have Punk versus Idom in North America East. F-word with the regional spotlight. We'll take it away.
happens when an unstoppable force
Boom! That's how you start the fight and finish it quickly.
meets an immovable object.
I'll show you the divide in our class.
When storied rivals go head to head.
On the table, and that's that. The controller's down and Punk is going off.
We've seen this set dozens of times before.
These guys got so much history playing each other.
And yet with each new game, each new round, new levels of nuance, of emotion, of competitive rivalry are achieved.
Yeah, and keep in mind that they played earlier this weekend as well.
Have they grown tired of playing each other? Have they not seen each other's faces more than enough times?
So like these guys are very familiar with their play style.
Will we ever get tired of watching these two go head to head? Absolutely no chance.
That was sick. They both play too much. Are you serious? Look at the stuff they're doing.
Maybe it's the personality clash that gets us so excited. The loud, the exciting, the outspoken.
Bro, I don't even care about being the best in America. I'm the best in the world.
Versus the introvert, the timid, the quiet assassin.
These two, unbelievable.
The technical, refined, and extremely unforgiving.
This is the situation you don't want to be in.
Versus the organized chaos.
Reset. Idom interrupts again, and it's turned around one more time.
Hero versus villain.
Pop-off was real, though. A well-deserved pop-off.
No matter how well they play, how much they claim it means so little to them.
Capcom Cup tournament point.
We all know what it truly means to win.
Oh my God!
Once again, we are treated to a match between the two best players in North America.
Your Capcom Cup champion.
Idom versus Punk. A battle for the ages.
Thanks again to F Word. I'm Ultra David, back here with even more guests. We have Just Kid, we have Brian F back here, we have St. Cola, and we have Ringe. Let's talk about this match between these two absolute titans, not just of North America, but of the Earth. Just Kid, how are you feeling about it?
Look, these two have been in everyone's minds for I don't even know how long. 2017, Punk was demolishing everyone. He was just basically like the best. Everyone can agree on that. And then you had Idom, this secret killer who, he roam in the battle lounges. He's going here and there in New York and everything, but no one saw him going out to Evos or anything like that. Then he just kept going to more and more tournaments, and then people were like, whoa, this guy is kind of crazy. He's nuts. He's doing well. And then they just kept going back and forth. And this one is truly just a match to behold, and these are two titans going at it once again.
It's always a historic battle when these two play each other. And I like how you set up how Punk came out in 2017. I think he's the most winningest player in all of Street Fighter V history, and this is going to be him going up against the reigning Capcom Cup champion.
Yeah.
So people didn't really know Idom was that level until 2019 because, yeah, he did not travel. He got the nickname Stoop Kid for a reason because he would stay on his stoop, sit around in New York, beating everyone online, beating everyone at LBC, and I mean, we knew firsthand how good he was. I was saying for the longest time, I need to get you on a plane to a tournament. I offered so many times to book his flight and hotel room just to get him out there, and then I realized he just didn't want to get on a plane. That was the problem. So I don't know who convinced this man to finally get on a plane and start traveling. That 2019 season, he had probably the most efficient run to get to Capcom Cup ever. I think he went to Combo Breaker, Evo, First Attack, and I think that in the NA regional finals, I believe that was about it, and he qualified off that. If that's not efficiency, I don't know what it is. And then he took that and ran it all the way to the cup where he played against Idom in grand finals, and we all know how that went. The rest is history. And since then, it's been back and forth, not just in the gameplay, but in the personality types. Punk, he's fiery, he's passionate, he cares a lot about his record versus Idom. Idom, he just wants to play the game. He just wants to play, and that's what he's going to be doing today.
I'm here. I'm fun, I gotta segue just a little bit and give a little bit of love to the CPT runners out here. Love to level up. My boy Valle, Jimmy, all of them for putting on the season after season of CPT. Obviously, Blue Coast production crew too as well, because they've given all these players, not only Idom and them, but the rest, a place to play and keep up their skills and keep hot out here and continuing this rivalry. Not only Street Fighter League, but also in the CPT. We saw that fantastic pop-off of Mama Punk saying some words I can't say right now, but I'll tweet it later maybe. But, being able to continue that rivalry is super great. So shout out to all the TOs and stuff like that putting it on. But I can't wait to see the continuation. We saw in the No Neutral 5v5 that Punk had just wasn't able to get out against Idom in that closest set of the day, maybe the closest set of this entire week. So I can't wait to see the continuation of that.
Yeah, and if you're not that familiar with Street Fighter V or fighting games, when we're talking about Titans, when we're talking about Legends, when we're talking about two of the best players in the world, like, we are being 100% serious here. These are two Titans. These are people that you can consider the best, bar none, in this game overall throughout its lifespan, whatever you have you right now. These are two guys that, I mean, there are very few people on their level. Even when it comes to the high level, that small percentile, they are in a class of their own. And I mean, when it comes to just watching their matches, I don't come up with a lot of keys to victory because they both play so perfectly. Like, it really just comes down to each other having the hard reads. They know how to counter every person's option. It just comes down to that any given Sunday and who's going to make that clutch decision in the moment.
In my mind, these are two of the definitive players in Street Fighter V. That is to say, Punk, with his hit confirming, was one of the first to be doing that consistently in terms of single hit confirms, really making it so that you can't get touched when you play against him. That's something that many other people have learned at this point, but he was one of the progenitors of that.
No, he changed the game.
He did.
Straight up changed the game.
They said it wasn't possible.
Straight up.
They said it wasn't possible. What did he do?
That man made us fear low forward. Low forward into death.
Straight
That's what we
up.
call it.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So from that end, he is one of the definitive players. And then Idom, I think, is a definitive player in the sense that his mix-ups, his understanding of the up-close game in Street Fighter V is incredible. It is. I haven't played against him, but man, I've seen a lot of strong players play against him, and it just looks terrifying.
Brian's
for him to be next to him.
knows.
His face, you
guys
gotta
are
get
talking
this on
about
camera
Punk.
right here.
You're totally right about Punk, but Idom invented Laura.
Yeah, absolutely. He changed the game as well.
To this day, I
100%.
wish we could have just dropped Idom in Japan for all of Street Fighter V's lifespan, just so I can see the tier list change.
Yeah,
right.
100%.
Laura has been consistently rated as such a bad character according to certain regions, and I just feel like it's because they haven't seen the power that this character can possess in the hands of Idom. I mean, literally, I don't want to be disrespectful to other Laura players, but it's just not close. I'm sorry, it just really is not. The way he mastered that character is bar none. That is the Laura player, the Laura main, but also he added Poison to the roster, and I think at this point he's also the Poison.
Right.
That's the character he actually sealed the deal with in Capcom Cup. You know, Laura versus Karen. That's traditionally not a great matchup for Laura, and yeah, she does have bad matchups. I understand why she's kind of downplayed a little bit, but Poison is the character that is actually the counter pick, and that's what he's been rocking for the most part against Punk in a lot of these sets we've seen since that 2019 Capcom Cup Finals, with good reason. You know, her range game against Karen prevents her from getting into that low forward range. Like, how is Punk going to hit confirm you to death if he can't get in range to get the hit confirm? But that said, you brought up the no neutral 5v5. Punk played Ken in that set, and that went to the final round.
Versus Poison.
Yes, yes. So I actually don't know what he's going to do today. I feel like Punk, that's his strength. We talk about it as a Karen main. He literally plays the entire cast.
It said main everyone.
It's true.
Yeah, on the screen earlier.
I'm glad they were accurate with that.
It actually said everyone.
Yes,
yeah.
There's no lie.
actually true.
There's no lie. He's played Vega, Jury, Fang, Ken, Ryu. You can't even count how many times he's done this.
He won Frosties with Rose.
Yes,
Straight up.
Rose out of all characters.
But let's clarify. He's done that against us at NLBC.
I mean,
against Idom, the cast of characters has shrunk a little bit. He's used Rose here and there, but it's not the same. He definitely wants to go for those upper echelon of his characters, but that said, you still can't predict who he's going to pick.
Yeah, and we see that Idom added Poison to the arsenal, and it just goes to show that these are two generational talents.
For sure.
Whether it be picking different characters, whether it be picking different fighting games, these dudes just know how these games work on a level that very, very few people will ever understand.
Generation of Miracles. Am I right?
Two of the stars right here for sure.
Sir.
We'll see how it goes. Let's head out to the commentators. We're going to have Vicious and Tasty Steve. Have fun, folks.
David, I appreciate that, man. Great analysts on the desk. I like the analysis up there on the desk. And I love that they talk about that Poison, which, so evidently came from Street Fighter League and the evolution of to get to a certain point. Thank you, sir. I really do believe we're looking at two of the best Street Fighter V players ever at this point. And just looking at where both of these players have come from, whether it be being Stoop Kid or just seeing them have ridiculous, win streaks out here on the online play. I mean, I feel like Idom is always somebody to watch. I remember talking to Yipes, talking to my bro Yipes and being like, man, I cannot wait for this dude to get on an actual airplane and go somewhere like Brian F. said, right?
Yeah.
We were waiting for the day. I still have photos of at Capcom Cup final with Idom that I haven't posted with this big cheese on my face, but it was because it was like a coming of age kind of thing to see him go from one place to another and be so successful at it.
I still remember the humble beginnings from both sides of the coin, right? Punk coming in hot from one of the Red Bull events from way long ago. It was the Battleground Series over in Seattle. I got to meet him for the first time in person, and that's where he showed off the most damage, right? We were like, who is this kid coming out from seemingly nowhere, and ended up taking like one of the best performances we've seen from an American at that event. And then, of course, Idom, we see him represent NLBC for so long, but he has been slowly just grinding it out over and over again. And it's just no surprise, really, to see how much of their work they've put in to be up on the stage right now. It's just a tale of the tapes. These guys have been putting in that work, doing the most that anyone hasn't done, I feel like, and really setting the pages of history. But again, we're going to see how everybody's anticipating this match. Everybody's been chilling in the Gooder Lounge for a good amount of time. And, of course, I'm not even surprised.
Right now, when I'm in here, that they take the food out there. Well, shout outs to Arby, man. I guess this should be our meaty moment, man. Shout outs to Arby's for holding us down. But I hope you guys are ready. I hope you got your snacks at home. It might not be Arby's, but this match is about to be ridiculous.
James's table is full of Arby's, and that's just for himself, by the way.
He's
He's
gonna
such
eat
a
that by
fan of
himself.
Arby's.
What about
Did
Nephew?
you get him the chicken cordon
What about
bleu?
Nephew, bro? Nephew back there starving to death. He had a serious match today. Let him eat too. Fight it out in the lounge. Fight it out in the lounge. Actually, we need to fight it out digitally because it's about to go down, man. I hope you guys are ready for what's about to go down at home. We have Idom going up against the Alpha Punk himself, and it's gonna be a big one, a doozy to send us home. This is one of the main events. This is one of the main card events, I would like to say, if we're going to see anything. We got those guys out on the stage, Punk rocking the do-rag.
It's not even pink anymore.
It ain't even pink no more.
He's transcended. He's gone above and beyond.
I'm going beyond. All right, here we go. X-Set Idom. Not new to the stage, especially after the year he had coming out and actually starting to travel. Gave him a CPT final win and being a champion. I can't wait to see what he does here. We got Karen versus Poison. Game number 1 of this first of 5.
Let's go. Panda Punk versus X-Set Idom. We've seen the matches go between the two for years now, and it's only right that they have their own stage right here in the Capcom Exhibition for the season final. First throw already for Punk. Another one into the corner. Idom in treacherous waters. I love that anti-air again into the V-skill. So collected into his thoughts, right? He was ready for the jump in, even though he was cornered, and now he gets to set the pace with this trigger.
Yeah, crouching medium punch for the anti-air. Goes right for the V-skill, keeps the corner under control, and now you see Idom still holding it. And not even giving up any space, just checking with that crouching medium kick just in case, she tries to dash out, maybe catch a EX dash on if they're really going to commit to it, but let's see. Back to this mid-screen fighting.
Yeah, nothing on the V-trigger really affected Idom there. He was just sitting there and blocking, just waiting it out. Very, very patient. Of course, the Molotov not doing as much either. So it's been very, very much so even. Look at the meter down below. Any hit from any...
Ooh,
okay, we just said it right now.
Any
hit can lead to critical art.
Is that dead? No!
I
like how he didn't say anything.
I couldn't tell, man.
Crush counter. Wait a minute. Punk has a chance. Back throw, and that's going to be the first round.
I love how you're like,
I like how
has
I set it up. I was
wake
like,
up back throw. They could have gone either way.
Yeah.
It could have been guess for game from either side, really.
First round going to Idom there.
Very expensive round with that.
Crush.
Boy. I love that.
EX Tenko goes for the side switch. Not ready. A little scramble there. And it ends up in the throw for Idom. Here comes Punk now. Gets this forward throw. Still fighting relatively in the center of the stage. But, oh, my God, gets the hit into trigger. Nothing big coming from it, though.
Yeah, I think it was just to stave off Punk a little bit. What a heart rate punish. And look at the damage from the Molotov just burning away at Punk's life. It's going to be so tough. Hey, he's not taking extra damage,
He was
though.
not taking extra
He was
damage.
just barely out of the range.
But still positioning, looking really good for Idom. Those crouching medium kicks adding up. The crouching heavy kick holds the stance a little bit, makes Punk block, and here's a throw. No trigger on the table, but CA is there.
I like that V-reversal.
Oh, the counter hit, you're dead. No! Did not spin it. There's the back throw. He says, don't freak out, don't panic. I'm going to save the rest of that bar for the next round. Full CA in this first game. Final round here.
And that was pretty confident, right? He didn't even spend one EX meter. He could have gone into EX Tenko, into EX Orochi. That would have easily sealed the deal. He didn't even have to go to critical art. He could have just spent 2 bars and be done with it. But no, the utmost confidence in Punk's play. Ooh. That would have been a big whiff punish against the Crouching Fierce, but Idom now responding well in kind. going forward on that offense. But once it's his turn, no longer, he just moves away. I like that idea.
Yeah, the defense is getting a lot tighter on Idom's side here. You can see him playing back just a little bit, a little more time wasted on the clock this time around, but both of them working on CA. Ooh,
Counter
nice.
hit conversion off of the crouching jab within range. Jesus.
Okay. Crouching medium kick. Oh, wow. Low forward. Gets the Tenko. Forward throw into the corner. Here comes Punk.
I love that side switch option, but Punk still not able to stop the jump out from Idom. Forces him away with that forward throw, just so much space. This is where Idom gets to shine now. The heart rate to kind of intimidate Punk from his advancement. He is not allowed to move in for free. Is he going to have to spend a bar, or will he catch Idom slipping and go in for a punish? It's exactly it!
I was just about to say, I would not test Punk. He will definitely find a hole, and he will definitely get a way in to get that EX in the corner now, and it's still not working out, and instantly shifts back to Idom's
my
favor,
God!
and now here comes Punk.
It's not over yet!
Oh my gosh. This is still the first game. Oh, V reversal.
The critical art can do it for Idom. Just a single touch for Punk, though.
So
This
far
is so
away.
close.
So far away.
He's backing off. 10 seconds on the clock. Is Punk going to lame it out? Is he going to play the timer scam? He gets the medium kick. Idom actually tried to move forward and take his turn back.
Let's go. That could have went either way. You said it. It could have went either way. That was the first game.
That was only the first game? You gotta be kidding me. we're not even close to done. That felt like a grand finals moment.
Yes.
That's so crazy.
Yes. And this is the first of 5. They talked about that rivalry out there. I love the fact that these guys, Punk and like Idom's kind of perspectives about this matchup playing each other and how it has grown is completely different, I feel like, especially when we heard the interviews coming from Street Fighter League and everything, you know what I'm saying? Even talking to them about it personally, right, has come so far. So seeing the personal matchup differences, how they fight each other specifically, is really something cool to see on display. 2 of the best, not only in the United States, but in the world.
The universe, rather.
You know? Don't say that, man. That's how we get challenges from foreign universes.
I'd be super down for that.
Big damage here on the table, still with an EX bar.
Yeah, Idom definitely knew about it. He was just sitting there blocking, and Punk trying to be 2 steps ahead. It's
nice.
going to lead to a lot of damage. Is he going to get the side switch? No, not quite. He chases him down. The delay, that was so sneaky from Idom. He was trying to force Punk to press a button at the timing he wanted. Man, that was so scary. That counter hit conversion from Idom that could have been, would have led to death.
You know, I feel like every time I see this character, it's engineered to slow down Punk specifically, right? So many long-range special moves, not able to keep Punk out for too long. That crouching heavy punch, we've been seeing a lot of it, and just that crouching medium kick as well. And that heart rate just normal, just to try to control that space so Punk can't get in. Obviously, it's not working right now, but you can see the game plan pretty simple. And Punk can too, but gets interrupted. Back to the corner you go. Here comes Idom, and then a fight back with the EX with Senha.
I can't believe it. Did you see Idom actually prep himself for that V reversal to use the heart rate and move backwards? Fact of the matter is, he was too close to the corner to actually get the punish. So Punk actually got pretty lucky in that exchange. Idom now at the deficit trying to chase down Punk, but look at this. Already in the corner, a lot of whips, doing a lot of great damage, a lot of chip damage, and just further on, if he gets a solid hit, he can actually kill, but Punk is not going to let that happen.
Yeah, V reversal right there, getting a little great life, and you see Punk fishing for a big hit. Oh my God, the heart rate. You've been seeing Idom use that cancel just to keep the stance move back and forth a little bit, and now Punk is starting to get wind of it, and you can see him using that EX Tenko to try to get in there with the dash, just in case, and the spacing for Idom has been so good that you have to anticipate it, and that's the back and forth we're seeing from these two. Really are changing up those ranges of trying to get in.
But so far, so good for Punk. I think he's already well aware of the strategies that Idom wants to utilize on defense, right? That moment to use that V reversal, we've seen that blown up in many sets before, whether it's on Street Fighter League, whether it's on CPT, even on an Evo stage, we've seen it happen. But right now, Punk is well aware of it. It's like he knows exactly where to pick his shots for, I guess you should say, an offensive V reversal. He did it perfectly right there, putting him at 2 games. Oh my God!
Right out of the air. The heavy punch heart rate.
And we see the heavy punch yet again from Idom, just chipping away at Punk. But this is where Punk shines the most, right into his corner.
And this is exactly what I was talking about. I just feel like this character was made for Idom to kind of keep Punk's playstyle at bay. Standing heavy punch. Once again, that crouching heavy punch gets the confirm after the trigger. And what a conversion for Idom. Not a lot of damage, but that screen positioning and the follow-up gets the stun. Here comes Idom. Gonna even net a CA here.
Not quite.
Oh, no, didn't get the CA, but gets the throw on the follow-up. Idom gets one on the board and the lead in this game right here.
as big as that round was for Idom, look at the bar down below. Either hit from either players is going to lead to an explosion. Punk starting things off, gets first blood off that throw. That's a really awkward situation. I love the jump, the defensive jump from Punk, stopping Idom from getting any sort of tick option from the light. And look at this, just going to town, the amount of damage.
Damage. Okay. Could have been a throw right there. What a jab. So confident from Idom trying to fight back. EX heart rate gets clipped. Uses the V skill to get out of the corner and now holding position. Idom does have the life deficit right now, though, but plenty of trigger.
Oh, boy.
Oh, crush.
Gets the side switch also with the Rasenha. But is it going to be enough? No, Idom is still walking forward. That was a good amount of life taken away. That was built up against Punk. Idom just needs one touch. Punk doesn't even need to spend critical art. If he gets a solid hit with low medium kick, that's hella death, by the way.
Neutral jumps right there to kind of bait out, that trigger. And you can see Idom just waiting on it. About 40 seconds left on the clock, full CA on both sides. A hit confirmed will kill either one of these guys. Give Idom his first game if he gets it too really far away. No. Her CA kind of goes up at an up angle. So from that distance, there we go. Idom gets 2 rounds on the board for his first game on the board, and here we go. But no, from that instance, since Poison CA activates, it goes up. From that range, it's really iffy to try to use it there. So I don't blame him. Either or, though. Either or still gets the round. Still gets the round, consequently, and gets the game. That's going to be 2-1. Idom still in the hold, though.
I like that. I like that a lot. The back and forth has been super consistent, right? The amount of damage potentially coming in from Karin does not deter Idom whatsoever. He's still able to play his strategy. He's still able to kind of space Karin out at will, right? That whip has just been the biggest deterrent. But I wouldn't be surprised if Punk finds another creative way in. We haven't seen the Rasenha being used once yet, by the way. The fierce Rasenha at that. But damn, that's the second starter that Idom has called Punk out on. That is the second time he's anti-aired with the heart rate.
All right, that heavy punch heart rate, man. Great anti-air. You can hold the stance just as well. But scouting the jump this time around. Once again, scouting it again, that crouching medium punch.
Oh boy.
Big crush counter here for Punk. Follow up with the jump in.
Oh, that's stun. You're dead. He has more than enough to get it done. He doesn't even have to spend the bar. But he does anyway. Maybe to secure it. I get that. I get that a lot.
Spend it, man. Spend it. Karin player, man. Scared money don't make no money. They live by that motto.
She's a battery anyway. She's going to build that way fast.
Residual income on the meter, bro. She's always getting it.
I don't know, man. I think it's expendable income. She's got all the money in the world, man. To be quite honest with you.
Oof.
She has her own estate. She's not even 21 yet. She probably is. I don't know.
Medium punch there. EX heart rate. Spends all that meter. V reversal to stop the momentum. And here comes Punk. And still in control of this corner. Oh,
what
medium punch.
Medium punch. That just took up so much space. It took up all of the normals that Idom wanted to use. It completely demolished whatever that was on startup because of the lingering hitbox. That thing is so active. Super active. Yeah, you know all about that.
I do know all about that. Anyways.
We were literally playing this set. Like,
we was just
during the exhibition, we were watching it as well. He knows all about that standing medium punch. He hates it.
Yeah, and that's one of the strongest things for Punk, I feel like. And just for Punk in general, I feel like a lot of people, they forget, man, this dude, I feel like is the king of footsies when it comes to this character.
Yes.
Really so good at controlling this range. Really makes you second guess a lot of the options that you have, even if you do have a range-specific character like Poison going up against one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, I think one of the drawbacks of having such great range is the fact that some of your normals are a little slower than others, right? And Punk definitely knows it. He knows exactly what tool to use at what ranges so that you are catching the normals on startup, right?
Okay, dash up once again.
Oh,
wow.
damn, you can even hear it.
Oh, my God.
Poison was like, damn.
That's right.
She knew she was in trouble.
No anti-air. Wow. Actually, catches the jump in and gets a full conversion with the trigger. Thought the fire would still be there. I was wrong. Oh, big crush counter here.
Look at how much space. Barely missed it. Okay, not as much activity as I thought. Idom now in control, but Punk, I take it all back. One touch from either one could lead to the other's demise. We'll see. Plus frames.
I don't care.
Plus frames again.
Oh, medium kick.
Overhead, maybe? No, it's too risky. It's too much startup.
Wow. Oh, wow. What a backdash. And the double backdash. Oh my, oh
He
man.
tried to dash in twice. I was so scared.
What a read though by Idom. He backdashed to count for the dash forward and still committed to it.
Correct.
That medium punch heart rate. That's what you're seeing right there, right? You can cancel it and hold the stance, move around a little bit if she needs to. Another good way to control that neutral range from Idom. Slowly but surely, right?
Oh my God, the high heel.
Ooh, the red bottoms.
Oh, I don't know about all that. A little bit overzealous on Idom's part. You see him shake his head. He knows it.
Oh, stuck in this corner. Multiple throws. They're adding up. Crouching medium punch to check. Oh, and the stun. Lots of meter.
There's enough meter to end it here. Oh.
Tries to save some.
I like these decisions from Punk, right? Absolutely taking it without having to spend too much of the meter. This is so good because of how explosive the damage can be off of a single opening. Punk making the most of these situations consistently. It's a different breed, man. I'm telling you, man, Punk is making these really, really high-class decisions.
And I hope people understand, man. These guys have played each other multiple times in tournaments, you know what I'm saying? They understand how each other work. That's what's so good about these first to 5 sets. You're not just seeing the highest level of the meta of the matchup. You're seeing the meta of the matchup between these two players. Forward throw again. Punk is in charge right now.
Low forward into the activation. Idom trying to get a side switch, but no. Punk being able to interrupt that because he wasn't in danger in the first place. You're going into Critical Art City, and that's going to be 4-1 Punk in dominant fashion. Will Idom have an answer to stop this steamroller?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. The way Rob look, I can tell he talking, bro, this is not going well for my man Idom right now. It is really not. But what can you say right now in this instance? The fact that Punk is literally playing out of his mind right now. And even though we know that this poison is meant to slow down this neutral for Karen, for Punk, it's not. It's really not. And Idom just really struggling to find a point to get something started. 4-1 on the board right now. This match could tell the end of this set.
And Punk is pretty much a confidence kind of player. Like when he gets riled up or if he's feeling himself, he plays above and beyond everybody's expectations. The calls that he's made with saving his meter for some of these finishers lets you know he's feeling pretty confident.
He's
not in a cocky manner, but rather he's like, all right, I know I've shook Idom. I know that I could use this meter for later, and I'm going to make sure that Idom feels that. But again, the other hand is Idom is not easily shaken up, right? We might have seen it earlier, but look at this huge comeback already. That was almost near perfect.
That anti-air was very, you spoke about confidence. I mean, that anti-air is not easy to land, that high heel kick. So, wait a minute.
I personally thought Idom was shook. Maybe, okay, so Idom still stuck in this corner, anti-air, using the V-skill to get out, but this is going to be a lot of damage. The Molotov is going to be sticking to Punk like glue. Hot glue with that. That was
cheap. Oh, you're stunned. Idom, it played right. Gets another one on the board. It's 2-4. Punk still has the lead. Man, we need more rounds like that. We don't. Idom needs more rounds like that. We just so happen to want more rounds like that.
What was I saying earlier? Idom was shook. Can I fix my face on that one? I'm gonna have to fix that. I'm gonna fix that a little bit. Idom completely changing the tables with the confidence booster. I gotta say, even him fighting out of the corner, finding the time to side switch and anti-air. I will say it might have been a little overzealous from Punk's behalf, trying to get that jump in the corner, but at the same time, Idom knew exactly what to do in that situation to make the most of it. That was just such a significant beatdown in that game, at least.
So if you look, I'm pretty sure it was either the same round or maybe the round before it. We saw that exact same situation where he backed Punk into the corner, just backed up a little bit more, waited for the jump, crouching medium punch. And Idom's back was to the wall, right?
Yeah.
Crouching medium punch, V-skill to flip out. We saw complete transitions into full-blown damage and positional change every time that happened. I mean, we've only seen it 2 times at this point, but still, Idom working his way back.
And look at Punk just inching his way. After that singular hit from the low medium kick, it kind of stopped Idom from pressing buttons, a little bit of reluctance. But now it's a whole different story. As soon as Idom gets the green light, he goes.
Okay, stand medium punch, EX heart rate there to get some frames a little bit. V reversal. One thing I will say about Punk that he's gotten even better at placement of his V reversals in a lot of situations.
Just the awareness too. Even though he had the life deficit, he was willing to spend that V reversal to try to gain the momentum back and then find his ways into activating V trigger. Fact of the matter is though, Idom not susceptible to some of these hits. No, he makes it safe. Molotov is going to be just fine for him, but Punk is cooking up. EX Tenko. Past the molly.
Whoa, crouching heavy punch and the crouching medium punch. The scout right there. Now it's getting to that point where he's forcing the jump from Punk and waiting every time with that crouching medium punch from Poison. Lots of conversions, using the B skill sometimes to go for the mix-up right after. I like what Idom is doing. He's pushing his game forward. Trying to catch back up. Uh-oh. Trying to catch back up, but Punk's trying to end it.
Oh, boy.
Punk's trying to end it. You playing catch-up, I'm trying to go home. Oh.
Yikes. The big buffer. Punk ran into it. Off of the standing light kick, but still the throw bait. Karen's walk speed is just so good. Punk being able to take advantage of that situation yet again, standing medium punch. Checking the movement more against Idom with the 2 low forwards, just whiffing though. Idom
off.
Cornering
Off.
Punk.
Be careful with the meter. CA is on the table now. Punk can't take any more hits.
Oh my God, what a time
And neither can Idom. The reversal block. Medium kick goes for the heart rate. Once the frames didn't get the hit. Still not
He
good.
pressed the button.
No, he didn't. He's still alive. Idom takes it another game. Oh my gosh.
I thought there was an animation there. I thought he pressed a button, but damn, that was hook, line, sinker. Idom is alive for another game. Dear God, I could use some Arby's right now. I'm starving right now.
Look.
Damn, this is some good games.
Oh, man.
Woo!
This is what I like to see. This is what I like to see, guys. And this is what I'm talking about when it comes to these matchups between these two players, man. We've seen this matchup a billion times, I feel like, from these two players specifically, but they're still evolving the matchup personally. What they're doing, how they're changing up their approach is ever so mostly evolving all the time. Ever so mostly. Always mostly. All right, here we go.
100% of the time it works.
Right.
Every time. Checking with the low forward again. Punk being pretty offensive. Now there's the confirm.
Low
Some
forward.
of the best, the most consistent to do it. Forward throw now. Idom suffering here in this corner, but we haven't seen, too much damage just yet. There it is. Spending the bar already. The forward throw there again.
This is not looking good.
The sequence has just been so consistent from Punk. Okay. Out of the corner.
Backdash with the crouching heavy punch. One of the better things about that huge hitbox on that move there. And back to that far range. The 3-point line. The top of the key where Punk has to stay.
Oh. This is kind of tough right now. Idom playing the long-range game despite having the trigger.
And you saw that just held the stance a little bit on that medium punch.
Man, he's playing like Steph Curry. He's shooting the shot from the 3-point line. He's hitting majority of these whips.
Oh,
I'm telling you, man, this is going to be danger zone. Punk now has a trigger. Idom actually can't overstep his boundaries. If he ends up throwing something out too long.
Whoa!
Oh, he's dead. He messed up the sequence. Idom knows it. Punk taking full advantage of that.
Wow. And actually found the hit right there. That could have been tremendous. Had full CA there. I'm not sure about the life at that point, but that could have been big. And now, once again, Punk on set point.
Idom actually could have killed. He had full critical art off that singular hit, but Punk is going to take it as it lies, man.
And that round was going so well. All right, we're going back to it again. Counter hit confirmed.
Jesus. Off of the jab.
That stand heavy punch. Up close tool. We've seen Idom
do it again. That's great combo.
Confirmed.
Making it hurt.
Stance cancel combos. Loving tender. Okay.
God, I lied to you all. I was going to say not quite dead, but that extra hit, making sure the damage is done. Idom is still trying to stay alive here. Punk at exhibition point. He cannot keep the man contained.
I like that jab right there. Throw Punk off his sin a little bit. Maybe. Or maybe it's a love me tender. Excuse me, maybe it's a heart rate. Oh, nice, standing heavy punch once again. And then right after he gets the hit, goes for the crouching heavy punch just in case Punk tries to backdash to get out of there. I like it.
I flinched when I saw that. I honestly thought Punk was going to get hit by it. There it is. The big medium punch. This is where it all gets too uncomfortable for Idom. I like you on the medium kick.
Is that, are we 4-4? 4-4? Give me one more. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. 4-4. Give me one more. We're going to one final game in this set between these two.
I can't believe it was the medium kick to do it also. I can't believe it was the medium kick that did Punk in. That is the normal that is feared by the most. It's not even the whips. I feel like in that range, medium kick being cancelable into critical art, that's what sets Idom apart from the rest. I feel like he utilizes that in some of the most clutch situations that I've seen thus far.
So I'm really curious to see what happens here because Punk is in character select.
Are you kidding me?
So he's given up on the Karen, just thrown her off the yacht. She's off the boat in the middle
Her
of the
own
ocean.
yacht,
Her
by the
own
way.
yacht, by the way. And now we're gonna get another character. But I will say, one of the things I love about Street Fighter V, and I say this to anybody who goes into any new fighting game, because a lot of people play Street Fighter, right? Coming from 4, coming to 5, or whatever the case may be.
Sure.
I love to see them switch over and play newer characters that might fit their play style a little better than past characters. And Punk has been one of those people. I love to see him playing Chun-Li back in the day when he used to play the Chun-Li. I love seeing him bust out the Vega.
Matchups,
Right?
yeah.
I love seeing him bust out the Vega.
Even the Ken.
Yes, even the Ken.
Oh my God, what if it's Ken?
But that's what I mean. We see the thing about Punk is like now he's wrapped his playstyle around these other characters and he can do it damn well. So I really want to see what character is going to come from these two. But I think I heard a chuckle. I thought I heard a chuckle. And that's definitely just sounded like Karen maybe taking a breather.
I don't know. I mean, it's tough to say, honestly. I think you have a very, very valid point, but my counter argument to that is we've seen it time and time again, day 1 and 2. If there's going to be a moment for you to switch characters, why not do it in the earlier part of the set?
That's true.
There was a time where it was 4-2, right? He did manage to lose a game against Idom, making it 4-3. He should have switched here. Is this a run back from Capcom Cup? Cammy again?
Back on display to win the set, goes back to the Cammy. Crouching medium punch, anti-air. Almost every time a conversion with the jump-ins from Punk. They let you know it's not character-specific, it's player-specific. Gets the throw.
No Oki, though. It's going to be pretty important. Tried to anti-air it. You see it.
Conversion.
Punk now. Still harassing with the dive kick. It was a trade for Idom, though.
And still with the crouching medium punch. Actually got the trade. Here's the back throw. Lively still in favor of Cammy. Oof.
A significant one at that. Okay, so Idom is not allowed to whip any of these whips, except for that one. Okay, that was a little lucky.
Confirm. Trigger still active. Dash up. Says, you know what? I don't even need that trigger damage. I'm just going to dash. I'm not dead.
Don't get thrown.
Back throw. What happens now? Do you spend meter to get a little closer to the win? Or do you hope for the hit and cash out with the CA? Which one is it going to be?
Cammy's just going to be going for a single hit. It could be a medium kick, but the fact of the matter is, he has to get past the minefield of normal.
The whip punish.
A whip punish is what that was. That was indeed a whip punish.
Whip.
Why are you saying it like that?
Like what?
Say whip.
Whip.
Say cool.
Cool.
Say cool whip.
Cool whip.
All right. Going into the next match again, Punk looking at exhibition point, the change to Cammy ever so
Whoa,
impressive.
the
What the high?
anti-air
Oh my!
confirmed.
That was disgusting.
Neutral jump. Oh my God, the standing medium kick. EX high heel kick there. Slap. How can she slap?
Oh. I hate you, Steve. Oh boy, I hate this even more. That conversion just leads to so much damage in OP.
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh yeah!
B reversal. Not gonna work. Backs up a little bit. Throws whiff. Catches with the crouching jab. Jump in. Crouching. Every medium punch. B reversal again. Stand medium punch.
Kick.
Final round.
The medium kick
Final
from Idom.
round.
He's doing so well. Please don't hurt me.
Final round.
Please don't hurt me. Please, God, sit down. Okay, it is the final round. Idom, again, utilizing that stand medium kick like a master at work. Again, just knowing the ranges at what Punk wants to move in at. It's just so on point.
Oh my gosh. Yo, I know. Look, if you're at home watching in the chat, please know that you're watching history right now. This is a dope set of Street Fighter V. Two of the best players in the world. Two of the best players in the United States. Masters of their
my
craft.
God,
What
the
a
late side switch. Spending out all that meter. The counter hit. The stun. He's actually dead. Punk doesn't have a lot of scaling involved in this one. Is he going to do it? It's not quite over.
Oh my God. What?
Oh no.
Oh,
not like this.
Oh my
There's
God.
the Molotov. It can still go either way.
No.
That's a throw.
No.
He's in kill position, Steve. If he gets a critical art, it could be it.
Oh my God, Punk. Punk.
My God.
Oh my God.
Best rivalry Street Fighter V.
Damn. Whoa.
I almost fell. I legit almost fell out of my seat. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are looking for the pinnacle of Street Fighter V, look no further. That match was definitely it. That was the prime example of some of the best Street Fighter V you could ever ask for. If it had this man getting out of his seat, ripping people's arms, I just installed a new one, then you know it's good.
Bruh.
That's how you know it's good.
Wow. Wow.
Can you believe it?
The next level plays, the scramble that happened in that last round was the only one that happened like that entire set. When they got to the middle of the screen, it's like, look, they have to be moved. Now, every other time, it was like, you know what, we're going to back up a little bit. We saw Idom hold up, get that tech instance, and possibly get combos. But then we got to the last game of this set, and then the Cammy came out. And still, Idom was pretty much ready.
Circle,
right?
man. He took that L from the year that Idom won Capcom Cup. It's because of the fact that Punk took a couple of L's with that Cammy. Now it's gone full circle. He's had his redemption. Not only does he get the W, but he makes a huge, significant statement saying that his Cammy is now better.
Yeah, look, first off, it is
the exhibition winning character, by the way.
It's not a lot of people out there that can even attest to beating either one of these players.
Oh, that's for sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not a lot of people that can contest to beating these players. But I would love to see what some of these players, some of these commentators, some of the people watching in the lounge. Yo, James Chin, what's happening out there with Rob TV?
Bro, what's happening? What just happened in that
Right, you
set?
hear me? Do you understand, bro?
Bro, what is that? Bro, yo, let me know. Is that not do they not have the best rivalry in Street Fighter V history? I think so personally, bro. That was ridiculous. Coming down all the way to the wire last round, and then my man busts out the Cammy. Bro, I cannot express how just difficult it is just for Punk to walk up to Idom like that, because his neutral is so strong, and that Karen versus Poison matchup is rough. Like, all due respect to Idom, that was an amazing job on both sides, but Punk is ridiculous. I think he's easily the most talented Street Fighter V player of all time. That was godlike. What you thinking, James?
I don't know how they do this. I don't know how every single time these two play each other, it's just like one of the most epic matches that you'll ever see. And again, strategically, I mean, it looked like Idom was done. He was down so many games there, and Punk was playing so well, just inching forward, inching forward. I mean, you were talking about, how to get in on zoners and stuff at the analyst desk, and that's exactly, Punk was doing the right thing, but then Idom, his just level of play caught him all the way up there. And I mean, look, I know there's no such thing, but can we award them a tie? Can we give them both first place, dude? Right? Can't we just dude, these two, I will watch a first 100 set with these guys any day. It's so good, and it's just one of the best rivalries ever.
Yo, I really feel like this is an unbelievable day, because we're spoiled with some amazing Street Fighter, and then of course, your boy been over here eating these chicken sandwiches, these beef and cheddars. I got my fries so I can get my carbs, give me some energy for my workout later, and that protein from my beef and cheddar. But I tell you what, that was one of the dopest sets that I have seen, and as amazing as it is to break it down back here, I cannot wait to hear what all of our analysts at the desk have to say.
It could not have been anything else, honestly, than a 5-4 last round between these two. Although I was a little worried that it wasn't going to be like that for a while. Me of little faith turned out to be an extremely close, extremely good set. Let's talk about it. Just a Kid, give me some thoughts.
Look, I got to take off the sunglasses for this. Oh, my God. Look, Punk was up 4-1 against Idom, the Capcom Cup champ. That man has been through so many NLBCs and everything, same with Punk, but we all thought Idom was 5-1? Really? Out of all things? But then Idom said, I'm going to kick into high gear. He started just going in, understanding the matchup more and more, and he made it 4-4, and there's no better way for them to end it off with final game, final round, but then Punk, before the final game, final round, Punk does the weirdest decision potentially. I'm not sure. He picks Cammy. He was doing so well with Karen, but I'm not sure if his mental game was changed up. I'm not sure what he was thinking right there, but the Cammy got him the game-winning combo and everything. So I'm just curious what he was thinking right there.
I think I know what he was thinking. I think I know. Listen, Punk has something to prove with this Cammy, and he's had something to prove for quite some time. That was the character he went to in the first set in Capcom Cup, which kind of got worked a little bit. He did eventually go to the Karen, but the Cammy did not do work, and he's had a history of in major events, the Cammy has come to play, but I feel like it's never really gotten him an important W in the CPT's type event at EVO 2018. He also lost a very important set with Cammy. I mean, he's won NLBCs with every character, including Cammy, but I feel like this was a redemption arc for him, and also maybe kind of stealing Idom's playbook here. We saw in the first CPT qualifier for NA East that Punk qualified through, Idom was doing amazing with Poison, but there was a sequence where Punk, he was about to be eliminated 3-2 or 3-0 actually the first set, where he ran it all the way back, And then in the final game, or the final 2 games of the reset, Idom just lost 1 game. He switched to Laura. He needed to win just 1 more game. He wanted to random him out. I've heard Punk say the same thing. I just wanted to random me out with Laura.
Trigger.
Yeah, so he had 2 games to burn, and he burned both of them and lost it. So I feel like that was also kind of like hinting at Idom's strategy a little bit there. But you can also see the tool sets that were different. Karin, she has to struggle so much in that neutral, where she has to dash in and out around the whip ranges. That poison controls a lot, and the footsies were taking place, but they're taking place at 3/4 screen. So Cammy has those same options, those mobility options, but on top of that, she has things like the EX drill, the V-trigger drill. She can use special moves that move forward very fast to whiff punish, and we saw that in one of the rounds. He whiff punished the poison crouching fierce punch, which Karin really cannot do effectively with that EX drill on reaction to put him up at match point. So I think the switch made a lot of sense. It was very scary for Punk in that situation, but I'm proud of him actually for pulling out the W with the Cammy switch. I feel like that's a big moment for him.
Yeah, I think that was very interesting as well. That was a moment that I was a little worried about too. I was thinking back to CEO when he switched to Cammy versus Mono in Winners Finals, and that didn't work out for him either. But obviously this one did. I'm not going to make a crack here. This match was way too good for that. Let's go to the Arby's meaty moment.
Arby's, we have the meats.
Man, oh man, was this the meat? Actually, you know what? This is the meatiest set that we've had. The closest one and probably the most exciting one as Punk gets it done. And I don't know if the beef was, steak or whatever for his panda flavor, but I do know that Punk got the win in the end. Listen, even before he made the switch, I really liked his game plan. Running the medium punch with Karin is something I haven't seen him use as a tactic against Poison. Maybe it's recency bias, I'm not sure, but he had a game plan, but still, Idom snuffed that. Then he said, let me make the switch like that. Ran the Cammy and smoked that Idom pack.
Yeah, and that was a pretty interesting change for sure. In regards to the V-reversal philosophy of Karin and Cammy, right? When it comes to V-reversaling Poison, a lot of the time Punk uses it offensively, keeps her in the corner, knocks her down. While Cammy doesn't do that, right? She switches sides on you, and we saw that come into a clutch moment in the last game, where when Punk was cornered, he was able to turn tides because of that V-reversal. But I don't even want to talk about the details of the match, to be honest with you. I just want to take a moment to appreciate the incredible set we just saw between two generational talents. And considering the state of the world, everything that we've gone through over the past 2 years, we got to take some time to just be in this moment, right? We know announcements are on the horizon. We know we all got lives to live and going forward. But that was one of the most incredible fighting game sets you'll ever see between 2 players who, I mean, really have no equals. So big ups to Idom, big ups to Punk, and I just hope we get to see this for many more years to come.
Justin, was there anything specific about how the 2 players played that really stood out to you?
I mean, literally, it was them just walking and dashing. It is as simple as something that everyone can do, but they just do it something differently. Punk, the way he moves, you just be like, how is this even possible in this kind of matchup with a character that has a whip? He is like knowing when to go in, when to stay out, and everything. Like, this man makes me think about my neutral so heavily every time. And I'm like, bro, there is no one at his level when it comes to simple things in neutral just like that.
Like, how many existential crises do you think Punk has given fighting game players, right? Like,
they want to quit. They're like, dang, bro.
Like, how is this possible?
What am I doing with this in my life right now?
He'll just walk to you with a character and you're like, wait, he just did that with my character?
Right, yeah. With your own character.
Right. Yeah, I think both of those players do that too. I know Idom's giving me plenty of existential crisis sets we played because they're just at that level. And I think the important thing to mention, like you said, it was the movement. Like, it's not where they land the hits, it's the situation directly before that. Yeah. How is Punk able to get into that range when Poison has that 3/4 screen move set where she has a Crouching Fierce that prevents you from walking backwards or forward? She has the charge whips, which she can charge and release, control it with the air and the the mid that goes almost full screen pretty much. So the important thing is how Punk is able to navigate around that range. He's constantly walking in and out of that range at 3/4 screen, hoping to bait out a whiff. And in that moment, during the recovery, that's where he's able to advance forward. He can dash forward there, maybe sneak in 2 dashes. It's basically the mind game at that range. Once Karin gets into the range where her buttons are effective again, the medium punch confirms, the crouching medium kick confirms. At that range, Poison has a lot to think about because you mentioned it earlier while we were talking. Karin is like a footsie grappler. If she gets in and she gets that hit, even though we all say, oh, Poison beats Karin. But if Karin gets that hit, it is just all offense from there on out. That's the great equalizer. The damage when she touches you, and then the situation after where she has so much mobility to get into the throw range. She runs the throw offense as good as anyone in this game. I mean, maybe only second to Cammy, I could argue. But the damage output she has when she gets in is what's able to get her those wins. When even though the neutral, it feels like it's like 95% poison control. If she gets that touch, it can be game over.
Yeah, I do think that that's an apt comparison, Footsie's grappler, because it's even a similar range as for some of the grapplers where you begin to get really concerned about what's going to happen. Obviously not with grab, although you're right, she's got a great grab game, but like the big damage doesn't come from grabs. It nevertheless comes from that similar range of being up close to, you know, a character length away more or less. And when you're there, when you're caught there, it's just terrifying. And I think that's obviously particularly true when it comes to Punk, whose throw strike game is incredible, right? One of the best for sure.
Sure, true. Yeah. But, you know, on top of all this, the Cammy pick was so smart because he couldn't get the jump ins, get that win. He had to run the die kick situation. And we saw the medium punch check him constantly. And he had that extra approach, that extra little bit, also with the whip punches on the crouching fierce. I thought it was an excellent choice to go to the Cammy pick to get the job done. And that just enhances his playstyle, his templates that he puts on people.
I'm glad you mentioned the anti-air game because there was one instance where Punk jumped at Idom, and Idom is the best poison in the world at using her wheel kick to anti-air. Because if you trade with that move, it's actually so much worse for you because she gets the trade combo into the EX whip in the air that does a billion stun. He got about a 50% combo from an anti-air in that situation. So yeah, Karen, she can try to jump to mix it up, but like it works out very badly if that trade happens.
True.
What do you guys think about the fact that he did not try Ken?
I don't know. Maybe
I don't know.
Maybe dissuaded from the 5v5. But look, I actually feel like those two playstyles are very similar. I think Karen focuses more on dashing in that range to kind of play the footsies in that manner. Whereas with Ken, it's not as much as dashing. He does that as well. Of course, Ken has like a 15-frame dash, one of the fastest in the game. But Ken has the jump fierce. So you're much more able to go to the sky and say, hey, if I guess correctly on your button, I'm going to land that jump fierce and run the offense. But I don't know. I feel like Karen, that's his tried and true. I feel like Punk. Idom's one of the few people on the planet that can force Punk to try hard. And I feel like that's where his mind was at. I'm trying hard.
And I think we went with Cammy over Ken because of that random factor, right? Like, I want to random you out one game. And I feel like Punk's Ken is very grounded, very whiff punish based, very slow. And going back to the V reversals as well, right? It doesn't give you that utility that Karen or Cammy has, right? It just keeps you standing. And with the way that Idom was playing, I don't think Punk wanted to really stay in that neutral range with him anymore. That's why Cammy gave him more options. Longer range for the spiral arrow, different air trajectories with the dive kick. So I think it was a very smart choice from Punk to go with that Cammy for that last game clutch out.
This was a set that was defined by some swings. Of course, at one point it was 4-1, and then there was a significant comeback by Idom, almost taking it in the end. Did you guys notice any substantial changes in these players' play that led to those big swings?
I mean, look, Idom was just playing his game, but some little itty-bitty things such as, you know, Punk just trying to be a little bit too antsy when jumping in, and Idom does a crouch medium punch in the V skill. He's out of the corner now. It's his gameplay now. He does whatever he wants to do. And he also, a couple of times, kept it mid-screen, especially with Poison.
Yeah.
Because Poison, of course, she has good close quarters type tools, but she has, of course, the whip. And being mid-screen with a life lead as well, it's the perfect recipe for just, I can do whatever I want. Doesn't matter what you do.
I think there were some adjustments from Idom, but I do kind of feel like Punk was a bit antsy. But also, I want to emphasize again, Punk is doing a lot of guessing. Right.
Like, yeah.
So
exactly.
We talked about the matchup again. Karen will win if she gets in, but there's guessing involved with that. And you talked about the jumps. Yeah, he's going to the jumps, but Karen has to guess a bit in the neutral. She has to guess when to move behind the whips, guess when to jump in, because if she tries to play pure footsies, she's just got to get zoned out, Poison's version of zoning. But on the other hand, though, I feel like Idom's actually the one who was showing a little bit of cracks in the armor, even during that comeback sequence. There was a few drop moments where he would have sealed the deal on that round. It didn't really cost him because he ended up winning those games, right? That was when he was down 4 when he kept winning. So the last game when Cammy, he switched to Cammy, there wasn't like too many drops in that situation, but it was interesting interesting to see how, like, Idom, who's the person I herald as being, like, the machine, like, that guy is always playing 95, 98%. Like, he's always at his peak, where Punk has been in the past. We've seen situations where he might have played worse than what we expect. Idom, he had some cracks in the armor leading up to that finale.
But isn't that the beautiful part about their personality dynamic, right? Like, when you're the opposite, I mean, maybe I'm just speaking from, like, a subjective standpoint here, but oftentimes when you have that clashing personality, the exact opposite, that's the person you don't want to lose to.
Oh,
that's the person
yeah,
that represents everything that you're not about with how you approach the game. Not to say that they have any beef on that level or anything
but
like
be
that.
something similar.
But yeah, exactly. But I could see why his playstyle and just Punk in general can get under Idom's skin, and why those cracks in the armor can show, because he's the person that's right there on you with that pedestal, and just the way he carries himself is much different from how you do it. So I could just see that even unconsciously kind of getting under Idom's skin a little bit.
Fantastic set yet again. Wow, 5-4, final round. I'm really happy that that happened, not just because those two players are some of my favorites to watch, and that set was one of my favorites to watch, but because we haven't had as many 5-4s as I was hoping for.
Oh, yeah.
So let's go.
5-1.
Yeah.
Now we got actually a good set and everything.
For sure. All right. No, it was really good. Let's talk about Magic the Gathering and Secret Lair X Street Fighter. You can head over to secretlair.wizards.com, where your favorite Street Fighter characters are now available as Magic the Gathering cards. You're right. My favorite Street Fighter characters: Zangief, Dalsum, Honda. Dan is on the Blanca card.
Who?
And that's the list. Those are my favorites right there.
That's your favorite, Dan?
That's my list.
You have such bad taste, David.
You gotta get a better list. We gotta talk. We gotta talk after this.
But you know, if you have good taste, you need to go to Arby's, baby. They've been holding us down time and time again. Do you have a lot of pride in your meat? Well, no better way to show that off than by heading to arbysshop.com. Get shirts, buns out, tank tops, and you can even rock the 10-gallon hat like Smug. Again, everything available at arbysshop.com.
We've also got some news about a collaboration between Street Fighter V and the mobile game King of Fighters All-Star. This dream collaboration will go live around the end of March, with Ryu, Chun-Li, and other popular characters from Street Fighter V joining King of Fighters All-Star as special fighters. Look forward to an exclusive dungeon where Street Fighter V characters fight against KOF characters, exclusive battle cards, in-game events, and so much more. Again, many, many characters are being prepared for this collaboration. Additional info will be revealed through the official King of Fighters social media. Look forward to that. We have but one match remaining for this CPT season final. That, of course, will be Daigo versus Kawano. Maybe a little bit of something after that as well. Make sure that you stick around.
Time to fly, time to fly. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to feast. So fly, time to fly. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are Street Fighters.
So, you really want to go through the trouble? Fine. All clear! Easy mode too much?
Sucks to be you. I'm always ready for a fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, it is time for what I'm going to call the main event. I know it's not billed as the main event, but it is time for the main event, the last matchup on this fight card here at the Capcom Pro Tour 2021 season final. And we are going to Japan. It's going to be Daigo, the Beast, Umehara against Kawano. And what an epic matchup this is, because you have the Master against the apprentice, the young player that he has championed for a number of years. He put him on with that Umehara Gold team in Street Fighter League last season. He's been championing Kawano. Is he going to dethrone him? He wasn't able to do it in the CPT. It looked quite bleak.
Like, old generation versus new generation here for me. Yes, these guys played in the third Japan qualifier in that grand final. Sensational stuff. But you know what? Kawano, again, best young player in Japan for me. One of the best young players out there in the world because of just what he's been trying to accomplish and who he's been, like, taking it to.
We just consider him as an elite player now, not a young player. He's just a world-class player, and he makes that Colleen look so good. But if you go back to those grand finals and you watch that matchup again, Daigo had an absolute mastery of this matchup. Cannot wait for this one. It is going to be absolutely incredible. It's Daigo Umehara against Kawano in our final match here at the Capcom Pro Tour 2021 season final. Japan region. Is it going to be the Beast or is it going to be the young pretender? It's first to 5. We're powered up. I know the guys in the studio are as well. Let's hand it over to them and get into our final set.
Woo! All right. Final match of the night. Final match of the
Let's
weekend.
go!
Woo!
Yes,
It has already been a fantastic weekend of CPT season final. We've had great matches every single day. We're here again, third day. Last match is coming up, but there's a lot to run through that we have already seen and that we need to talk about. Let's take a look back at the schedules and talk about some of our favorite matchups. So to go back to day number 1, Nephew, what was something that stuck out to you?
Honestly, my favorite match of this first day was Popoi versus Jamie. I hadn't actually watched their CPT when it happened, but both players were very explosive, and I really enjoyed, even though Popoi lost to Jamie, his style with Laura and all the mix-ups and resets were very entertaining to watch, so it was just a very fun thing.
What do you got, Rob?
That definitely was a ridiculous match. Man, you might have even took mine with that. Actually, no, I think that might have been my second place. My first place was actually easily Ding Chung Chu going up against Jo Young Ho. Man, I feel like this season has shown us so many players that we just didn't know, like were super godlike and world class. And I would say that both of these players fall into that category. But I want to make sure I give an extra big shout out to DCQ because, you know, that's the good thing about qualifying for these big things. In the end of the day, you don't really need just a cosign. These are open bracket tournaments in your region, so there's no excuses. Go in there, win, qualify, and my man DCQ did that with his chest out. Again, we know about the talking trash back to Shao Hai, easy cake and all that, and then coming out here against Jo Young Ho, proving his point, making his money, and you know, it shows why we need to have him on every single event that is possible. He is just that good.
What'd you like, Marine?
I will have to go with Nero the Boxer and Frozen. You know, I just love watching those two play because those two were actually like my first time commentating their matches and, you know, starting my journey here at the Capcom CPTs. And, you know, it's very memorable for me and like very heartwarming in a way.
Aww.
Yeah, so I am so thankful. Of course, I'm so thankful to be here and I'm so thankful to see these awesome matches and, you know, be here at the desk with you guys. But Nero the Boxer and Frozen, you guys are so awesome, and I really, really hope to see more from you guys. Super cool guys.
What you going with, Saint? What you going with? Hey, let me get an order of that Travis Styles and Panda batch that we got.
Oh,
like that.
yeah.
That one was super tight, and I feel like his tap usage was ridiculous. It reminded me of why not only the character's so cheap, but how to play against a fireball game like that and how to use that V skill too. And reminded me like why he is one of the people to really put that on the map like that. So Travis, you know, beautiful man, beautiful gameplay, you know.
All right, let's go to day number 2. Let me just recap some of what happened for you here. Momi took it 5-0 over Takamura. Kusanagi took it 5-1 over Gamma. Mena RD took it 5-1 over Jimmy DR. Gust took it 5-3 over Ronaldinho. Big Bird took it 5-2 over Angry Bird. Infiltration 5-4 over NL in our then closest match at that time. And then Infectious 5-2 over the 4 Phils. Nephew, what stood out?
I'm going to go with Angry Bird versus Big Bird as my favorite match. I've played both of them a lot during the Street Fighter Leagues that we've had, Season 3 and Season 4. And what stood out to me this match was just like Big Bird's Luke combos. I feel like we don't really see Luke V-Trigger 2 at all.
Yeah,
pretty much,
that's sick.
Yeah, pretty much all of the other Luke players decide to use V-Trigger 1 because it's easy to use and also just very good for zoning and nice confirms. But Big Bird actually has all the combos labbed out and like he just had random combos in the corner that led to 50%, so it was just fun to watch.
My favorite match for day 2, which is very difficult to say, but I'm gonna have to go with match number 3. Mena RD going up against Jimmy DR, and it's just because I feel like that's a match that just it shows so much. It's symbolic of a whole lot. Jimmy DR, more of a newcomer when it comes to, you know, getting on a grand stage like this. I think this is the biggest stage that he's played on after, you know, qualifying for CPT and everything. And I just feel like we wouldn't really know as much about this region if it wasn't for that player that he went up against in Mena RD. I just can't express how amazing it is what he's done for himself and for his region. This isn't some kid that was from like some amazing easy silver spoon background. He had to get it out the mud, entering open bracket tournaments, going to a completely different country. I don't know if a lot of people know this, Mena actually even learned English via the FGC, you know, watching streams and whatnot. So really an amazing FGC success story. So anytime that he does well, I think it's good for him and his entire region. Amazing match there for Mena and Jimmy.
For me, I really liked match 1 between Takamura and Momi because we did see in the grand finals of their CPT, Takamura definitely took reign over Momi, but Momi was able to just like play his matches, see what he did wrong, and was able to, you know, capitalize on the things that he should have been doing. And then he definitely took that over from Takamura on the finals day here. So definitely my favorite match between those two. Seriously, super awesome stuff.
Yeah, I thought that it was really cool to see how Momi made some changes, right?
Yeah.
Made some adaptations.
I gotta say, we're talking about changes. Infectious and 4
Oh, that was sick.
Yep.
was
That was a fun
super
match.
sick because I feel like Infectious this year has definitely become a better player in terms of broadening his game plans and not just sticking to something that's going to get him killed over and over again. We definitely saw him go for the cross-up ranges and things like that. And even though Infectious took that win, I got to give a big shout out to 4 Phils for the work that they've been putting in, not only in the, I say they because, they got a lot of brothers, so 4 Phils, 1, 2, 3, 4. But
I never actually noticed that before you said, that's fire. That's fire.
But like the 4 Phils on some real stuff has been working out in the Salt Mine Leagues. Week after week we see them in those tournaments fighting the best of the UK with the character that has not been put on the map until they came with that play. So 4 Phils, even though they lost, I got to give them big ups to get this far to fight someone like Infectious. But back to Infectious though, that Kim was looking slick and there was still more in the tank, I feel like, for Infectious in that match. But that just shows you how strong he is as a competitor in terms of learning the game and understanding and how to manipulate people.
For me, it was match 4. I don't think that's anybody's surprise.
Yeah, for sure. Gust, big Gust.
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching Gust Honda. I also really enjoy watching Nash. It's a rare treat to see that character. Even with the buffs, it's just not terribly common. And super cool to see that, Ronaldinho got up there. He played very well, I think, in many ways, but Gust had such great offense. He had some great reads. I do think there were some times where Ronaldinho maybe didn't challenge where he could have, and Gust made it through. But, I'm just happy to see my Honda brethren out there having some success.
Hey, don't do that to me.
He played really, really well.
He played really well.
Gus did play well.
Yeah.
I'm memeing.
Let's go to day 3. Oh, that's today.
I wonder where my favorite match is going to be.
I don't know. Let me just recap the ones that we've had so far. Again, we haven't yet hit that final one. Phenom won 5-1 versus Rikemansbarnet. Rob TV won 5-0 over Brian F. Mr. Crimson won 5-0 over Kilzyou. And then Chris CCH won 5-1 over Nephew. Higuchi 5-2 over Mago. And then, as we just saw in an extremely close last round set, Punk took it 5-4 over Idom. Nephew, I feel like I probably know which one's not your favorite, but, but which one was your favorite?
Yeah, I'm probably going to steal everyone else's favorite match for this one. I'm going to go with Punk versus Idom.
Yeah, I was going to say, we don't have to give our opinions on this. We know that the Punk and Idom
was
really
the
good.
best.
That was super good.
So far, at least.
Yeah, it was just so close. Every time they play, it just feels like there's so much adaptation from game to game. Every set is so close. And the matchup isn't so good for Karen, and Punk had to switch to the Cammy, and he was able to close it out with a drill that I wasn't even sure was going to work at the end.
Man, it's kind of rough looking at all of these, but I think I'm going to go with Rob TV versus Ryan Nephew. I just feel like the Karen player, no, seriously. Mine would have been Punk versus Idom. But with that not being the one, I'm going to actually have to go with Higuchi versus Mago. Higuchi played ridiculous, actually. I want to make sure I just bring it one specific moment, like as far as his defense. He switched up his options just so well, but there's this one spot where on the Giles wake up, Mago goes for a jump light kick to put himself in the corner, but you do that because if you flash kick, it's going to whiff, and if he blocks it, he doesn't have charge to do another flash kick. But my man actually V-shifted the jump light kick just to get out of there. So I actually think that Higuchi is a ridiculous guy, and if we had like a regular CPT season, he would have easily been in Capcom Cup regardless.
Anything stand out to you guys?
Just to briefly kind of say it, so Rikemansbarnet, oh my gosh, it's like a tongue twister saying his name, my apologies. So his match with Phenom was really, really good because in their CPT grand finals, we did see that Rikemansbarnet won against Phenom when he did the switch where he played Kari and then Nikali, and it just didn't quite work out for him. And then here at the season finals, we randomly saw him play Bison, and it was actually really cool to see because he has so many characters under his belt. And Barnett, he is playing Manat, and he's really good with Manat, but he wasn't able to pull through Phenom's Bison, so that has to be my favorite match.
I'm going to give it quick and easy. Mr. Crimson versus Kilzyou was a fantastic match. Even though it was a wash, you definitely saw the power of Sim and why he's top 10.
Yeah, I mean, all right. Okay, yeah, fair enough. All right, well, look, we do have another match that's coming up, all right? We do have Daigo versus Kawano. Here we go. Check out the age differential. Woo, I love it. I love that there are players at Daigo's age, and in fact, there are players older than him. There's some players with the 4 in the tens digit who are still making big things happen in fighting games, including in Street Fighter V. awesome to have yet again from the Japanese FGC, the old guard versus the new guard. Nephew, talk to me about this.
So I want to start off by saying that Kawano is like one of my favorite players. He's so fun to watch, and I think he's one of the most creative and innovative players as well. Like Colleen's been out for I think 5 years now, and he's still making new tech. Like if you remember Japan #4 CPT when he did the sweep anti-air against Tokido as he was.
Oh, that was ridiculous.
That was just crazy. I've never even thought about doing that. On top of that, Kawano's footsies and neutral are really good as well. But he does have a really tough road ahead of him. Not only is he playing Daigo, who I feel like is his coach or like his mentor kind of, like he kind of was on Daigo's Street Fighter League team last season and he's kind of taught him about Street Fighter, I feel like. But Guile is just a really hard matchup for Colleen as well due to the fireball. And even when Colleen gets in through the fireball barrage of Guile, he still has his V trigger once he's around 70% life down. And he's able to get out for free with like a boom activate or a sweep activate. So you kind of have to get in twice, which is really hard for Colleen.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to this match, it's definitely, as Nephew said, it is an uphill battle for Kawano. But with that being said, I do feel like the stage is kind of set for him in some ways when you look at the fact that these storylines have been going on with Japan. Of course, the OGs versus the young guys. We just actually saw Higuchi beating Mago, you know, so it's not like this is just lip service. The young guys are actually, you know, running stuff over there. And I feel like the thing that's rough, though, is the fact that outside of just the Guile versus Colleen matchup being rough, this is also prep time Daigo. Daigo does not typically lose long sets. I would argue that he is the best player of all time when it comes to long sets. I don't know if we haven't even seen him lose one. I don't know if 1st to 5 would count as that to you guys, but I definitely think that's tough. I don't think that Daigo is ready quite yet to hand over that baton. I think he is still in tip-top shape, as we've seen with him even qualifying for this event. So definitely a rough one. I think a rough draw for Kawano, but I would not be surprised to see him take it just because we saw what he did after getting smoked by Tokido and Kimono Michi. He comes back into CPT with a brand new strategy and smokes Tokido. So it's definitely going to be a good match.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm just kind of like thinking back where I think Daigo, he won Japan 3, right?
Yeah.
And then Kawano won Japan 4. So obviously both players qualifying. But then I remember from their recent CPT set where they were in grand finals, didn't Kawano reset the bracket though?
He did, yeah. He won 3-2.
Right,
Yep.
right.
Yep. So when he reset the bracket, he was able to take over Daigo. I believe it was 3-2.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. 'Cause
I'm
I-
pretty sure it
Oh,
was.
okay.
I think it was.
Okay, so it was just really cool to see because, yeah, like, you know, these young stars rising up to the top and seeing that they're taking over, you know, the OGs like Daigo and Tokido and everyone else in the scene. So it's just really, really cool to see. But again, like you said, Daigo, he's very focused, he's very headstrong and is like, you know, we don't see him lose sets like that at all. So I am really excited to see if Kawano is still consistent from that grand finals match with him, or if Daigo definitely has learned something up his sleeve and was able to execute this today.
I do think that there's one thing that might help out Kawano is that's a recent performance at Street Fighter League Japan where I feel like he didn't believe in his Colleen. He switched to Vega, and I'm sorry if that's supposed to be watching like that, but he had switched to a character that he thought would be, you know, proficient, and it didn't work out. That's suffice to say. But I feel like when he has these things that strike him down, Kimono Michi, you know, moments like that where it was determining for his team to get that win, losing that momentum and stuff like that, that makes the fire in him just grow hotter and hotter. And that may be the determiner today to take it from Daigo in this play. But we'll have to see. I can't wait for it. I ain't gonna hold you no longer.
I'm looking very much forward to it myself. Let's go to the commentators. Again, we have Vicious and Tasty Steve.
Before we get into the matches, I do want to take the time to thank everybody involved in the production side of things, everybody that's been tuning in from around the world for this very special occasion to celebrate not only Street Fighter V, but its community as well as the players, and big ups to yourselves. Celebrate yourselves. This is your moment, to be honest. This is all put up for you. But one specific thing, I do want to have a big highlight for Blue Coast Productions, especially Tony Fontana for putting in all the work. The premier Honda player in this studio exclusively. But for the most part, everybody that pivoted the show at the drop of a dime from a cup atmosphere to this exhibition for the players. They've done a phenomenal job in very little time and have done it flawlessly.
Yo, shout outs to Blue Coats, man. Thank you guys for holding it down. Not only for this, man, we see you for Street Fighter League. You know I work with you guys as well.
Yes, sir.
Now let's talk about what the analyst was talking about. Rob, I got to correct you about your sets and Daigo losing. We cannot forget the faded, the graded Lupe Fiasco did beat Daigo in a set. You know he's down to run it back, man. Happy belated to my bro, Lupe Fiasco. But get your facts straight, Rob TV. Don't be up here. Put some respect on my man's name. I know you love Daigo and everything, and he about to play right now. But make sure you get the facts straight. Anyways.
Other than that, we're going into Kawano versus Daigo, right? We have seen the faded kind of matchup between former teammates. It's still going to be student versus the teacher in a certain regard to it. But all jokes aside, I think Kawano has really made a light into himself of the character that he's played, or excuse me, the person that he is as a player now. He's come into his own skin and really has dominated the scene, not only in Japan, but around the world. So we're going to see how it plays out. Daigo versus Kawano. It's going to be a bloodbath for sure.
First of 5. That's what's on the line right now. Final exhibition of this CPT 2021 season final. And like Nephew said, man, still an innovator of the character, Kawano, in this Colleen.
The background is doing damage as well. But again, Daigo doing a great job of switching it up between the normal usage and the Sonic Boom usage, right? He's not afraid, even after taking that back roundhouse, still able to throw those Sonic Booms. Again, just narrowly avoiding damage. Kawano just slowly trying to slice Daigo's activity, or the defense, I should say, and push him to the corner. But it's not working out so far. It's been really interesting. Okay, this is great.
It's definitely not working out. And you can tell right now that Daigo's really trying to like hold his ground, but also the neutral is really strong, really committing to those booms and not giving a chance for Kawano to kind of walk him to this corner. Although he is there, and look at the life lead kind of going away, but Daigo, on the fence now, on the ropes now. There's the activation by Kawano in that
What
Colleen.
a time to tech too. Trigger is on board for Daigo. Any sort of hit could lead into big damage, or even getting himself out of the situation. There's the hit. How many times has he confirmed that for the W? Well, guess what? Add it again.
Sonic!
He's not dead!
Oh my God, somebody! Oh, he did a throw!
He actually breaks the
God!
Kawano punched it back out with a critical art!
Oh my God. That was the first round.
Jesus.
Bro. That was the first round. Let's go. That was the first round.
What is happening? How much was just spent on the table? 2 critical arts back to back?
Wow, that was so good.
Oh, God, help me.
I was drooling a little bit. That was kind of sick.
I saw that. I saw it. I turned around to see if he was drooling.
That was hot. That's what I'm talking about. Really gets the blood pumping, you know?
What a confirm off of that.
Parabellum on the hands.
Watch out for the throw. Yeah, that's typical. Kawano again enforcing that lockdown with the throw. What a time to contest. Daigo now creating some space with the booms, and more so with the Sobot kick, but now Kawano has kept Daigo contained. Will the beast be unleashed though? Counter hit, nothing of it.
Keep pushing with the normals. See, Kawano has a lot of buttons out there, and I feel like you need to be careful doing this versus Daigo. He's getting a lot closer to that B trigger. There it is now after the air throw, but still stuck in this corner. Activation after the target combo.
Back throw, watch out for that. Escaping the throw yet again. Daigo now, he has an opportunity to get his hit confirmed. It's a trigger. That could have been it. That could have been a dire straight for Kawano. What a
wow, the anti-air sweep from Daigo. Oh my God. Oh man. Kawano up around right here. The activation.
He did it again.
Definitely. He's like, you know what? I ain't gonna even take the long route. You can just die now. 1 round apiece in this first game. We're going to a 3rd round. Only CA available for Kawano at this point.
This is only game 1, by the way.
Wow.
The most explosive game we've seen thus far, I feel like.
I feel like I've aged years right now. This is still the first game, bro.
It'll never show, though. It'll never show. That's the thing. That's the beauty.
Or.
Jesus. Okay.
Ooh, wow, a little late on hitting the button. That jumping roundhouse, that heavy kick didn't find his mark.
Could have been big damage against Daigo, but right now he's still in control with some of these booms, right? He is getting closer. What a time to jump out as well. Kawano still finds the mark with his heavy punch.
What a reaction.
The damage already, spending the bar really well. From one corner to the other, it's been so difficult, I guess, for Daigo. Up until this moment.
Oh, wow. I thought there was going to be enough time to activate the vanity step to get through. Take throw. Nuh-uh.
We've seen this scenario before. If he gets this snap on the Sonic Boom, he's going to confirm it.
There it is. Dash up.
Okay, maybe not to confirm, but he still gets an option out of there. Now he gets to play offense.
Oh, wow. Looking for the vanity step jump, but there's the jump for Kawano. Not going to be the end of it, but this is trouble.
Oh, do it. EX flash
yeah,
kick.
you got to remember who I am. Walks behind the baby boom and the crouching jab to check the walk. That was very, very smart because Gao was not going to be close enough to get a full conversion at that point. Eating that boom with that little bit of life, just committing to the jab, gives the round to Kawano. First game, not because of it was easy, but it was a full 3-round count for that first game, but it's going to Kawano.
Say what happens if Daigo happened to block that. I think that would have been just fine for Daigo, you know, either way. But the fact that Kawano made that split-second decision to take that risk, that was super, super clutch. It happened to work out in his favor. I don't think there would have been a scenario where if Daigo had blocked that crouching jab, I don't think he would have converted too much off of that. It's really hard to tell determining the space. Like maybe he could have gotten a sweep, but there was a lot of, I feel like that block stem would not have allowed him to continue any sort of damage.
So the thing is, I'm pretty sure Daigo was counting on the walk back from Kawano, right? Kawano held his ground, legit just ducked and did crouching jab. Kind of what we remember how in season 1 people like, your life get low, I'll go for the jab. I'll just keep legit just spamming the jab. And it kind of fits the same way, but this time in a kind of higher elevated mind sense, right? Like that you have to make that call out.
Yeah, and it makes sense. I think Kawano, again, making the right call there. A really good read against Daigo. Getting him the first game. Low forward check already. More so of the movement against Daigo. He cannot move forward, hence why he's been kind of chilling in this corner a good amount of these games so far, but it's okay with him. He can just chuck these booms all day if he needs to.
And these trades are not going in Daigo's favor. Just heavy buttons on heavy buttons. Gets the EX this time around, knocked down in the corner. A jab for the walk back on Kawano. V-shift, still got the hit. So much range on the V-break, on the V-shift break right there.
So intimidating. Oh, not in time to get any sort of anti-air. Kawano now still trying to enforce the point of keeping Daigo contained, but still creating these spaces with the booms. Look at that, back to near mid-screen.
And you can tell right now that Daigo's okay with playing this range. A lot of times versus any Colleen, right, no matter what, you're kind of playing very cautious at this range. She has great heavy buttons. She still has the Hailstone, which you're probably not going to see on knockdown, but still, just great ground control with the buttons. Activate right here off the block target.
And look at that, man, Daigo immediately dashes forward, immediately chasing down Kawano off of the read that he would backdash. This is going to be a good amount of damage, if not death, right? A lance after that, one more for kill. EX
oh my gosh, he did it again. Oh, anti-air sweep again. Blocked, throw. What's the option this time? Goes for the boom. You saw Kawano commit to a button, jump in with a little block stun on top of it.
One more boom to chase down the icicle coming
down. The Mega Man jump for the kill.
Hit him with the bloop. I can't believe Daigo was still recovering from whatever it was, bloop, and actually got nailed by the icicle.
That don't sound like an icicle, bro. I just want you to know that don't sound like no icicle.
Go play that sound in Mega Man.
All right,
I dare you. Bloop. I'm telling you. Either way, Daigo, again, just getting caught off guard with Kawano's movements. Real slippery.
Crouch jab. Daigo starting to go back to further range. Oh, wow. Didn't have enough time and commits to the EX right there. A little faster startup. Kawano not going to have time to react.
Yeah.
You know he was looking for that EX vanity step to get through. That's what you want to do. Change up that pace just to throw him off your trail. Block on the jump in. Neutral jump.
Man.
Looking for a dash from the V skill.
The discipline. Daigo does get opened up at the very last end of that V trigger. Not going to be a big deal, though. What a time to get out of the corner and get a conversion off those lights. One throw will do it, and he definitely does it. You already know.
Donker.
Guess for game scenario, that had to be the option. Excellent choice there from Daigo. Kawano still hanging on. He has full critical alert on deck. Watch out, any sonic boom punishes. You know Daigo is reluctant to throw those booms out because of the fact that Kawano has meter. He can breeze through those, but up close, it's a lot harder to tell. Just like that.
There it is. Back throw. This is good for Daigo. Not a lot to work with.
Oh, anti-air flash kick.
Stay out of the air. Back throw. Here we go. Kawano.
Anti-air sweep. He just did it again. Nephew talked about that on the analyst desk. So smart, so creative.
Anti-air sweep to EX Parabellum. Gets the stage carry, and Daigo still stuck in the corner.
Oh
not that other one, but back to the other side. What a whip punish. EX Parabellum not done yet, but this situation is getting dire for a throw not dead. One more could do it, though.
EX flash
3
kick.
for 3. Flash kicks for Daigo.
Oh,
gets
no.
the hit. Activation on the V trigger.
He's
this
not
is not
dead.
death. But this situation is not good to get through. No.
No, we cannot. There's too many booms in place.
No.
The anti-air, nice and easy. Kawano keeping his cool, crouching, heavy punch, quite literally keeping his cool. Again, Daigo overcommitting to an option where he thought he had the read against Kawano in terms of the defensive options. But Kawano still pulling out the surprises. Not too much of a big one, honestly, because I think, he was more than ready to see that Daigo was going to do something wild to try to seal it.
Yeah, you can talk about, like, the range, right? Like, Clean has these great buttons to keep you honest, right? And we've also seen the confirms to Parabellum. And a lot of times, those EX Parabellums gave a lot, whether it be corner carry, whether it just be damage. Really did make Daigo second-guess some of the buttons he was putting out there while they were fighting that neutral.
Right.
Still goes the way of Kawano. I believe that's 2-0 right now, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not wrong, we could be at 2-0 at this point in the set. First to 5 still. Daigo has his work cut out for him. And the long set is definitely typically his strength. So seeing him in this situation, I would love to see what happens next. But it's only 5 games. That means 3 more games, and Daigo's out of there.
Can we mention the fact that we've only had 2 sets really go the wire? It was Punk and Idom, and then NL versus Infiltration so far.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of wild. I don't want it to happen with this set.
I definitely
no,
don't.
sorry. I would love for this to go to the wire. Excuse me.
I was about to say, okay.
No 5-0s, please. Ugh. Forward throw now.
Daigo in trouble, stuck in this corner. Kyle trying to fight his way out. That back fist, Sobot on top of it.
Anti-air there, just the last second.
Okay, jumps out this time. Burning straight, not going to find his mark. Life lead just slightly in favor of Daigo. There's the activation on block, still ready for the throw. Oh, wow.
What a time to spear, past the Sonic Boom. Excellent decision-making from Kawano, creating some space for himself in case the Sonic Boom comes. And look at that, Daigo with a big interruption. Yet again, here comes the booms to move down and close the gap. Oh my God. Oh, another one.
Still has V.
Oh my God, you tried to jump on him?
The future.
Brian F. had made a very clear point that sometimes Giles would overextend and throw out these baby booms to get their offense going. Kawano had that read. He thought he was going to do that against Daigo and get this anticipation going against the Sonic Booms, but Daigo just keeping it nice and patient.
Nice. Gets the light confirm into EX Parabellum. Here's the knockdown. Little shimmy in the corner to look for one of those big buttons. There we go. I knew it was coming. Gets the knockdown this time with the EX Parabellum. There's the throw. Dash
He tried
up.
to do it again.
Nice interruption here. Daigo's not asleep at the wheel. And getting real close. Oh, wow. Clips the end of that vanity step.
Oh. I thought there was going to be a sweep at the end of that.
Ooh. Catching the dash-ins right now. Kawano with the life lead, but it's starting to dwindle. Just to get through, that was a regular boom.
Perfect. Great space and good awareness from Kawano. There's the activation now. Daigo is looking to either do 2 things. Close the gap or push Kawano to the corner. And the EX flash kick instead.
Isn't that like a deal at Arby's or something, the 4-for-4?
Probably.
Oh, tries to get the throw, V-shift to get out of there, but your back is to the wall, Kawano. What are you going to do?
Mission accomplished. Daigo went at least from one corner to the other. Kawano now fighting back, swinging his way to create some of that space. Daigo's like, you want the space? I'll give it to you. Guess what? I get to press more boom. Oh, wait, he doesn't because Kawano has full meter. He can't throw those booms as much. Such a scary and dire situation for both individuals. Relay Sonic Boom EX 2 times over.
This is dangerous. This is dangerous, and that's why it's dangerous. No meter to protect yourself, and I saw what Daigo was doing. Throughout the 2 EX booms, just hoping Kawano would try to swing, probably go for a vanity, and was looking for the clip. We know the startup's a little faster. You got to react a little faster. Oh, trades. Anti-air. I'm in the Air Force. Chill out, okay?
Look at how much closer he is and how comfortable Daigo is throwing some of these booms. He wants to force Kawano to press these buttons and spend the meter, but guess what? It's off of a confirm. Look at the damage and look at the Oki scenario. Forward throw now. Watch out for the fierce.
Crouching medium punch to get that started and just barely made that whip. Goes for the upside down kick. Kawano brave. Gets the target. That is the end of the streak, but drops the combo. There's the activation on the block string. Daigo didn't take the bait. Activates his own trigger. Wow, tries to get through. There's that fast startup of the EX working out for Daigo. Jump in, boom, still there. Gets the throw, Daigo has a chance. The baby boom parade, backward Sobot, but full CA on the table. Kawano is definitely in a position to win.
My God, dashed all the way through. This is going to be so dire now. Kawano just needs a single hit into critical art. Daigo just literally needs a hit that's medium or higher.
You got to be careful with those booms at this rate unless it's an EX, right? CA is on the table for Kawano. A hit confirm can take it.
Even
a
more
forward
so.
throw. And now,
my God!
He did it again?
You gotta be joking.
Even Daigo's off camera. He's like, bro, I can't believe that. Even he's like, oh my God. Even he was like, yo, bro.
That's 5 for 6. That's 5 for 6. I'm no mathematizer. But those are some really good percentages. No, all jokes aside, that was the gutsiest EX
He
flash kick
literally
you could've
just blocked it. He literally just blocked in the exact same scenario.
He said that in an interview during Street Fighter League. He's like, I've noticed myself that once I've let at least one EX flash kick rock and it hits, I'm prone to doing it a lot more, actually.
And he's still doing it a lot more.
Yeah, even his teammates are like, yeah, Daigo's right. There's something about him. Once he sees one hit, he senses blood in the water.
How is he finding these ways out? It seems like these rounds are playing out so well for Kawano when it comes to positioning, getting these hits, having enough meter to contest boom at certain ranges, and just the normals as well. But Daigo fights back every time.
Every single time. You know what the scary thing about it is? The fact that he's trained the other person to fear the EX flash kicks, and it really is a 50-50 whether or not he's going to do it, even though we all know he's going to do it.
Right?
But do we, though?
Wait, what is it? 5 out of 6 times?
5 for 6.
5 out of 6 times, he's at least going to do, well, actually 6 for 6. He's going to do it 6 times.
I mean...
Don't mean he's going to work 6 times, but...
Wait a minute. No, wait a minute. Okay. It's going to be huge. Out of there. Forces himself out of the corner. I love the usage of the target combo. Just creates so much extra space afterwards.
Oh, wow. V-shift to get out of there. That activation on the trigger. Now, I feel like this is when, if you can keep Colleen at bay while this trigger is active, which is very hard to do, might I add, as you can see Daigo fail to it, you can have a lot better chance at survival.
Oh, that could have been a big conversion. Oh, I think he didn't have the meter, so that's going to be really tough. It doesn't matter what your name is. Throw. Kawano now building a good amount of bar off of those parries. Again, well, not the parries, but you know what I mean. He's building off of parries that whiff. Still another round on the board for game number 4 towards Kawano. Just at about a bar and a half. Daigo spending 1 already. The EX boom trying to keep Kawano away. Look at him just chucking away, chipping away at Kawano little by little.
Ooh. That upside down kick. Gravity defying kick.
Man's in the Air Force. He knows all about gravity.
Right.
Oh. Huh.
Thought we were about to see a flash kick just to get through. Yep. Little fake step right there. Half of that V trigger already gone. Daigo tries to do something here. Tick throw's not going to work out. That's the end of the trigger. Goes for the side switch.
Man.
Daigo ready.
He still managed to jump out. He was so stubborn about that. Or I guess...
burning straight. You know what's wild? The fact that Daigo is getting all these anti-airs with just the buttons. No flash kicks.
Oh, he doesn't need the flash kicks.
No flash kicks. My man is consistent with the anti-airs. And I know what that's like, right? Because a lot of times if you're fighting a guy, you're thinking that they're always going to charge it.
Yep.
Daigo taking the shorter route, say, you know what? I'll just take this simple anti-air, reset, and go back to it again. And it's starting to work out. There's only 1 round away from Daigo getting the tie and making this set something he can definitely win. Sets up the EX boom again. Oof. Checking with the low forward, dash in. Sees that Daigo is hesitating. Kawano trying to steal some space back.
Man, it's been so tough to call. Daigo has just been implementing so many different strategies to keep Kawano away, whether it's the mid-screen, neutral phase, in the corner. But Kawano has conquered every single one of those strategies. Forward throw now on the offensive. This is going to be super tough for Daigo to get out of. Stopping the startup with a boom with a standing medium punch. Close to stun. 1 more to go. EX flash kick. That is a no-no. Kawano taking it down. Game number 3 under his belt.
No.
Not like this.
No. Now, you can't keep hitting me with the Kawano. Still awake enough to know that you can't keep hitting me with these bad boys, man. And Daigo's, like we said, known to continue with these flash kicks no matter what. Feels like he can kind of insert his will on anybody, but not Kawano, though. Kawano, what, 3-1 at this point?
Correct.
Oh, this is getting a lot harder. As
little
this hill is getting bigger now.
I don't think Daigo's going to stop either. I don't think he's going to stop EX flash kicking in some of those situations, and Kawano is going to take advantage of that. If it does not change, Daigo's going to be in trouble. Plain and simple.
Well, like we said, it is a first to 5 set. These kind of sets really do give you a look at what these guys are prepared for each other, right? They knew who they were fighting, and we know that Daigo, once again, outside of the set I mentioned, like Rob said, it's really hard to beat in a long set. But right now, it's 3-1, and Daigo was looking like his back is on the ropes right now.
Jesus!
Wow.
What burning straight? It just got devoured by the parry. Icicle incoming. Plus frames for days. An important tech there from Daigo.
Sobot and stand light kick to instantly contest. And that's where we've been seeing it. So you see him go to the knee bazooka right there and almost had like a little counter hit confirmed. Kawano just walking forward, so nothing big coming from it. Great pokes. great pokes. But every time we've seen a situation, Daigo overextends, and we
He's
get
using the low light kick a lot more often, Steve.
Mhm.
The burning straight also not being put to use as much in this round. We did see it get countered, but the low light kick, again, just putting a lot of mileage. Reluctant to press those sonic booms, but again, Kawano, he was almost ready with the ice school spear. You see the trigger down just a little bit.
Oh, wow. You see how my man Daigo just hopped over like a bull? Toro, like I'm out. Uh-oh, the throws. The throws. Oh, wow.
You're actually
No, not
eating
dead,
a good amount of damage.
Oh,
Yo,
what the
yes,
heck? Oh,
you
my
are.
God.
Damn, that's a lot of
Spent it all.
damage.
Spent it all. Boy,
I was a
I
little
wrong.
iffy on the fence. I thought it was going to live by a little bit longer or it was going to be a stun, but either way, man, Kawano spending that cash. Daigo's going to be doing the same now, starting things off with the EX Sonic Boom, forcing Kawano little by little towards the wall. Big jump in from Kawano, perfectly timed against the boom. What a delay on the crouching medium punch counter. And again.
Oh, okay, gets the crush this time. I'm looking for a back throw. Air throw instead. Daigo tries to jump out. Oh, anti-air.
Don't even try to jump at me. Taking out the booms. You see that throw. Oh, boy. Still getting the target combo. Just built up that trigger, by the way. Kawano now at an advantage.
Trigger on both sides available, too. If Daigo can get a hit, won't be able to get the kill, but damage, positioning are all on the table.
Kawano's actually baiting out a Sonic Boom to activate the trigger rather than go for a hit. How long is going to stay that way, though? Okay, he had to put it out after the target combo. What a backdash there from Daigo jumping in, but nothing. A lot of whiffs on both sides. Back throw now. All the momentum for Daigo. I lied to you.
Oh, he went back to it. I thought, uh-oh. Wait a minute. There's still meter.
Oh, flash kick.
Oh, no EX, though. That could have been the round.
What?
And if he had done the EX, it would have been another round, but he didn't. He's been doing EX on Wake Up the whole game. He didn't do it there, though.
Even at the moment where he could have done it for free with the anti-air, he chose not to do it, Steve. Was it the angle? Did he not want to wait a little bit longer to get that extra damage?
Maybe
I don't
it's some
know.
angle stuff. Maybe it is something
'cause
about that angle.
It hits 2 times over from like the beginning, midway through. I can't count the frames exactly, but maybe in the tail end, he wasn't too sure about it. He still had plenty of time. There isn't really like a normal from Colleen other than Roundhouse that'll really hit that far down. But still, Daigo, again, still should have tried it at least. That could have easily been 2 hits to kill.
Also, it's just the fact that Kawano's doing this thing where that's this back and forth at this range where he has to look for Sobot, crouching medium punch as well, maybe back fist. That's where he's kind of walking back and forth and committing to some of these jumps that's gotten him so much damage in this set versus Daigo so far. 4-1.
Can you believe it? 4-1?
Anti-air.
Oh,
wow.
my God. The parry. Here comes the... No, he's going in for the positioning more so than just the Oki.
These quick normals from Colleen, you have to respect them.
Oh. Man, you could hear the grunts off a medium punch. He's like, I'm going to counter hit the hell out of you.
These booms, little staggered boom pressure here, really keeping Daigo in the running for this round.
Look at how many plus frames afterwards. +1, over and over again.
Okay, tries to go for the light kick
Ooh.
and eats a double hit at that point. And in this situation, a lot of times I feel like you're playing this game. Are they prepared to take the tick throw?
EX flash kick again. Daigo putting all the chips on the table off of that one. That could have killed him.
Wow, the confidence right there.
He's dead.
No. And set point for Kawano right now to go up and defeat Daigo here at the CPT final. Oh, man.
We're getting closer and closer to the finale, ladies and gentlemen. Can Kawano clutch it out against Daigo to secure the W and become one of the best newcomers to ever do it? Or will Daigo have something else to say as one of the old guards? Legendary old guards, excuse me. Let me put respect on.
Nice combo here. Gets the flash kick. Still fighting in the middle of the screen here. No whiff punish. Gets the boom. Nice anti-air. And this time going for the throw to switch it up. Knows that Kawano's been going for that counter the last couple times. Kawano's still ready though. Back to these crouch light kicks up close. EX boom. Throw this time. That strike throw mix up. Working out well for Daigo. And still 2 bars.
It's so hard to tell what Daigo wants to do here now. Look at that counter hit conversion.
Wow, and did you see how that series started? Hits the standing medium punch, fakes out the boom, because that's typically what happens, right? You see Kawano kind of like waiting for something big to come out, fakes the boom, and then starts the offense. That way to kind of throw Kawano off. Wow, that's blocked though, and the trigger is still active, so it doesn't even matter. Daigo spending all that meter to secure that round. This is still set point for Kawano right here.
This leads to a lot of damage, right? If Kawano gets an opening into EX Parabellum. Not only does it fly Guile across the screen, but it deals a hefty amount of damage at the same time, right? This is going to be an important opening for Kawano if he can land it and get into this EX position. Now he's going for some of these counter hits, and Daigo knows it. That's exactly it right there. That's one.
Crouching medium punch.
What happens now?
Daigo getting a little closer to getting his bar back.
Huge intimidation from the fact that Kawano does have it again. Counter hit, just no Parabellum instead.
Target. V skill 2. Man, I always forget that he's using V skill 2 in this match. Not quick enough. I like the EX to throw off the timing.
You gotta be quicker than that.
Kawano backing up a little bit. That neutral jump could be something we'll see too. Coming from Daigo.
Oh,
wow.
again.
Oh.
EX plastic anyway.
Caught the backdash. Oh.
An anti-air sweep.
Daigo not done
How
yet.
many miles did he just walk?
I don't know, man. You gotta check the Fitbit, bro. Oh, nice. Confirm. Big damage here. Parabellum for the Oki. There's a throw. Daigo has meter. Oh,
flash kick
my God. Oh, my God.
He is nuts.
Somebody go check on this man, bro. I feel like you can't even go and check on him in his room because you're going to get flash kicked. Daigo,
guy is
sir,
cold
are you
as
okay? Splash kick. Hey, are you hungry, Daigo? I just wanted a flash kick. Oh, God.
Check his pulse. This guy has ice water in his veins. This guy is not even breathing. He doesn't even blink. This guy has no fear of anyone, towards anyone.
He's been punished multiple times. He's like a little kid, man. You got to keep telling him, look, don't play with that. You're going to get hurt. He's like, nah, man, I'm going to keep doing it. You know who I am? Do you know who I am? Say
Who's
my
in
name
charge?
like you mean it. Daigo.
Me or the flash kicks?
Me or the flash
I think
kick.
I'm in charge.
I'm the controller of the flash kicks. I know your beef is with the flash kicks, but I'm the controller of the flash kick. The flash kick controller. Or am I? You know what I mean.
Okay.
Yeah.
Either way, Daigo, again, with phenomenal guts. I got to say, he has not stopped using these flash kicks to save him from these rounds. I will say it could be a sequence of live by the sword and die by the sword.
Well, every situation right now, Kawano is 2 rounds away from taking this set. Daigo cannot lose another match, or that's the end.
I feel like it's going to be a situation where an EX flash kick gets blocked and he loses the sequence. But I don't know.
Why would you say that? Why would you put that into the
Because
universe?
he's not afraid of doing it. He's going to keep doing it no matter what.
My man, Kawano walking into the booms right now. Burning straight. A little slower than the normal you typically put there, but that's when you look for kind of a staggered pressure, maybe a hesitant move. Great.
Talk about the anti-airs, the anti-escape options against Daigo. Kawano just doing a stand jab and dashing right under. Super slick, by the way. Just match up. Oh, God. Target combo Parabellum. Just regular Parabellum. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Wow, you see the little double pump right there? Maybe a flash kick and still ready to break the throw. Same side back throw here for Kawano. Activate off the target.
He actually stayed still. It's going to come now. Kawano, he's not fearing any of it. And an EX Vanity from that close against the Sonic Boom. This guy has got the reaction time. That was ridiculous.
Those young man reactions, bro.
Oh,
wow.
what a
crouch
buffer.
jab into EX Parabellum.
What a counter poke.
No anti-air. Kawano holding his ground. Daigo trying to fight himself out of this corner.
He walked up to his grill. Jesus. Not even in fear of any of the normals that Kawano has.
Stand light kick into the boom. I like that option instead. I would have loved to have seen that earlier in some games. Stand light kick in the boom.
To be fair, Kawano hasn't really given him that kind of opportunity. He kept it nice and tight. No room for error. EX flash kick. That's one for this round at least.
Oh my God, the V reversal got caught by the EX boom. Air throw to stop the jump. Dash up again. Daigo ready this time. Crouch short.
See him pumping away.
Needs to be careful. That stand light kick EX Parabellum is what he loves to do.
Oh, no conversions off of the lights. Daigo was not, I guess he didn't have any charge left.
And you see him throwing out all these feints, all these normals to try to bait the, oh no. That could have been CA, just a few more hits. Crouching medium kick.
Oh boy, this is a dangerous situation. Now he has trigger available. Kawano can actually stop Daigo from throwing booms. There it is! No!
Oh!
What? Oh, a single hit can do it for both players. No, that's kind of tough. That's not enough. Kawano still has an icicle spear.
15 seconds. Daigo, why are you jumping back?
Oh my
Spins
God.
the rest of his meter.
Oh
my God!
Oh my! I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my mind.
Oh my God!
What just happened?
Oh my God!
Oh, my head's gonna explode.
Okay. Clash on the projectiles. Crouching short once again. That range is so important. You can see Kawano has one bar. If he gets a hit, you're going straight to the corner.
He keeps going. It just doesn't stop. Back roundhouse not catching anything. Daigo is feeling himself. Kawano definitely knew it now.
This is what I was talking about. He's staying in that range where he can react. And if Daigo commits to a button or a boom, still able to react. If he shift, gets the hit, Daigo in trouble.
And what a cash out against the Gray Life. A big confirm. Off of the counter hit. Kawano now can get that Oki situation forward throw again. Can he do it? Can he seal it?
In serious trouble right now. Trigger is on the table.
That would have been it.
That was the jab.
Off of the counter hit. Trigger on deck for Daigo. Looking
You better
for a
be
confirm.
careful with those booms. You got to be so careful with those booms. You see the fake throw just to get a reaction out of Kawano. He doesn't take the bait, though. Stand like kick.
Oh, boy.
Oh, man.
If it's EX Vanity Step, it's over. That's going to be a lot of damage. Daigo's still reluctant on these booms.
Bro.
Oh,
my
confirmed.
God,
Is it going to be
Daigo.
enough?
No.
He has one more touch, though. He needs one more touch to get Kawano into a critical art. He got it! He got it!
Oh, my God! Daigo
Another game!
Daigo Umahara! Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Daigo, please! I never learned. Like Jay-Z says, I never change. You think I'm going to stop flash kicking just because you punish me? Ha! Wrong. Wrong, wrong, and wrong again. You can't stop me. I'm Daigo, bro. Check the tapes.
Man, what a time to bust out
Oh my
that
God.
sequence into the low.
Oh.
He conditioned Kawano to stay still and put on.
Check the name
defense.
tag, bro.
Oh,
check the name tag.
Kawano was shooketh. He was shooketh to his core. He did not even move or press a button in that sequence. He was getting smoked.
Can we talk about some of the things Daigo was doing there, right? Notice that Kawano was on high alert. DEFCON 1, ready to react to any boom that came out. Daigo was so confident playing this range that he knew Kawano would not react to EX Vanity Step and Spear that would have gotten him through it.
There was one.
So good.
There was literally one. He preemptively activated the trigger, and it was in the middle of Guile's animation. I thought that was going to be it.
That was it.
We were both screaming, this is it. This is the moment. Icicle Spear is coming. It did not happen. What went wrong? What went on in Kawano's head? I gotta talk to
Kawano's trying to figure it out too.
I gotta ask
He's taking
Nephew
a break
about that
right
later.
now. He's taking a break right now.
Why did he not blow through that boom? You saw the startup of it. There was the time freeze from the trigger activation. I don't know.
Maybe he ate the input. Maybe that freeze.
The only thing you should be eating is something else, not the input.
I'm just saying, don't think about it though,
my
right?
God.
Would you have reacted to that?
Yes!
I don't know, bro.
No, I wouldn't
really?
have. No,
Really?
No,
I was about to say, damn.
I'm not even gonna come close to that stage, so you can't even ask me that. Ask somebody like Punk and Idom. Don't ask me that question.
Oh my God.
That's a bad rhetorical.
3-4-3. Daigo needs another game for us to get a full set. Gets the burning straight early on, and he's going right back to this range where he's crazy to me, feels comfortable, because stuff like that is definitely able to happen if you continue to do that, especially at that range. Another bad situation, almost half-life gone here for Daigo, and he's in this corner.
Oh my God, that's a huge one. That's going to be close to stun. He's going to
That
go
is
through
stun.
it. You already know it. Kawano not phased one bit by the match that just transpired between the two, looking to get maybe a reset.
And saw the scaling there. Kawano choosing to go for a reset.
Nice.
And once again, as stated before, set point for Kawano. What is Daigo going to do? He does have 2 bars of EX, though. There's 2 bars of EX, and we've seen this.
Oh my God! This is a great sequence if you're Kawano. Didn't have the meter to really extend the damage nor push to the corner, but either way, managed to put Daigo there. And look at this. Daigo has to make it up. He has to use some of these booms to create that space, slowly chipping away. Kawano did not have the flash kick after that light kick. What is going on?
Oof. Oof. Look at the normal placement here from Daigo. Knee bazooka got the trade in a small combo to boot. Speaking of, Sobot kick. I knew it was coming.
A couple of more. Chuck that. Kawano. Trigger is on deck. He's not looking to spend it to kind of punish the Sonic Boom. I think he wants to do it off of a hit. He's looking for it a lot more now. You can see the back roundhouses being the catalyst for that trigger, but Daigo's not going to give it to him.
Daigo getting a lot more confident in his foot space.
It's so tough. It's so tough. Daigo's still willing to throw off these booms.
So let's just say you're Daigo, right? Do you cash out? Uh-oh.
You
Gets
don't.
the
You get hit by
confirm.
this jab into the confirm.
But if you get another hit, are you cashing out? Because it's going to get the kill, right? Uh-oh.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Yes, I agree. Steve.
Active. Oh!
Oh, is he stunned again?
He's not stunned. He's not stunned.
He is
I
stunned.
was hella wrong.
That's gonna be it. Kawano takes down Daigo. There's no way he's gonna drop a combo like that, ladies and gentlemen. The new guard takes out the legend in the Japan exhibition of a lifetime. That was momentous. That was ridiculous. That was excellent. That was the best Street Fighter V we could have ever asked for.
Look, I don't ask for much, man. I just be wanting my Street Fighter to be amazing, my fighting games to be enjoyable, everybody watching at home to have a good time. Guys, please, I want you to make some noise in the chat. That was our final exhibition match here for the Capcom Pro Tour season finale 2021. Yo, I appreciate you guys hanging out with us. I hope you really enjoyed those sets because that's the highest pinnacle of Street Fighter V that you can see in the world at this point. And these regions were all represented so wonderfully. So if you are present and live in any one of these regions, I want you guys to know it's been a pleasure seeing you this year, this season, evolve your game and get introduced to all the new players from these regions, these amazing sets, and every one of the productions that actually contributed to it. I really love to see this come from fighting games, especially when it's something like Street Fighter that's led the charge for so many years.
We've seen a lot of people come and go into the scene, but I'll tell you what, man, fighting games are forever, to be honest with you. I mean, to be honest, I think the amount of talent that has come through from each and every one of these scenes really is a testament to the fact that everybody can pick this game up and be at this stage, right? It just takes a little bit of time, dedication, and discipline, but for the most part, we have that community to help you do that, right? The fighting game community has stuck with each other through crazy times, right? 2020, even to 2021, even in the beginning of 2022, we're still kicking. We're still doing things, big things at that. So again, we do appreciate each and every one of you guys for tuning in. We got to throw it back to the analysts to hear their word from this crazy exhibition towards the end.
All right, wow, what a final one right there.
What was that?
It was threatening to run away, and then Daigo tamed it a little bit, but not for long enough as Kawano ended up taking it. We are going to talk a little bit about the match, but stick around. You know, stick around. Why don't you stick around for a little while? We'll see how things go. Let's talk about exactly what happened here. Nephew, you play one of these characters here. You play the winning character here. You said that this was a bad matchup. Can you talk about what happened here?
Look, even though Daigo won 3 games, I felt like that was very dominant from Kawano. I felt like 90% of the time was just him walking Daigo down to the corner with those medium punches and heavy punches and just confirming them all into EX hands. And then anytime Daigo tried to jump out of the corner or try anything, he would be there with the air throw. A couple times when Daigo was in the range to jump over him, he had like a jab and then a dash under or like a sweep, as I was talking about before, into the EX hands. So he really had all the answers in terms of just controlling the neutral. And the rounds that Daigo did, the games that Daigo did win, like were off of crazy comebacks.
I think when you say crazy comeback, I think that's another word for Ume flash kick. Ooh. Yeah, I said it. A lot of people say, oh, I feel like if I do it, then I'm a scrub. But if Daigo does it, then, you know, are you sure? Are you sure that it was that good? Yes, I'm sure that it was that damn good. This is the thing. You guys, I feel like a lot of people, the people they're comparing it to, are in a ranked match with nothing but some LP on the line and a chance to try to make their favorite streamer salty in a one and done, and they do some wild wake up DP. Daigo is in these spots playing for a lot of money or playing in front of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people, you know, Evos and whatever it may be, and is just fully expressing himself. The amount of comebacks that he had there were just out of this world, man, and I really think that he showed why he's the GOAT, even in a loss. That's my honest opinion. As far as Kawano, man, like that, this is what makes people great. A lot of people talk about opportunities and the fact that people aren't that willing to pass the torch. And I agree in the FGC that generally speaking, you know, we are tied to our heroes of old. You know, so it's going to be hard for me to say someone is like nicer than Daigo and so on and so forth. But when you do get opportunities like this, opinion doesn't matter. That goes all out of the door. The speculation, the analysis, and all of that doesn't matter. Kawano took his destiny into his own hands right here, faced up against a demon of his specifically, and the most famous Street Fighter player, if not fighting game player in the world, and he has a dominant victory. That was amazing.
Marine, what'd you notice?
Man, yeah, Wow, like I'm honestly very, very speechless because of how Kawano was still very consistent even from previous tournaments against Daigo, especially Japan 3. But he was able to win against Daigo, and there's like so many things that I've kind of like pinpointed where we saw that Daigo tried to kill Kawano with that back kick.
Oh
and
yeah, the reverse sobot. That was sick.
He tried to do that again, but Kawano was ready for that. He was so ready for the back kick or anything that will come to his way. And one thing I also really like is that he did the anti-air sweep. And you know, you think that like Daigo would do anti-air sweep because he literally, I think he posted a video on it, or like one of his fans did, where he's like, oh, you can anti-air sweep. That's really cool. And then we saw Kawano do anti-air sweep, and it's like, you know, anyone can do it. And of course, Daigo just doing the Ume flash kick.
That was so sick.
Anyone can do that. It's not just a scrub thing. You have to be confident. You have to go with your gut feeling. It's totally fine if you do it. If you mess up, that's totally fine. You're committed to what you want to do. It's not a bad feeling at all. So again, both matches between Kawano and Daigo, chef's kiss. Definitely chef's kiss.
You know, at the end of the day, I mean, y'all already covered everything about the match, but I just want to scale back to how great fighting games are and how great Street Fighter is. Kawano is not an old, guard. He's a young buck. He really got into it when he saw Kamomichi, when he saw his favorite player, one of his favorite players, I guess. He saw Daigo put the work in, you know what I'm saying? And he got that fire, that passion in a couple years, was able to grasp victory against Daigo in this hot match right here. And not only that, multiple tournaments. And I think what's so beautiful about it is if you have that drive, that passion, that will to be good, that real will. I'm not talking about posturing on Twitter and things like that, like, all this stuff like that. When you stop making dumb excuses, when you stop saying you can't do this, when you watch other people do that, you understand? When you start looking reality itself and take the game for what it is, you can achieve something great.
Yep.
And that's not only for the game, that's obviously in life, but you see it being implemented right here. And I don't know Kawano. I don't know him personally, but I feel like I'm a little emotional seeing him get this victory, seeing how much I know how much it means to him, because we followed his journey. And that's also the great thing about fighting games, the stories that are evolving, the stories that happen here, the fact that he watched that person and was inspired, and now, years later, beats him in a set dominantly. That's why fighting games are so great.
Well said.
I love that for a while at least, you could get this great sense of Daigo's personality in some of these decisions. He expresses himself so well through the characters that he chooses. It's always been like that, and his guile really lets him do that. Obviously, he ends up losing here, but nevertheless, you can get the sense of his willingness to take risks. You can get the sense of his willingness to play with his own space, and very cool to see that personality in there. But I also feel the same way about Kawano's Colleen, the way that he plays that character. I definitely get a sense of his willingness to challenge and his sort of fearlessness in some of these situations, willing to jump in ranges, willing to pressure. Even though you talked about this Ume flash kick, guess what, dude? Not all those worked out.
Yeah,
and
most of them might have been
blocked. Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of them did not. It did not throw Kawano off of his game. He was certain enough about his game plan that he went right back to it.
Yeah, his confidence, man, in his game plan. I feel like when you put someone into the corner, it's so calming that you can start smelling the blood in the water.
Yeah.
And the thing is, instead, what he would do is actually cage him. This is actually something where I'm trying to improve a lot when it comes to like fighting against Idom. He brought this up to me. He's like, man, if you're looking, we're playing Karen versus Laura, for example, you have me in a corner a lot of times, but then you're trying to go in, press a button, I end up jumping out, or you end up getting hit. And that's just a very common thing that I believe that happens. But with Kawano, instead of just looking for the damage, he's looking for the damage in as consistent and safe a way as possible. So that right there was just absolutely amazing play from Kawano there.
Nephew, can you give me some final thoughts on the event as a whole?
I think it was just like a great celebration of all the different regions that we've had throughout the year. We've had our CPTs events, multiple of them for each region, and having the chance to just have another opportunity to play for money, for some pride, was a great thing to see from everyone.
Man, I feel like this is just honestly just symbolic of how far the FGC has come. Of course, David, you know a lot, even more than I would, for just how long that you have been here. But I just gotta say, just thank you to you and all of the OGs and legends, the production teams, the sponsors, and of course, most importantly, because none of this exists without just all of the fans and everything, bro. Like this is really just amazing how far everything has come with the FGC, and hopefully things are only going to go to new and amazing heights.
Yeah, what a journey. Seriously, what a journey. And like, I'm so thankful to be part of a great community and everyone else here. And I know like these are some trying times, and I really hope that you guys at home are doing safe or well and healthy. And I'm really, really happy that you're able to watch this awesome stream. Like, we had a bunch of CPTs that we went through, and now we're finally here. Again, guys, thank you so much for staying for the ride and just being so awesome. Hope you guys are well.
All I gotta say is, these events remind me, the CPT as well, being able to interact with the community, the reaches and things like that, what makes the FGC so great. So I hope we can keep doing this year and year.
Yeah, I mean, awesome event, of course. Thanks so much to everybody for watching. Thanks to everybody behind the scenes. There's a whole crew of folks who are here. There's a bunch of cameras that are looking at us right now, and those are actually piloted by human beings. Thanks to everybody doing that, and everybody behind the scenes in every other way as well. Look, as we come to a close on this Street Fighter V CPT 2021 season final, just reflect a little bit on the fantastic season and a thrilling series. Well, the excitement is not over. You will want to stick around. Let me introduce a couple of announcements from Capcom.
You ready?
Street Fighter VI.